I stood by the window in Poirot's apartment, gazing absently down at the street. "That's odd," I muttered under my breath. "What is odd, my friend?" Poirot inquired calmly from his comfortable armchair. "Deduce something from this, Poirot. Observe a young woman, expensively dressed, a stylish hat, luxurious furs. She is walking slowly, studying the buildings as she passes. Unbeknownst to her, she is trailed by 3 men and an older woman. Now an errand boy has joined them, pointing excitedly in her direction. What scene is unfolding here? Is she a criminal with detectives preparing to apprehend her? Or are they villains plotting to harm an innocent person? What does the famous detective conclude? The famous detective, my dear Hastings, as always, selects the most straightforward approach. He gets up to look for himself. My companion joined me at the window. After a moment, he let out a soft, amused laugh. As usual, your observations are colored by your hopeless romanticism. That is Miss Mary Marvell, the motion picture star. She is being followed by a crowd of admirers who have spotted her. And incidentally, she is perfectly aware of it. I chuckled. So that explains everything. But you earn no points for that, Poirot. It was merely a matter of recognizing her. Indeed, and how many times have you watched Mary Marvell in films, my dear fellow? I considered. Perhaps a dozen times. And I only once. Yet I recognized her, and you did not. She looks so different in person, I replied weakly. Ah, sacred, Poirot exclaimed. Do you expect her to stroll through the streets of London wearing a cowboy hat, or barefoot with curls like an Irish lass? With you it is always the unimportant details. Recall the affair of the dancer, Valerie St. Clair. I shrugged, somewhat irritated. But comfort yourself, my friend, said Poirot, settling back. Not everyone can be Hercule Poirot. I am well aware of this. You truly have the highest opinion of yourself of anyone I've ever met, I cried, torn between amusement and exasperation. What can I say? When one is unique, one knows it, and others share that view, even, unless I am mistaken, Miss Mary Marvell herself. What? Without a doubt. She is coming here. How do you figure that? Quite simply. This street is not a fashionable one, my friend. There is no elite doctor here, no high-end dentist, and certainly no chic milliner, but there is a fashionable detective. Yes, it is true. I have become the mode, the latest craze. One says to another, "What? You've lost your gold pencil? You must visit the little Belgian. He is marvelous. Everyone goes, hurry, and so they come, in droves, my friend, with the most trivial problems." The doorbell rang below. What did I tell you? That is Miss Marvell. As usual, Poirot was correct. After a brief wait, the American film star was shown in, and we rose to greet her. Mary Marvell was undoubtedly one of the most celebrated actresses on the screen. She had recently arrived in England with her husband, Gregory B. Rolfe, also a film actor. They had married about a year earlier in the United States, and this marked their first visit to England, where they had received a tremendous welcome. The public was utterly captivated by Mary Marvell, her exquisite wardrobe, her furs, and her dazzling jewels, particularly one legendary piece, the magnificent diamond famously nicknamed the Western Star in her honor. Countless stories, both factual and wildly exaggerated, swirled around this celebrated gem, rumored to be insured for a staggering £50,000. These thoughts raced through my mind as Poirot and I welcomed our glamorous visitor. Miss Marvell possessed a delicate, slender frame, with very fair hair and a youthful, almost girlish appearance, complete with wide, innocent blue eyes. After Poirot offered her a seat, she began speaking immediately. "You'll likely think me terribly foolish, Monsieur Poirot," she started. "But after hearing Lord Cronshaw describe how brilliantly you solved the mystery of his nephew's death last evening, I felt compelled to seek your counsel. I suppose it could all be a silly prank. Gregory insists it is, but it's worrying me absolutely to death." She paused to catch her breath, and Poirot offered an encouraging smile. "Continue, madame. You understand, I remain quite in the dark. It's these letters." Opening her handbag, Miss Marvell produced 3 envelopes and passed them to Poirot. He examined them closely. Inexpensive paper, the name and address meticulously printed. "Now, let us see the contents." He withdrew the enclosed note. I had moved to stand beside him, looking over his shoulder. Each message contained just one sentence, printed with the same careful precision as the envelopes. The first read, "The great diamond, which is the left eye of the god, must return whence it came." The second letter used precisely the same wording, but the third was far more direct. You have been warned, you have not obeyed. Now the diamond will be taken from you. At the full of the moon, the 2 diamonds which are the left and right eye of the god shall return. So it is written. I dismissed the first letter as a joke, Miss Marvel explained. When the second arrived, I began to feel uneasy. The third came yesterday, and it finally struck me that this might be more serious than I'd imagined. I observed they were not delivered by post, Poirot noted. No, they were left by hand by a Chinese man. That is what truly frightens me. Why is that? Because it was from a Chinese merchant in San Francisco that Gregory purchased the stone 3 years ago. A sudden, vivid memory flashed for her, the cramped, incense-filled shop, the merchant's trembling hands as he practically thrust the velvet box at Gregory, his eyes darting toward the door as if expecting trouble. I perceive, madame, that you believe the diamond in question to be. The Western Star, Miss Marvel finished. Yes, that's correct. Gregory recalls there was some peculiar story attached to the stone at the time, but the merchant was utterly unwilling to share details. Gregory says the man seemed terrified, in a desperate hurry to be rid of it. He asked for barely 1/10 of its value. It was Gregory's wedding gift to me. Poirot nodded thoughtfully. The tale has an almost unbelievable air of romance, and yet who can say? I pray you, Hastings, fetch me my little almanac. I did so. Let us see, said Poirot, flipping through the pages. When is the date of the next full moon? Ah, this coming Friday. That is in 3 days' time. Very well, madame. You seek my advice. I shall give it. This fine story may indeed be a hoax, but it may not. Therefore, I counsel you to entrust the diamond to my safekeeping until after Friday. Then we may decide on our course of action. A faint shadow of reluctance passed over the actress's expressive face. I'm afraid that's quite impossible. You have it with you? Yes? Poirot watched her with keen intensity. The young woman hesitated only a moment before reaching into the neckline of her gown and drawing forth a long, slender chain. Leaning forward, she opened her hand. In her palm lay a stone of pure white fire, exquisitely set in platinum, which seemed to wink at us with a solemn, knowing gleam. Poirot drew in a sharp, hissing breath. Astonishing, he murmured. You permit, madame? He took the jewel, scrutinizing it with a practiced eye before returning it to her with a slight bow. A magnificent stone, flawless. Ah, by thunder, and you carry it about with you, just like that. No, I'm typically very careful, Monsieur Poirot, she insisted, her tone shifting from anxious to one of defiant pride. But after these threats, I couldn't bear to let it out of my sight. It feels safer close to me, absurd as that may sound. As a general rule, I keep it secured in my jewelry case, which is stored in the hotel's safety deposit box. We're currently guests at the magnificent hotel. You understand. I only brought it with me today so you could have a look, and you will entrust it to me, won't you? You will follow Papa Poirot's advice. Well, it's like this, Monsieur Poirot. This Friday we are travelling to Yardley Chase to spend several days as guests of Lord and Lady Yardley. Her statement stirred a faint memory in my mind. Some piece of society chatter. What was it exactly? A few years back, Lord and Lady Yardley had toured the United States. There were whispers that his lordship had indulged rather freely during the trip, aided by certain feminine companions. Yet there was something more, another rumour linking Lady Yardley's name with a film star from California. Suddenly it came to me, of course it was none other than Gregory B. Rolfe. I'll share a little secret with you, Monsieur Poirot, Miss Marvell went on. We are negotiating a deal with Lord Yardley. There is a possibility we may arrange to film a production at his ancestral estate. At Yardley Chase? I exclaimed, intrigued. Why? That's one of England's most notable stately homes. Miss Marvell nodded. I suppose it's the genuine old aristocratic article, but he's asking quite a steep price, and naturally I can't say yet whether the arrangement will proceed. However, Greg and I always prefer to mix business with pleasure. But forgive me if I am being obtuse, madame. Surely it is possible to visit Yardley Chase without bringing the diamond along. A sharp, calculating expression entered Miss Marvell's eyes, contradicting their youthful appearance. She suddenly seemed considerably older. I intend to wear it there. Surely, I interjected, the Yardley collection includes some famously notable jewels, does it not? I believe there is a rather large diamond among them. That is correct, Miss Marvel replied tersely. I heard Poirot murmur under his breath. Ah, so that's how it is. Then he spoke aloud, displaying his usual unnerving knack for striking the heart of the matter, which he grandly labels psychology. "Then you are already acquainted with Lady Yardley, I presume? Or perhaps your husband is?" "Gregory knew her when she was visiting the West Coast about 3 years ago," said Miss Marvell. She paused briefly before adding bluntly, "Do either of you ever read society gossip?" We both admitted rather sheepishly that we did. I asked because this week's issue contains a piece about famous jewels, and it is really quite peculiar. She stopped. I stood, walked to the table across the room, and returned with the mentioned publication. She took it from me, located the article, and began to read aloud. "Among other notable gems is the Star of the East, a diamond owned by the Yardley family. An ancestor of the present Lord Yardley acquired it during his travels in China, and a romantic tale is associated with it. According to legend, the stone was originally the right eye of a temple idol. Another diamond identical in shape and size formed the left eye. The story claims this second jewel would also eventually be stolen. One eye shall journey west, the other east, until they are reunited. Then in triumph shall they be restored to the god." It is a curious coincidence that a stone matching this description, known as the Star of the West or the Western Star, exists today. It is owned by the celebrated film actress Miss Mary Marvell. A comparison of the two stones would prove most interesting. I ceased. "Remarkable," murmured Poirot. "Undoubtedly a first-rate romance." He turned to Mary Marvell. "And you are not apprehensive, madame? You harbour no superstitious dread? You do not fear that introducing these long-separated twins might summon some mysterious Chinaman who would, hey presto, spirit them both back to China?" His tone was lightly mocking, yet I sensed a thread of seriousness beneath it. "I don't believe Lady Yardley's diamond is nearly as fine as mine," stated Miss Marvell, a hint of competitive pride sharpening her voice as she glanced toward the window, where an afternoon rain had begun to streak the glass, casting shifting shadows across the room I decided to see for myself. Whatever else Poirot might have added was lost, as the door suddenly swung open and a magnificent figure strode into our sitting room. From his dark, perfectly styled hair to the gleaming shine of his expensive boots, Gregory Rolfe looked every inch the romantic leading man. "Told you I'd swing by for you, Mary," he announced. "So, what's the verdict from the famous detective?" "A silly prank, just like I said." Poirot offered a polite smile up at the towering actor, the two of them forming a comical pair. "Prank or not, mister?" "Rolfe," he replied evenly, "I have counselled your wife against bringing the jewel to Yardley Chase this Friday. Finally, some sense. I've been telling Mary the same thing. But what can you do?" He gave an exaggerated theatrical sigh. "She's determined to be the star of the show. The idea of another woman having a more impressive piece is simply unbearable to her." "What absolute rubbish, Gregory," Mary Marvell snapped, though a telltale flush of anger crept up her neck. Poirot merely lifted his shoulders in a graceful shrug. "Madame, my advice is given. I can do no more. The matter is closed." He saw them out with a formal bow. Returning, he let out a long breath. "Ah, women and their pride. Her husband, he is correct in his assessment, of course, but his delivery lacks a certain finesse. It was not a diplomatic performance. I shared my hazy recollections with him, and he nodded briskly. Just as I suspected. Yet there is an odd current running beneath this affair. With your leave, my friend, I will take a short walk to clear my thoughts. Please await my return. I shall not be long." I was dozing in my armchair when our landlady, Mrs. Murchison, knocked and peered in. "There is another lady to see Mr. Poirot, sir." I told her he's out, but she insists on waiting, having come all the way up from the country. "Please show her in here, Mrs. Murchison. Perhaps I can be of assistance." A moment later, the visitor entered, and my heart gave a little jump of recognition. Her portrait was a staple in the society pages. It was impossible not to know her. "Please do sit down, Lady Yardley," I said, quickly offering a chair. "My friend Poirot is not here, but I can assure you he will return very soon." She thanked me and sat. She was a striking contrast to Mary Marvell, tall, dark-haired, with intense eyes and a pale, aristocratic face that held a hint of melancholy around the mouth. I felt a sudden urge to prove myself. Why not? Often in Poirot's overwhelming presence I felt diminished, though I possess a keen deductive mind myself. I leaned forward impulsively. "Lady Yardley," I began, "I know why you have come. You have been receiving threats concerning the diamond. My arrow hit its mark perfectly." She stared at me, her face draining of colour. "You know?" she whispered. "But how? I allowed myself a small knowing smile. By a simple process of logic, if Miss Marvell has received a series of warnings. Miss Marvell, she has been here. She just left. As I was saying, if she, as the possessor of one of the twin diamonds, has been targeted, then you, as the holder of its counterpart, must have experienced the same. You see the simplicity of it. I am correct, then. You have had these strange communications as well? She hesitated briefly, weighing whether to confide in me, then gave a slight, resigned nod. Yes, that is so. A thought seemed to strike her. Were hers also delivered by a Chinaman? No, they were left by hand. But tell me, has Miss Marvell's experience mirrored yours exactly? I recounted the morning's events. She listened with focused attention. It all aligns. The letters I received were identical in content. Mine came by post, but they carried a peculiar sweet scent, something like temple incense, that immediately made me think of the Orient. What on earth does it mean? I shook my head. That is precisely what we must discover. Do you have the letters with you? The postmarks could tell us something. Unfortunately, I burned them all at the time. I dismissed it as some ridiculous prank. Could a Chinese gang truly be after the diamonds? It seemed utterly unbelievable. We reviewed the details repeatedly, yet the mystery remained unsolved. Eventually, Lady Yardley stood to leave. I don't believe I need to wait for Monsieur Poirot. You can relay all this to him, can't you? Thank you so much, mister. She paused, her hand extended. Captain Hastings, of course. How silly of me. You're a friend of the Cavendishes, aren't you? It was Mary Cavendish who referred me to Monsieur Poirot. When Poirot returned, I took pleasure in recounting the events he had missed. He questioned me intently about our conversation, and I sensed his irritation at having been absent. I even suspected the dear old chap felt a twinge of jealousy. He had made a habit of downplaying my capabilities, and I think he was annoyed to find no obvious flaw in my handling of the matter. Secretly, I was quite pleased with myself, though I hid it to avoid provoking him. Despite his peculiarities, I held a deep affection for my eccentric little friend. Good, he said finally, with a strange expression. The plot thickens. Please hand me that peerage from the top shelf. He flipped through the pages. Ah, here it is. Yardley, 10th Viscount, served in the South African War. All that is unimportant. Married 1907 to the Honourable Maud Stopperton, 4th daughter of the 3rd Baron Cotterill. Has issued 2 daughters, born 1908, 1910. Clubs, residences. There, that tells us little. But tomorrow morning we shall see this lord. What? Yes. I sent him a telegram. I thought you had washed your hands of this case. I'm not acting for Miss Marvel, since she declines to follow my advice. What I do now is for my own satisfaction, the satisfaction of Hercule Poirot. Decidedly, I must have a hand in this affair. And you calmly wire Lord Yardley to rush up to London merely for your convenience. He won't be happy. On the contrary, if I save his family diamond for him, he ought to be exceedingly grateful. So you truly believe there is a chance it will be stolen? I asked eagerly. Almost a certainty, Poirot replied calmly. All the evidence points that way. But how? Poirot waved away my eager questions with a dismissive hand. Not now, I beg you. Let us not clutter the mind. And observe that peerage, how carelessly you have replaced it. Do you not see that the tallest books belong on the top shelf, the next tallest on the row below, and so on? Thus we maintain order and method, which, as I have often told you, Hastings. Exactly, I said quickly, and returned the offending volume to its proper place. Lord Yardley proved to be a jovial, boisterous sportsman with a rather ruddy face, but his good-natured friendliness was distinctly appealing and compensated for any lack of intellectual depth. Extraordinary business, Monsieur Poirot. Can't make head or tail of it. Seems my wife has been receiving peculiar letters, and this Miss Marvell has gotten them too. What's it all about? Poirot handed him the copy of Society Gossip. First, my lord, I would ask if these facts are essentially correct. The peer took it. His face darkened with anger as he read. Absolute rubbish, he sputtered. There's never been any romantic tale about the diamond. It came from India originally, I believe. I've never heard of all this Chinese deity nonsense. Still, the stone is known as the Star of the East. Well, what if it is? He demanded hotly. Poirot smiled slightly but gave no direct answer. What I ask of you, my lord, is to place yourself in my hands. Lord Yardley, his face a deeper shade of crimson, hesitated before continuing. I might as well be completely honest. I've made some foolish decisions, Monsieur Poirot, and I am deeply in debt. My desire is to set things right. I'm devoted to my children, and I wish to restore our standing so we may continue living here at the family home. Gregory Rolfe is offering a substantial sum, enough to put me back on solid ground. The idea of that film crew swarming over the chase is distasteful to me, but I may have no other choice unless— He trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. Poirot studied him with a penetrating gaze. You have, then, an alternative. Allow me to guess, it is to sell the Star of the East. Lord Yardley gave a slow nod. Precisely. The jewel has been in the family for generations, though it is not entailed. Finding a suitable buyer, however, is not a simple matter. Hofburg, the dealer in Hatton Garden, is searching for a prospective client, but he must locate one soon, or the opportunity will be lost. One more question, if you permit. What is Lady Yardley's opinion on these plans? Oh, she is adamantly against selling the stone. You understand how women can be about such things? She is entirely in favor of the film arrangement. I comprehend, said Poirot. He sat in thoughtful silence for a moment, before rising briskly. You will return to Yardley Chase immediately. Good. Speak of this to no one, to absolutely no one, you understand, but expect us there this evening. We shall arrive shortly after 5 o'clock. Certainly, but I don't quite see. It is of no importance, Poirot said kindly. You wish for me to preserve your diamond for you, is that not so? Yes, but— Then do as I say. A thoroughly perplexed nobleman took his leave. It was 5:30 when we reached Yardley Chase and were shown by the stately butler into the oak-panelled hall, where a fire crackled warmly in the hearth. A charming scene greeted us, Lady Yardley with her 2 children, her dark head bent tenderly over their fair ones. Lord Yardley stood nearby, watching them with a fond smile. At our announcement, Lady Yardley looked up with a start, and her husband stepped forward, his eyes seeking direction from Poirot. My friend was equal to the moment. My profound apologies. I am still investigating this matter concerning Miss Marvell. She is to visit you on Friday, is she not? I wish to make a preliminary survey to ensure all is secure. Also, I hope to ask Lady Yardley if she happens to recall the postmarks on the letters she received. Lady Yardley shook her head with regret. I'm afraid I do not. It was very careless of me. But you see, I never imagined taking them seriously. You will stay the night, of course, said Lord Yardley, following his cue. Oh, my lord, I would not wish to inconvenience you. Our bags are at the village inn. Nonsense, it's no trouble at all, Lord Yardley insisted. We shall have them fetched. Please, I insist. Poirot allowed himself to be persuaded. Settling beside Lady Yardley, he soon befriended the children, and before long they were all playing together, pulling me into their game as well. You're a wonderful mother, Poirot remarked with a gallant little bow after a stern nurse had ushered the reluctant children away. Lady Yardley smoothed her dishevelled hair. I adore them, she said, her voice catching slightly, and they adore you with excellent reason. Poirot bowed again. A gong sounded to signal it was time to dress for dinner. As we rose to go to our rooms, the butler entered carrying a silver salver with a telegram, which he presented to Lord Yardley. With a brief word of apology, Lord Yardley tore it open. As he read it, his posture stiffened visibly. He uttered a sharp exclamation and handed the message to his wife. Then he looked toward my friend. A moment, Monsieur Poirot. I think you should be aware of this development. It's a message from Hofburg. He believes he has located a potential buyer for the diamond, an American who sets sail for the States tomorrow. They're dispatching a representative tonight to examine the stone. Good heavens, if this transaction is successful, he was at a loss for words. Lady Yardley had turned her back. The telegram remained clutched in her hand. I do wish you wouldn't sell it, George, she murmured, her voice low. It has been with the family for generations. She paused, seemingly expecting a response, but when silence was her only answer, her expression grew stern. With a shrug of her shoulders, she said, I must go and change. I suppose I ought to showcase the merchandise. She offered Poirot a slight, wry smile. It is quite possibly the most garish necklace ever conceived. George has perpetually vowed to have the stones reset for me, yet it never seems to happen. She departed. 30 minutes later, the 3 of us had gathered in the grand drawing-room, awaiting our hostess. The dinner hour had already passed by several minutes. Abruptly, there was a soft swish of fabric, and Lady Yardley materialized in the doorway, a luminous vision in a floor-length gown of shimmering white. A torrent of fiery light cascaded around her throat. She paused, one hand lightly touching the jewels. "Behold the sacrificial offering," she announced with forced cheer, her earlier irritation seemingly vanished. "Allow me to illuminate the main fixture, and you can all feast your eyes upon what is arguably England's most hideous necklace." The light switches were positioned just outside the door. As she reached for them, the unthinkable occurred. Without a sound, every light was instantly snuffed out. The door slammed shut, and from the corridor beyond came a prolonged, piercing shriek.
"My God!"
Lord Yardley shouted.
"That was Maud! What's happened?"
We blundered toward the door in the utter blackness, colliding with one another in our panic. It took us several frantic minutes to locate the handle. The scene that greeted us was chilling. Lady Yardley lay unconscious on the cold marble floor, a vivid red mark on her pale throat, where the necklace had been violently ripped away. As we knelt beside her, momentarily unsure if she was alive, her eyelids fluttered open. "The Chinaman," she gasped with evident pain. "The Chinaman," he went through the side door. Lord Yardley leapt to his feet with a curse. I followed, my heart hammering wildly. The Chinaman again. The mentioned side door was a small, discreet entrance set into an angle of the wall, barely a dozen yards from where the attack occurred. As we reached it, I let out an exclamation. There, just before the threshold, lay the glittering necklace, clearly dropped by the thief in his frantic escape. I bent down eagerly to retrieve it, only to utter a second cry, which Lord Yardley echoed, for set within the centre of the piece was a vast, empty space. The Star of the East was gone. "This confirms it," I whispered, the realization dawning. These were no common burglars. They wanted only that single stone. But how did the blighter get inside? Through this very door, but it's always kept locked. I shook my head. "It isn't locked now, look." As I spoke, I pulled the door open. Something fluttered to the ground as I did so. I picked it up. It was a fragment of silk, and the intricate pattern was unmistakable. It had been torn from a traditional Chinese robe. It caught in the door as he fled in his haste, I reasoned. "Come on, we must hurry. He can't have gotten far." Yet our frantic search of the grounds proved futile. In the enveloping darkness of the night, the thief had found it all too easy to vanish. We returned, disheartened, and Lord Yardley immediately dispatched a footman at a run to summon the police. Meanwhile, Lady Yardley, having been deftly attended to by Poirot, who possesses a surprising, almost feminine skill in such matters, had recovered enough to recount her ordeal. "I was just about to switch on the other bank of lights," she explained, a tremor in her voice, when a man lunged at me from behind. He tore the necklace from my neck with such brutal force that I was thrown headlong to the floor. As I fell, I saw him vanish through the side door. I recognized the pigtail and the embroidered robe. He was undoubtedly a Chinaman. She stopped, shuddering. At that moment, the butler reappeared, speaking quietly to Lord Yardley. "A gentleman from Mr. Hofburg's firm, my lord." "Lord Yardley's butler, Mullings," announced the visitor. "He says you're expecting him, my lord." "Good heavens," the nobleman exclaimed, his composure shattered. "I suppose I must see him." "Not in here, Mullings. Show him into the library." I took Poirot by the arm and guided him to a quiet corner. "My dear fellow, perhaps a strategic retreat to London is in order." "Why do you suggest this, Hastings?" he inquired, his head tilting. "Well," I began, choosing my words with care, "the situation has not unfolded as one might have hoped. You assured Lord Yardley that placing his trust in your hands would secure the diamond, and yet it has disappeared practically from under our noses." "True," Poirot admitted, his demeanor somewhat deflated. "It was not, perhaps, my most resplendent success." His choice of phrasing nearly made me laugh, but I remained firm. "So, having forgive the bluntness, rather botched the affair, wouldn't a swift and graceful exit be the most polite course?" "And the dinner?" Poirot's eyes widened in horror. "The undoubtedly superb dinner Lord Yardley's chef has prepared. To abandon it is a crime against gastronomy." "Oh, forget the dinner," I said, my impatience growing. "There is a more pressing reason for a hasty return to London." "What is that, my friend?" "The other diamond," I whispered. "Miss Marvell's." "Well, and what of it?" "Don't you see?" I was annoyed by his uncharacteristic slowness. Where was his famous intellect? "They've secured one. Now they will undoubtedly pursue the other."
"Ah!"
Poirot cried, taking a step back and looking at me with newfound respect. Your mind, it functions splendidly. For a moment, I had not considered that angle. But there is ample time. The night of the full moon is not until Friday. I shook my head, unconvinced. His lunar theory held no weight with me. I eventually persuaded him, and we departed at once, leaving a note of explanation and apology for our host. My plan was to go directly to the magnificent hotel and inform Miss Marvell of the events, but Poirot firmly vetoed the idea, insisting the morning would be soon enough. I relented, though, with poor grace. The next morning, Poirot was strangely reluctant to leave our rooms. I began to suspect that, having stumbled at the outset, he was now singularly unwilling to continue with the case. In response to my urgings, he pointed out with infuriating logic that the details of the Yardley Chase affair were already in the morning papers, so the Rolfes would know as much as we could tell them. I yielded, my sense of foreboding growing. My anxieties were proven correct around 2 o'clock when the telephone rang. Poirot answered, after listening for a moment. He replied with a brief, "Very well, I shall be there," and hung up. He turned to me, an odd mixture of sheepishness and excitement on his face. "What do you think, my friend? Miss Marvell's diamond has been stolen." "What?" I cried, leaping to my feet. "And what of your precious full-of-the-moon theory now?" Poirot's head drooped slightly. "When did this happen? This morning, I understand." I could not help a grim shake of my head. "If only you had listened. You see, I was correct, so it would appear, mon ami." Poirot conceded cautiously. "They say appearances can be deceptive, but in this instance they certainly seem to support your view." As we sped towards the Magnificent in a taxi, I pieced together the scheme's true cleverness. That full-of-the-moon idea was a brilliant distraction. The entire point was to make us focus on Friday, leaving us off our guard before then. A pity you didn't realize it. "But one cannot think of everything," Poirot said with a recovered air of nonchalance, though I sensed his brief embarrassment. I felt a pang of sympathy for him. He detested any failure. "Cheer up," I offered. "Better luck next time." At the Magnificent, we were shown immediately into the manager's office. Gregory Rolfe was there with 2 detectives from Scotland Yard. A nervous, pale-faced clerk sat across from them. Rolfe gave us a curt nod as we entered. "We're getting to the bottom of it," he said. "But it's almost unbelievable. I can't fathom the nerve of the fellow." A very few minutes were all it took to lay out the stark facts for us. Mr. Rolfe left the hotel at 11:15. By 11:30, a man who looked enough like him to be convincing walked in and asked for the jewel case from the safe. He signed the receipt without fuss, casually mentioning, "My signature looks a little off today." I banged my hand getting out of a cab. The clerk just smiled and said he could hardly tell the difference. With a laugh, Rolfe added, "Let's hope you don't report me as an imposter this time. I've been getting these odd letters from someone claiming to be a Chinese gentleman, and the funny part is, people say I have a bit of an Eastern look around the eyes." The clerk, recounting the story to us, nodded. I glanced at him then, and I saw what he meant. The corners of his eyes did tilt upward, almost like an Oriental's. I'd never picked up on it before.
Darn it all.
Gregory Rolfe boomed, leaning in suddenly. "Do you see it now?" The man looked up, startled. "No, sir," he admitted. "I honestly don't." And it was true. The eyes that met ours were a straightforward brown, with nothing remotely Asian about them. The Scotland Yard inspector gave a grunt. Bold move. He figured the eyes might get noticed, so he addressed it head-on to throw off any suspicion. "He must have watched you leave, sir, and slipped in the moment you were clear." "What happened to the case?" I asked. "It was found in a hotel corridor," the clerk said. "Only one item was missing, the Western Star. We exchanged glances. The whole affair felt strange and almost theatrical." Poirot sprang to his feet. "I fear I have not been of great assistance," he said with a touch of regret. "Might I be permitted to see Madame?" "I expect she's resting after the shock," Rolfe explained. "Then perhaps I might have a word with you in private, monsieur." "Of course." About 5 minutes later, Poirot rejoined me. "Now, my friend," he announced cheerfully, "to the post office. I must send a telegram." "To whom?" "Lord Yardley." He cut off further questions by taking my arm. Come, I know you are disappointed in my performance. Had you been in my place, you might have shone. Very well, I admit it. Let us put this behind us and find some lunch." It was nearly 4 o'clock when we returned to Poirot's rooms. A figure rose from a chair by the window, Lord Yardley himself, looking weary and anxious. "I came as soon as I got your wire. Listen, I went straight to Hofberg's, and they swear they know nothing about that agent last night, or any telegram, do you think? Poirot raised a hand. My apologies, I sent that wire, and I hired the gentleman in question. You. But why? What on earth? The nobleman was nearly speechless. It was a small stratagem to accelerate matters, Poirot explained calmly. Accelerate matters? Good heavens! Cried Lord Yardley. And the ruse succeeded, Poirot said brightly. Therefore, my lord, I have the pleasure of returning to you this. With a flourish he produced a shimmering stone. It was a magnificent diamond, the star of the East, Lord Yardley gasped. But I don't follow. No, said Poirot, it is of no consequence. Believe me, it was necessary for the diamond to be stolen. I gave you my word it would be kept safe, and I have honored that promise. You must allow me to keep my methods to myself. Please convey my sincere regards to Lady Yardley, and tell her how delighted I am to restore her jewel. Lovely weather we are having, is it not? Good day, my lord. Still smiling and chatting, the remarkable little man saw the bewildered lord to the door. He returned, gently rubbing his hands together. Poirot, I said, have I lost my mind? No, my friend, but you are, as usual, wandering in a mental fog. How did you recover the diamond? From Mr. Rolfe. Rolfe? But of course the warning letters, the mysterious Chinaman, the peace in society gossip, all products of Mr. Rolfe's inventive mind. The two diamonds, supposedly perfect twins. Nonsense. They never existed. There was only ever one diamond, my friend. The diamond had been part of the Yardley collection, but for the past 3 years it was actually in the possession of Mr. Rolfe. He managed to steal it again this morning, using a bit of grease paint at the corners of his eyes to alter his appearance. I must see his film performance. The man is a true artist. I was still confused. But why would he steal his own diamond, I asked. There are several reasons, Poirot explained. First, Lady Yardley was becoming anxious. You understand? She was often alone in California while her husband entertained himself elsewhere. Mr. Rolfe is handsome and carries an air of romance, but underneath he is very business-minded. He courted Lady Yardley and then blackmailed her. I confronted her with the truth recently, and she admitted it. She insisted she had only been careless, and I believe her. However, Rolfe possessed letters from her that could be misinterpreted. Fearing a scandalous divorce and separation from her children, she agreed to his demands. With no money of her own, she allowed him to swap the real diamond for a paste copy. The timing of the Western Star appearing immediately caught my attention. Everything seemed fine until Lord Yardley decided to settle down. Then the threat of the diamond being sold emerged. The substitution would be discovered. She undoubtedly wrote to Gregory Rolfe in a panic, who had just arrived in England. He calmed her by promising to handle everything, planning a double theft. This would keep the lady quiet, as she might otherwise confess to her husband, which wouldn't suit our blackmailer at all. He would collect $50,000 in insurance, a detail you overlooked, and still retain the diamond. That's when I stepped in. When a diamond expert was announced, Lady Yardley, as I expected, arranged a robbery and executed it quite convincingly. But Hercule Poirot sees only facts. What really happened? She turned off the light, slammed the door, tossed the necklace down the hallway, and screamed. She had already removed the diamond with pliers upstairs. But we saw the necklace around her neck, I protested. My apologies, my friend. Her hand covered the section where the gap would have been visible. Placing a piece of silk in the door beforehand was simple. Of course, as soon as Rolfe heard about the robbery, he staged his own little act, and he performed it superbly. What did you say to him? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. I told him Lady Yardley had confessed everything to her husband, that I was authorized to recover the jewel, and that if it wasn't returned immediately, legal action would follow. I added a few other persuasive falsehoods. He was completely compliant. I considered the situation. It seems rather unfair to Mary Marvel. She lost her diamond through no fault of her own. Nonsense, Poirot said bluntly. She gained tremendous publicity. That's all she cares about. The other woman is different, a good mother, very much a lady. Perhaps, I said hesitantly, not entirely sharing Poirot's perspective on women. I suppose it was Rolfe who sent her the duplicate letters. Not at all, Poirot replied briskly. She came seeking my help on Mary Cavendish's advice regarding her predicament. Then she learned that Mary Marvell, whom she knew as an adversary, had been here, and she changed her mind, seizing on a pretext you offered, my friend. A few questions revealed that you mentioned the letters to her, not the other way around. She eagerly took the opportunity your words provided. I don't believe that, I retorted, feeling insulted. Yes, my friend. It's unfortunate you don't study psychology. She claimed the letters were destroyed. Oh, please, a woman rarely destroys a letter if she can help it. Not even when it would be wiser to do so. It's all very well for you to say, I said, my irritation growing. But you've made me look like a complete fool from start to finish. It was simply too much. Trying to justify it all later doesn't change a thing. There truly is a line one shouldn't cross. But you were having such a splendid time, my friend. I couldn't bear to ruin your fun. That's not good enough. This time, you've overdone it. Good heavens, you are working yourself into a state over nothing. I've had enough. I stormed out, the door slamming behind me. Poirot had turned me into a complete joke. I was determined to teach him a proper lesson. He would have to wait a good while for my forgiveness. He had practically handed me the tools to make a spectacular fool of myself. Some days later, after a brief trip out of town, I returned to find Poirot fastening his small suitcase. Excellent timing, Hastings. I was concerned you might not be back in time to join me. We have a new case, then? Indeed, though I must confess it does not appear particularly promising at first glance. The Northern Union Insurance Company has requested I look into the death of a Mr. Maltravers. Just a few weeks ago, he took out a life insurance policy with them for the considerable sum of $50,000. Really? I asked. My interest immediately piqued. Naturally, the policy contained the standard suicide clause. Should he take his own life within the year, all premiums would be forfeited. Mr. Maltravers was examined by the company's own physician, and though a man somewhat past his prime, was declared to be in perfectly sound health. Yet, this past Wednesday, his body was discovered on the grounds of his Essex estate, Marsden Manor. The stated cause was a severe internal hemorrhage. That alone might not raise an eyebrow, but troubling whispers about Mr. Maltravers' finances have been circulating. The Northern Union has confirmed, beyond any doubt, that the gentleman was on the very brink of bankruptcy. This, of course, changes everything. Maltravers had a lovely young wife, and the theory is that he gathered all his available cash to pay the premiums on a policy for her benefit, then ended his own life. Such a scheme is, regrettably, not unheard of. In any event, my acquaintance Alfred Wright, a director at the Northern Union, has asked me to examine the facts. As I told him, I am not overly optimistic. Had the cause been heart failure, I might be more hopeful. One can often translate heart failure as a local doctor's inability to determine the true cause of death. But a hemorrhage seems rather definitive. Still, we must make the necessary inquiries. You have 5 minutes to pack a bag, Hastings, and then we will take a taxi to the station. Roughly an hour later, we stepped onto the platform at the little station of Marsden Lee from a Great Eastern train. A quick inquiry informed us that Marsden Manor was about a mile away. Poirot elected to walk, and we set off down the main street. It was a crisp afternoon, and the quiet, leafy lane felt a world away from London's bustle, though the gravity of our task hung in the air. What is our strategy? I asked. First, I shall pay a visit to the doctor. I have learnt there is only one in Marsden Lee, a Dr. Ralph Bernard. Ah, and here we are at his residence. The house was a comfortable, slightly larger cottage set back from the road. A polished brass plate on the gate bore the doctor's name. We walked up the path and rang the bell. Our timing was fortunate. It was his consulting hour, and for the moment he had no patients waiting. Dr. Bernard was an elderly man with a stooped, high-shouldered posture and a pleasantly absent-minded demeanour. Poirot introduced us and outlined the purpose of our visit, noting that insurance companies were obliged to investigate such matters thoroughly. Yes, of course, said Dr. Bernard vaguely. I suppose, being a man of wealth, his life was insured for a significant amount. You considered him a wealthy man, Doctor? The doctor looked faintly surprised by the question. He wasn't. He maintained 2 automobiles, you understand, and Marsden Manor is a substantial property to manage, even though I heard he acquired it for a very modest sum. I have heard he suffered significant financial setbacks recently, Poirot remarked, observing the doctor closely. The doctor simply gave a sorrowful shake of his head. Is that so? Well, it is fortunate for his wife that this life insurance policy exists. She is a most lovely and graceful young woman, yet she is utterly shattered by this tragedy. A bundle of raw nerves, the poor dear. I have done my best to shield her from the worst of it, but a shock of this magnitude is simply unavoidable. Had you been Mr. Maltravers's physician in recent times? My good sir, I never treated him. Really? My understanding is that Mr. Maltravers was a Christian Scientist or subscribed to some similar belief. But you did examine the body.
Naturally. One of the junior gardeners summoned me, and the cause of death was apparent.
Absolutely. There was some blood on his lips, though the majority of the bleeding was undoubtedly internal. Was he still at the location where he was discovered? Yes, the body had not been moved. He was lying near a small grove of trees. He had apparently been out shooting rooks. A small rifle for that purpose was beside him. The hemorrhage must have been terribly sudden. A gastric ulcer without question. There is no possibility he was shot, I presume. My dear sir. I beg your pardon, said Poirot with humility. But, if my memory serves, in a recent murder case, the attending physician first declared a verdict of heart failure, only to revise it when a local police officer observed a bullet wound in the head. You will find no bullet wounds on Mr. Maltravers, Dr. Bernard stated flatly. Now, gentlemen, if there is nothing more. We accepted the dismissal. Good morning, and thank you for your time, Doctor. One final point. You saw no reason for a post-mortem examination. Certainly not. The doctor grew quite flushed. The cause of death was perfectly clear. In my profession, we see no purpose in inflicting unnecessary distress upon a patient's family. With that, the doctor rather pointedly closed the door. So, what is your impression of Dr. Bernard Hastings? Poirot inquired as we continued toward the manor. Rather an old fool? Precisely. Your assessments of character are always so insightful, my friend. I looked at him warily, but he appeared entirely earnest. A sly glint entered his eye, and he added, That is, of course, when a beautiful woman is not involved. I met his remark with a cool stare. Upon reaching the manor, the door was answered by a middle-aged housemaid. Poirot presented his card, and a letter from the insurance company addressed to Mrs. Maltravers. She ushered us into a modest morning room and went to inform her mistress. After a wait of about 10 minutes, the door opened to reveal a slender figure dressed in mourning. Monsieur Poirot, she whispered.
Madame.
Poirot leapt to his feet with gallant haste and went to her. I cannot express how much I regret intruding upon your grief, but business, alas, shows no mercy. He guided Mrs. Maltravers to a chair. Her eyes were red from weeping, though this temporary distress could not mask her remarkable beauty. She was perhaps 27 or 28, very fair, with large blue eyes and a delicately shaped mouth. This is about my husband's insurance, isn't it? But must I be troubled with this now, so soon after? Take heart, dear madame. You see, your late husband insured his life for a considerable amount. In such cases, the company is obliged to verify certain details. They have authorized me to act on their behalf. I assure you I will do everything possible to make this as painless for you as I can. Could you briefly recount the sad events of Wednesday? I was dressing for tea when my maid came to me. One of the gardeners had just rushed to the house. He had found... Her voice faded away. Poirot gave her hand a sympathetic squeeze. I understand. That will do. You saw your husband earlier in the day. Not since lunch. I walked to the village for stamps, and I believe he was out in the grounds. Shooting rooks, was he? Yes, he usually took his small rook rifle. I heard a couple of shots in the distance. Where is that rifle now? In the hall, I think? She led us out and handed the weapon to Poirot, who gave it a brief inspection. 2 shots fired, I see, he noted, returning it. And now, madame, if I might see. He paused tactfully. The maid will show you, she murmured, turning away. The parlour-maid escorted Poirot upstairs, while I stayed with the beautiful, grieving woman. Unsure whether to speak or stay quiet, I offered a few general remarks to which she replied distractedly. Poirot rejoined us shortly. Thank you for your cooperation, madame. I doubt this matter will trouble you further. Incidentally, were you aware of your husband's financial situation? She shook her head. Not at all. I'm quite hopeless with business matters. I see. Then you cannot explain why he suddenly decided to insure his life. I understand he had not done so before. We had only been married just over a year. As for the insurance, he was utterly convinced he would not live long. He had a powerful premonition of his own death. I believe he'd already suffered one hemorrhage and knew another would be fatal. I tried to ease his dark fears, but it was no use, and he was, unfortunately, quite correct. With tears in her eyes, she bid us a composed goodbye. As we walked down the drive, Poirot made one of his expressive gestures. Well, that is that. Back to London, my friend. There seems to be no mouse in this mouse hole, and yet... Yet what? A minor inconsistency, nothing more. Did you notice it? No. Still, life is full of them, and the man certainly could not have killed himself. No poison would fill his mouth with blood. I must accept that everything here is straightforward. But who is this? A tall young man was striding up the drive toward us. He passed without acknowledgement, but I observed he was handsome, with a lean, sun-bronzed face that spoke of tropical climates. A gardener raking leaves had paused, and Poirot hurried over. "Tell me, please, who is that gentleman? Do you know him?" "I don't recall his name, sir, though I heard it. He stayed here one night last week. Tuesday, it was. Quick, my friend, let us follow him." We hurried up the drive after the retreating figure. Spotting a black-robed form on the side terrace, our quarry changed direction and we followed, witnessing the encounter. Mrs. Maltravers nearly staggered, her face visibly paling. "You," she gasped. "I thought you were at sea on your way to East Africa." "I received news from my lawyers that delayed me," the young man explained. "An old uncle in Scotland died unexpectedly and left me some money. Under the circumstances, I cancelled my passage. Then I saw the sad news in the paper and came down to see if I could help. You might need someone to handle affairs for a while." They then noticed our presence. Poirot stepped forward, apologizing profusely for having left his stick in the hall. Reluctantly, it seemed to me, Mrs. Maltravers made the introduction. "Monsieur Poirot, Captain Black." A brief conversation followed, during which Poirot learned that Captain Black was staying at the Anchor Inn, since the missing walking stick had not been found, which was hardly a shock. Poirot offered further apologies, and we made our exit. We hurried back to the village, and Poirot went straight to the Anchor Inn. "We shall wait here until our friend the captain returns," he explained. "You observed that I stressed we were catching the first train back to London. Perhaps you believed I meant it. But no. Did you notice Mrs. Maltravers' expression when she saw this young Mr. Black? She was visibly startled, and he seemed quite attentive, wouldn't you agree? He was here on Tuesday evening, the night before Mr. Maltravers died. We must look into Captain Black's activities, Hastings. In roughly half an hour we spotted our man approaching the inn. Poirot went out, greeted him, and soon brought him up to the room we had taken. "I have explained to Captain Black the reason for our visit," Poirot said. "You understand, Captain, that I wish to learn of Mr. Maltravers' state of mind just prior to his passing, yet I do not want to upset Mrs. Maltravers by asking her painful questions directly. You were here shortly before the event and can provide equally useful insight. I'll certainly help any way I can," the young soldier replied, "but I'm afraid I didn't notice anything unusual. You see, although Maltravers was an old family friend, I didn't know him personally all that well. When did you arrive?" "Tuesday afternoon. I left for town early Wednesday morning, as my ship was scheduled to depart from Tilbury around noon. But some news I received caused me to change my plans, as I expect you heard me mention to Mrs. Maltravers." "You were returning to East Africa, I believe?" "Yes. I've been out there since the war. A wonderful country, quite." "Now, what was discussed at dinner Tuesday night?" "Oh, the usual variety of subjects. Maltravers asked after my family, then we talked about German reparations. After that, Mrs. Maltravers asked several questions about East Africa, and I shared a couple of stories. That's about all, I think." "Thank you." Poirot was quiet a moment, then said gently, "With your permission, I should like to conduct a small experiment. You have told us what your conscious mind recalls. I now wish to question your subconscious." "Psychoanalysis, eh?" said Black, looking uneasy. "Oh, no," Poirot reassured him. "It is quite simple. I say a word, you reply with the first word that comes to you, and so on. Shall we begin?" "Very well," said Black slowly, though he still appeared uncomfortable. "Please write down the words, Hastings," Poirot instructed. He then drew his large, round-faced watch from his pocket and set it on the table beside him. "We will start day." After a brief pause, Black answered, "Night." As Poirot continued, the replies came faster. "Name, place, Bernard, Shaw, Tuesday, dinner, journey, ship, country, Uganda, story, lions, rook, rifle, farm, shot, suicide, elephant, tusks, money, lawyers. Thank you, Captain Black. Could you spare me another few minutes in about half an hour?"
Certainly.
The young soldier gave him a curious look, wiped his brow, and rose to leave. Once the door closed, Poirot smiled at me. "And now, Hastings, you see everything, do you not? I'm not sure I follow. Does that list of words tell you nothing?" I studied it but had to shake my head. "Let me assist." "To begin," Black answered, within normal time, without noticeable pauses, so we may assume he himself conceals no guilty knowledge. Day to night and place to name are ordinary associations. I started with Bernard, which might have brought the local doctor to mind had he encountered him. Clearly he had not. Following our earlier discussion, he paired dinner with my Tuesday while journey and country drew the replies ship and Uganda. This plainly indicated his overseas travels held significance, not the trip that brought him here. Story reminded him of one of the lion tales shared over the meal. I moved to Rook Rifle, and his response was the utterly surprising farm. Upon my saying shot, he immediately answered suicide. The connection appeared evident. Someone he knew had used a rook rifle to take his own life on a farm. Keep in mind his thoughts were still circling those dinner stories, and I believe you'll concur I am likely correct in remembering Captain Black and requesting he recount the specific suicide story he shared at the table on Tuesday evening. Black was quite direct about it. Yes, now that you mention it, I did tell them that story. A fellow shot himself on a farm out there. Used a rook rifle right through the roof of his mouth, bullets stuck in his brain. The doctors were utterly baffled. There was nothing to see but a bit of blood on his lips. But why? What does it have to do with Mr. Maltravers? You were unaware, I gather, that he was discovered with a rook rifle beside him. You mean my story gave him the idea? Oh, that's terrible. Do not upset yourself. It would have happened one way or another. Now I must telephone London. Poirot had a long conversation over the wire and returned looking pensive. He went out alone that afternoon, and it was nearly 7 o'clock before he stated he could delay no longer and must deliver the news to the young widow. My heart went out to her completely. To be left with nothing, knowing her husband had ended his life to secure her future, was a crushing weight for anyone to carry. I privately nursed a hope, though, that young Black might later offer her comfort once her initial grief eased. His admiration for her was obvious. Our meeting with the lady was distressing. She fiercely rejected the facts Poirot presented, and when finally convinced, she collapsed into wrenching sobs. A subsequent examination of the body confirmed our suspicions. Poirot felt deeply for the poor woman, but he was, after all, engaged by the insurance company. What else could he do? As he made to leave, he said softly to Mrs. Maltravers, "Madame, you of all people should understand that there are no dead." "What do you mean?" she stammered, her eyes widening. "You don't actually believe in spiritualism, do you?" "Madame, I have witnessed some very odd occurrences. You are aware the village claims this house is haunted." She nodded just as the maid announced dinner was served. "Will you stay and have something to eat?" We accepted with thanks, feeling our presence might offer her a slight distraction from her sorrow. We had barely finished our soup when a scream echoed outside the door, followed by the crash of breaking dishes. We sprang up. The maid appeared, a hand pressed to her chest. It was a man standing in the hallway. Poirot hurried out and came back swiftly. "There is no one there."
"Really, sir?"
the maid said faintly. Oh, it gave me such a fright. But why? She lowered her voice to a whisper. I thought it was the master. It looked like him. I saw Mrs. Maltravers give a terrified jerk, and my mind leaped to the old belief that a suicide finds no peace. She was thinking the same thing, I'm certain. For a moment later, she clutched Poirot's arm with a shriek. "Did you hear that? Those 3 taps on the window?" That was how he always signaled when he walked around the house. "It's the ivy," I insisted. "Just the ivy brushing the glass." Yet a creeping dread was beginning to take hold of everyone in the room. The maid was visibly shaken, and after dinner Mrs. Maltravers pleaded with Poirot to stay. She was plainly terrified of being left alone. We settled in the small morning room as the wind began to howl outside, creating an unsettling moan around the house. Twice the door to the room unlatched itself and slowly swung inward. Each time she clutched my arm with a frightened gasp. "This door! It is haunted!" Poirot exclaimed in frustration. He rose and shut it firmly, then turned the key in the lock. "I shall lock it so. Please don't," she whispered, her voice trembling. "If it were to open now," and as she spoke, the impossible occurred. The locked door slowly began to swing open once more. From my seat, I couldn't see into the hallway, but both she and Poirot were facing it directly. She let out a piercing shriek and turned to him. "You saw him, standing right there in the passage?" she cried. Poirot stared at her, his expression one of pure bewilderment, then shook his head. "I saw my husband. You must have seen him too." "Madame, I saw nothing. You are understandably overwrought. I am perfectly well. Oh God, Without warning, the lights flickered and died. 3 loud, deliberate knocks echoed from the darkness. I could hear Mrs. Maltravers whimpering. And then I saw him. The same man I had seen on the bed upstairs now stood before us, illuminated by a faint, ghostly glow. Blood stained his lips, and he extended his right hand, pointing directly at us. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot from his outstretched finger. It swept over Poirot and me before settling squarely on Mrs. Maltravers. I saw her face, white with terror, and then I saw something else. "My God, Poirot!" I shouted. "Look at her hand, her right hand. It's covered in red." Her own gaze dropped to it, and she crumpled to the floor in a heap. "Blood," she sobbed hysterically. "Yes, it's blood. I killed him. I did it. He was showing me the gun, and then I placed my finger on the trigger and pressed. Save me from him. Save me. He's come back for me." Her voice faded into a choked gurgle. "Lights, please," said Poirot briskly. As if by magic, the lights came back on. "There we are," he continued. "You heard her confession, Hastings. And you, Mr. Everett." He gestured to a man who had entered the room. "Ah, allow me to introduce Mr. Everett, a rather accomplished member of the theatrical profession. I telephoned him this afternoon. His makeup is convincing, is it not? Quite the likeness of the deceased. With a pocket torch and some strategic phosphorescence, he created the desired spectral effect. I wouldn't touch her right hand if I were you, Hastings. Red paint stains so terribly. When the lights went out, I made sure to clasp it. By the way, we mustn't miss our train. Inspector Japp is waiting just outside the window. A dreadful night for it, though. He's passed the time by tapping on the pane occasionally." As we hurried through the wind and rain, Poirot continued his explanation. "You see, Hastings, there were inconsistencies. The doctor seemed to believe the deceased was a Christian Scientist. Who else could have given him that impression? But Mrs. Maltravers? Yet to us she portrayed her husband as being in a state of grave anxiety about his health. Then, why was she so utterly shocked by young Black's reappearance? And finally, while convention demands a widow make a decent show of mourning, I do not care for such heavily rouged eyelids." "You did not notice them, Hastings?" "No. As I always say, you observe nothing." Well, there it was. 2 possibilities presented themselves. Did Black's story of an ingenious suicide method inspire Mr. Maltravers, or did his other listener, the wife, see an equally ingenious method for murder? I leaned toward the latter. To shoot himself in the manner described, he would likely have needed to use his toe to pull the trigger. If Maltravers had been found with one boot missing, we certainly would have heard about such a peculiar detail. No, as I reasoned, this pointed to murder, not suicide. Yet I realize I lacked even a shadow of proof for my theory. The entire performance tonight was necessary to coax the truth into the light. So that explains the little performance you witnessed earlier this evening. I shook my head, still piecing it together. I'm not sure I follow every step. Let's go back to the start. We have a cunning woman, aware her husband is financially ruined and weary of the older man she married for his fortune. She persuades him to take out a substantial life insurance policy, then looks for a way to carry out her plan. An accident provides the opportunity, the young soldier's peculiar tale. The following afternoon, believing the captain is already at sea, she walks the grounds with her husband. "What an odd story that was last night," she remarks. "Could someone really shoot himself like that? Show me how it would work." The poor, vain fool, he demonstrates. He puts the rifle barrel to his mouth. She bends down, places her finger on the trigger, and smiles up at him playfully. "Now then, sir," she says with mock seriousness, "what if I were to pull this?" Poirot leaned forward, his voice dropping. And then Hastings. She does. The adventure of the cheap flat. In the investigations I have shared so far, Poirot usually began with a central crime, a murder or theft, and worked backward through logic until the solution became clear. What I am about to relate unfolded very differently. A curious sequence of ordinary events first caught his attention, and these seemingly minor incidents gradually revealed a darker and far more unusual story. I had passed the evening at the home of my old friend Gerald Parker. Besides our host and myself, perhaps 6 others were present. As was inevitable whenever Parker held court, the conversation soon turned to the trials of finding a place to live in London. Flats and houses were Parker's passion. Since the war ended, he had moved through at least 6 different apartments and maisonettes. No sooner was he settled somewhere than he'd stumble upon another possibility and promptly relocate, bags and all. His moves usually turned a small profit. He had a sharp eye for a deal, but it was the thrill of the hunt that drove him, not the money. We listened for a while with the respect beginners show an expert. Then the rest of us joined in, and the room filled with a chorus of voices and stories. Finally, the floor went to Mrs. Robinson, a delightful young bride who was there with her husband. I hadn't met them before. Robinson was a recent acquaintance of Parker's. "Speaking of flats," she began, "you'll never guess our luck, Mr. Parker. We've finally found one in Montague Mansions." Parker chuckled. "I've always said there are plenty of flats available if you're willing to pay." "But that's just it. We're not paying much at all. It's incredibly cheap. Only £80 a year." "Montague Mansions is just off Knightsbridge, isn't it?" Parker replied, skepticism creeping into his tone. "A handsome modern building. You're not talking about some shabby namesake tucked away in the slums? No, it's the Knightsbridge address? That's what makes it so unbelievable." "Unbelievable is right. It sounds like a small miracle. There must be a catch. A huge premium, I suppose." "No premium at all. No prem. Good heavens. Someone hold me up." Parker groaned in mock distress. "We do have to buy the furniture, though," Mrs. Robinson added. "Ah," Parker perked up. "I knew there was something." "For £50. And it's beautifully furnished." "I surrender," said Parker. "The current tenants must be philanthropists or lunatics." A faint worry line appeared on Mrs. Robinson's forehead. "It is strange, isn't it? You don't think the place could be haunted?" "Never heard of a haunted flat," Parker stated firmly. "No-o," Mrs. Robinson replied, though she still seemed uneasy. "But several things about it struck me as well, odd." "Such as?" I asked. Parker grinned. "Ah, our resident criminal expert takes an interest." "Unburden yourself to him, Mrs. Robinson. Hastings is a master at unraveling mysteries." I gave an embarrassed laugh, yet I wasn't entirely displeased with the role being handed to me. "Oh, it's not exactly a mystery, Captain Hastings," she began. "But when we visited the agents, Stosser and Paul, we hadn't tried them before because they only handle those expensive Mayfair apartments. We thought it couldn't hurt to look. Every listing they showed us was $400 or $500 a year, or demanded huge upfront fees. Just as we were leaving, the clerk mentioned they had one place for only £80. He warned us it was probably already taken, as it had been on their books for a while, and they'd sent so many people to see it. He said places like that get snapped up, but people are so inconsiderate about not informing the agency, so they keep sending folks out, which only leads to annoyance." Mrs. Robinson paused to catch her breath, then continued. "We thanked him and said we understood it was likely gone, but we'd take the order anyway, just in case. We went straight there in a taxi, because you never know. The apartment was on the second floor. As we waited for the elevator, my friend Elsie Ferguson, she's also looking for a place, came hurrying down the stairs. 'Ahead of you for once,' she said, 'but it's no use, it's already let.' That seemed to settle it. Yet, as my husband John pointed out, the price was so low we could afford to offer more, perhaps even a premium. It felt like a horrid thing to do, and I'm almost ashamed to admit it, but you know how desperate flat hunting can make you." I assured her I was well aware that in the brutal competition for housing, the baser instincts often win out, and the rule of dog eat dog tends to apply. "So we went up anyway," she said, "and would you believe it? The flat wasn't let at all. The maid showed us around, then we met the landlady, and everything was settled on the spot. Immediate possession, £50 for the furniture. We signed the agreement the next day, and we move in tomorrow." Mrs. Robinson concluded triumphantly. Parker then turned to me. "And what about Mrs. Ferguson? Let's hear your deductions, Hastings." "Elementary, my dear Watson," I quoted with a smile. "She went to the wrong apartment." "Oh, Captain Hastings, how clever, Mrs. Robinson cried admiringly. I rather wished Poirot had been there. Sometimes I feel he underestimates my abilities. The whole episode was rather amusing, and I presented it to Poirot the next morning as a mock puzzle. He seemed intrigued and questioned me closely about typical rental prices in various neighborhoods. "A curious story," he mused thoughtfully. "Excuse me, Hastings, I must take a short stroll." When he returned about an hour later, his eyes gleamed with a peculiar excitement. He laid his cane on the table and carefully brushed his hat before speaking. "It is fortunate, my friend, that we have no pressing cases at the moment. We can devote ourselves entirely to this new investigation." "What investigation are you talking about?" "The remarkable cheapness of your friend Mrs. Robinson's new apartment." "Poirot, you can't be serious." "I am perfectly serious. Consider this, the actual rent for those flats is £350. I have just confirmed this with the landlord's agents, yet this particular unit is being sublet for 80. Why? There must be something wrong with it. Perhaps it's haunted, as Mrs. Robinson joked. Poirot shook his head, dissatisfied. And then there is the curious incident of her friend declaring the flat was let, only for Mrs. Robinson to find it available. Most peculiar. But you must agree the other woman simply went to the wrong door. That's the only answer that makes sense. You might be right about that, Hastings, but the fact is plenty of other people were shown that flat, and despite the shockingly low rent, it was still available when Mrs. Robinson came along. Which proves there must be something wrong with the place. Yet Mrs. Robinson didn't seem to notice a thing. Strange, isn't it? Did she strike you as an honest person, Hastings? She was absolutely charming. Naturally, since her charm has robbed you of your ability to answer a simple question. Describe her to me, then. Well, she's quite tall, with fair skin and this truly remarkable head of auburn hair. Your weakness for auburn hair is well documented, Poirot murmured. Go on. Blue eyes, a lovely complexion, and I suppose that's all, I finished, rather awkwardly. What about her husband? Oh, he seems pleasant enough, perfectly ordinary. Dark or fair? I couldn't really say. Somewhere in the middle, with one of those faces that's instantly forgettable. Poirot gave a nod. Yes, the world is full of such average men. You, however, always apply more enthusiasm to your descriptions of women. What do we know of them? Is Parker a close friend? I believe they're recent acquaintances. But surely, Poirot, you can't possibly think. Poirot raised a hand. Gently, my friend. Did I say I thought anything? I merely observe it is a curious tale, and we have nothing to illuminate it, except perhaps the lady's name, eh? Hastings? Her name is Stella, I said, a bit stiffly. But I failed to see. Poirot cut me off with a rich, deep chuckle, clearly vastly amused by something. And Stella means a star, yes? How perfect. What on earth are you? And stars, they give light. There you are. Compose yourself, Hastings. Do not look so wounded. Come, we shall go to Montague Mansions and ask a few questions. I went with him, more than willing. The mansions were an attractive, well-kept building. A uniformed doorman was lounging in the entrance, and it was to him Poirot directed his inquiry. Excuse me, could you tell me if a Mr. and Mrs. Robinson live here? The doorman was a man of few words and a generally sour, suspicious demeanour. He barely glanced at us. Number 4, second floor. Thank you. Can you tell me how long they have resided here? 6 months. I stepped forward in astonishment, acutely aware of Poirot's mischievous grin. That's impossible, I exclaimed. You must be mistaken. 6 months. Are you certain? The lady is tall and fair with reddish gold hair. That's her, the Dorpiter said flatly. Moved in around Michaelmas, just 6 months ago. Having lost interest, he slowly retreated into the hallway. I followed Poirot back outside. Well then, Hastings, my friend asked slyly, are you still so convinced that delightful women always tell the truth? I offered no reply. Poirot had already turned into Brompton Road before I managed to ask his plan and our destination. To the rental agency, Hastings. I have a sudden great desire for a flat in Montague Mansions. If I'm not mistaken, several interesting developments will occur there soon. We were in luck. Apartment number 8 on the 4th floor was available, furnished for 10 guineas a week. Poirot promptly leased it for a month. Once back on the street, he waved away my objections. But I'm making money these days. Why should I not indulge a whim? By the way, Hastings, do you own a revolver? Yes, somewhere, I answered, feeling a slight thrill. Do you believe that you might need it? It is quite possible. I see the idea appeals to you. The dramatic and romantic always does. We moved into our temporary quarters the next day. The flat was comfortably furnished and occupied the same position in the building as the Robinsons', though 2 floors above. The day after we settled in was a Sunday. In the late afternoon, Poirot left the front door slightly open and called me over urgently as a loud thud echoed from the floors below. Look down over the railing. Are those your acquaintances? Take care they do not spot you. I leaned over the staircase to peer down. That's them, all right, I confirmed in a hushed, informal whisper. Excellent. Now we wait a little longer. Roughly 30 minutes later, a young woman dressed in vividly colourful attire stepped out. With a pleased sigh, Poirot crept quietly back into our apartment. That is it, after the master and the mistress. The maid departs. The residence should now be unoccupied. What is our plan? I inquired, feeling a touch of apprehension. Poirot had already hurried into the scullery and was tugging on the rope of the old coal lift. We shall make our descent following the method of the rubbish bins, he announced with cheerful enthusiasm. No one will notice us. The Sunday radio concert, the customary Sunday afternoon out, and finally the Sunday nap after the traditional English roast beef dinner. All these will suitably divert attention from the activities of Hercule Poirot. Come along, my friend. He stepped into the crude wooden box, and I followed him with some hesitation. Are we planning to break into the flat? I questioned doubtfully. Poirot's reply was not entirely comforting. Not in the exact sense today, he answered. We pulled on the rope and descended slowly until we reached the second floor. Poirot gave a soft exclamation of triumph upon seeing that the wooden door into the scullery was unlatched. You see? They never bolt these doors during daylight hours. And yet anyone could climb up or down, just as we have. At night? Yes, though not even always then. And it is against that eventuality we are going to make preparations. As he spoke, he produced a few tools from his pocket and immediately began working with deft skill. His aim was to adjust the bolt so it could be drawn back from within the lift itself. The task took only about 3 minutes. Then Poirot returned the tools to his pocket, and we made our way back up to our own rooms. On Monday, Poirot was absent the entire day, but upon his return that evening he dropped into his armchair with a satisfied sigh. Hastings, shall I relate to you a small history? A tale after your own taste, one that might remind you of your beloved cinema shows. Carry on, I said with a laugh. I assume it is a factual account and not one of your inventive fabrications. It is true enough. Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard will attest to its accuracy, as it came to my ears through his courteous assistance. Listen, Hastings. A little over 6 months ago, several significant naval plans were stolen from a United States government office. They detailed the positioning of key coastal defenses and would be extremely valuable to any foreign power, Japan, for instance. Suspicion fell upon a young clerk named Luigi Valdano, an Italian national employed there in a minor role, who vanished simultaneously with the documents. Whether Luigi Valdano was the thief or not, he was discovered 2 days later on the east side of New York City, shot dead. The papers were not on his person. Now, for some time prior, Luigi Valdano had been frequently seen in the company of a Miss Elsa Hart, a young concert singer who had recently begun performing and who resided with a brother in a Washington apartment. Little was known of Miss Elsa Hart's background, and she disappeared abruptly around the time of Valdano's death. There is considerable reason to believe she was in fact a skilled international agent who had performed much harmful work under various false names. While the American Secret Service did their utmost to trace her, they also maintained surveillance on certain seemingly unimportant Japanese gentlemen living in Washington. They felt quite sure that once Elsa Hart had sufficiently concealed her trail, she would make contact with these individuals. One of them departed suddenly for England a fortnight ago. Therefore, on the surface, it appears Elsa Hart is in England. Poirot paused, then added quietly, The official description for Elsa Hart is height 5'7", blue eyes, auburn hair, fair complexion, straight nose, no distinguishing marks.
Mrs. Robinson, I exclaimed. Well, there is a possibility at any rate,
Poirot corrected. Additionally, I have learned that a swarthy man, a foreigner of some sort, was asking about the occupants of number 4 just this morning. So, my friend, I fear you must sacrifice your rest tonight and join me for a vigil in the flat below, armed with your excellent revolver, of course. Absolutely, I cried with enthusiasm. When do we begin? The hour of midnight strikes me as both solemn and fitting. I doubt anything will happen before then. At precisely 12 o'clock, we carefully entered the coal lift and descended to the second floor. With Poirot's skill, the wooden door soon swung inward and we climbed into the apartment. Moving from the scullery into the kitchen, we settled comfortably into 2 chairs, leaving the door to the hall slightly open. Now, we have only to wait, Poirot said contentedly, closing his eyes. To me, the waiting felt endless. I was terrified of falling asleep. Just when it seemed I had been there for 8 hours, though I later discovered it was only 1 hour and 20 minutes, a faint scratching sound reached my ears. Poirot's hand touched mine. We rose together and moved cautiously toward the hall. The noise was coming from there. Poirot brought his lips close to my ear. Outside the front door, they are working on the lock. When I give the word, and not before, seize him from behind and hold him tight. Be careful, he will have a knife. Soon there was a tearing sound, and a small circle of light appeared through the door. It was quickly extinguished, and then the door slowly opened. Poirot and I pressed ourselves against the wall. I heard a man's breathing as he passed us. Then he switched on his torch, and as he did, Poirot hissed in my ear, "Now." We sprang into action together. Poirot swiftly enveloped the intruder's head with a light woolen scarf while I pinned his arms. The entire affair was quick and silent. I twisted a dagger from his hand, and as Poirot pulled the scarf down from his eyes while keeping it tightly wound around his mouth, I raised my revolver where he could see it, making clear that resistance was futile. When he stopped struggling, Poirot put his mouth close to the man's ear and began to whisper rapidly. After a minute, the man nodded. Then, with a gesture for silence, Poirot led the way out of the flat and down the stairs. Our captive followed, and I brought up the rear with the revolver. Once out on the street, Poirot turned to me. "There is a taxi waiting just around the corner. Give me the revolver. We will not need it now. But if this fellow tries to escape—" Poirot smiled. "He will not." I returned a minute later with the waiting taxi. The scarf had been unwound from the stranger's face, and I started in surprise. "He's not Japanese," I whispered to Poirot. "Observation was always your strong point, Hastings. Nothing escapes you." "No, the man is not Japanese. He is Italian." We got into the taxi, and Poirot gave the driver an address in St. John's Wood. By now, I was completely bewildered. I did not wish to ask Poirot where we were going in front of our captive, and struggled in vain to understand what was happening. We got out at the door of a small house set back from the road. A slightly drunk passer-by, returning home, staggered along the pavement and nearly collided with Poirot, who said something sharp to him that I did not catch. All three of us went up the steps of the house. Poirot rang the bell and motioned for us to stand aside. There was no response, so he rang the bell once more before grabbing the heavy knocker and hammering it insistently for a solid minute. A light flickered on above the transom, and the door was pulled open just a crack. "What on earth do you want?" a man's voice snapped from the darkness. "I need a doctor. My wife is very ill." "There's no doctor at this address." The man started to close the door, but Poirot cleverly wedged his foot in the gap. In an instant, he transformed into a perfect picture of an enraged Frenchman. "What is this nonsense? No doctor. I shall have the authorities here. You will come with me, or I will stand here knocking until sunrise."
Please, sir.
The door opened wider, revealing a man in a robe and slippers who stepped out nervously, glancing up and down the street. "I'll call the police if you don't leave." Poirot turned as if to march down the steps. "No, wait, for heaven's sake, don't do that." The man hurried after him. With a deft shove, Poirot sent him stumbling down the stairs. In moments, all three of us were inside, the door firmly shut and bolted behind us. "Quickly, in here!" Poirot guided us into the nearest room, flipping on the light. "And you behind the curtain." "Si, signori," the Italian replied, slipping swiftly behind the heavy rose-colored drapes that framed the window. It was not a second too soon. Just as he vanished, a woman burst into the room. She was tall, with fiery red hair, clutching a scarlet silk robe around her. "Where is my husband?" she demanded, her eyes darting anxiously. "Who are you people?" Poirot gave a slight bow. "Let us hope your husband does not catch cold." I noticed his slippers, and that his dressing gown appeared quite substantial. "What are you doing in my home?" "Admittedly, we have not been introduced, madame." "A pity, since one of our party has travelled all the way from New York specifically to see you." The curtains parted, and the Italian stepped forward. To my alarm, I saw he was holding my revolver, which Poirot must have carelessly left in the cab earlier. The woman let out a sharp scream and tried to run, but Poirot stood blocking the closed door. "Let me pass," she cried. "He's going to kill me." "Who was it that finished Luigi Valdano?" The Italian growled, waving the weapon and sweeping it across each of us. We froze, afraid to move. "Good heavens, Poirot, this is terrible. What do we do?" I exclaimed. "You will help me greatly by not speaking so much, Hastings. I can assure you our friend will not fire until I give the signal." "You sure about that, eh?" sneered the Italian, his expression ugly. I was far less certain, but the woman spun toward Poirot. "What is it you want?" Poirot inclined his head. I do not think I need to insult Miss Elsa Hart's intelligence by explaining. In one swift motion, the woman snatched up a large black velvet cat that served as a telephone cover. They're sewn into the lining. Clever, Poirot murmured with appreciation. He stepped aside from the door. Good evening, madame. I shall keep your friend from New York occupied while you make your exit. What a fool, bellowed the Italian. He raised the revolver and fired point-blank at the woman's fleeing back just as I threw myself at him. But the gun only clicked harmlessly, and Poirot's voice rose in gentle reproach. You never do trust your old friend Hastings. I do not approve of friends carrying loaded pistols, and I certainly would not allow a mere acquaintance to do so.
No, no, my friend,
he said to the Italian, who was cursing hoarsely. Poirot continued in that same mild, almost amused tone. Consider what I have done for you. I have saved you from the gallows, and do not imagine our lovely lady will get away. The house is watched, front and back. She will walk directly into the arms of the police. Is that not a comforting thought? You may go now, but be cautious, extremely cautious. He has left. My friend Hastings regards me with a look of disapproval. Yet the reasoning was perfectly straightforward. From the very beginning, it was evident that among the many hundreds likely applying for the flat at No. 4 Montague Mansions, only the Robinsons were deemed acceptable. Why? What set them apart so immediately? Their general look. Perhaps, but it was hardly remarkable, their surname then. But Robinson is an ordinary name, I protested. It's everywhere, precisely. That was the entire point. Elsa Hart and the man posing as her husband arrive from New York and secure a flat under the name Robinson. Suddenly they discover a secret society, the Mafia perhaps, or the Camorra, to which Luigi Valdano surely belonged, is hunting them. What is their plan? They devise a brilliantly simple ruse. Clearly they understood their pursuers did not know them by sight. So what could be easier? They advertise the flat at a ridiculously low rent. Among the countless young couples in London searching for a home, several Robinsons are bound to appear. It becomes merely a waiting game. Glance at the telephone directory under Robinson, and you will see a fair-haired Mrs. Robinson was practically guaranteed to turn up eventually. Then what occurs? The avenger arrives. He knows the name and the address. He strikes. The deed is done, vengeance is achieved, and Miss Elsa Hart slips away once more, narrowly escaping disaster. Incidentally, Hastings, you must introduce me to the genuine Mrs. Robinson, that charming and utterly sincere woman. Imagine their shock when they find their flat has been entered. We must return quickly. Listen, that sounds like Japp and his colleagues arriving now. A vigorous knocking echoed at the door. How did you discover this address? I asked, following Poirot into the hallway. Of course you had the first Mrs. Robinson followed when she left the other apartment. Well done, Hastings. Your little grey cells are finally in motion. Now for a small surprise for our friend Japp. Quietly sliding back the bolt, he pushed the cat's head around the doorframe and let out a sharp, startling meow. The Scotland Yard inspector, standing outside with another gentleman, jumped despite himself. Oh, it's just Monsieur Poirot and one of his childish pranks, he exclaimed as Poirot's own head followed the cat's. Let us in, monsieur. You have our suspects securely in custody? Yes, we've got them, but they didn't have the merchandise on them. I understand. So you have come to search. Well, I'm about to leave with Hastings, but I would like to offer you a brief discourse on the history and nature of the domestic cat. For heaven's sake, have you gone completely mad? The cat, Poirot announced grandly, was venerated by the ancient Egyptians. Even today it is considered a sign of good fortune should a black cat cross your path. Such a cat crossed your path tonight, Japp. Now, I am aware it is not considered polite in England to speak of the interior of any creature, but the interior of this cat is exceptionally fine. I refer, of course, to the lining. With a sudden understanding grunt, the second man took the cat from Poirot's hands. Ah, I neglected the introductions, said Japp. Monsieur Poirot, this is Mr. Burt of the United States Secret Service. The American's expert fingers quickly found what they sought. He extended his hand, momentarily speechless. Then, rising to the moment, he simply said, Pleased to meet you. The case of Hunter's Lodge was, it seemed, reaching its conclusion, after all. Poirot murmured quietly a short time later. It is possible I shall not die on this occasion. Coming from a patient still recovering from influenza, I took this remark as a welcome sign of returning optimism. I had been the first to fall ill with the disease. Poirot, in his turn, had succumbed afterward. Hercule Poirot was propped against a mountain of pillows, a thick woolen shawl wrapped around his head. He took a slow, deliberate sip from a cup of the most vile-smelling herbal tea I had ever been forced to brew. His gaze drifted with evident satisfaction to the mantelpiece, where a perfectly arranged line of medicine bottles stood like soldiers on parade. "Indeed, my friend," the little detective said, his voice gaining strength. "Soon I shall be restored. The great Hercule Poirot, the nemesis of the wicked, will return. Imagine, Hastings, I have earned a mention in the society columns. It says, 'Criminals, have your fun while you can.' The formidable Hercule Poirot, and trust us, ladies, he is every bit the hero. Our favorite society detective can't catch you." Why? Because he's caught the flu instead. I couldn't help but chuckle. "You're becoming quite the celebrity, Poirot. Luckily, you haven't missed any thrilling cases while you've been unwell." "That is a fact," he agreed. "The investigations I was obliged to refuse held no appeal for me." At that moment, our landlady peered into the room. "There's a gentleman below, quite insistent on seeing Monsieur Poirot or yourself, Captain. He seemed terribly distressed, but every inch a proper gentleman, so I took the liberty of bringing up his card." She handed me a small rectangle of stiff paper. "Mr. Roger Havering," I read aloud. With a nod from Poirot, I fetched Who's Who from the bookcase. He took the volume and skimmed the pages with his usual efficiency. "Second son of the 5th Baron Windsor, married in 1913 to Zoe, 4th daughter of William Crabbe." "Ah," I remarked. "I believe that's the actress from the Frivolity Theatre. She performed under the name Zoe Carisbrooke. I recall she married a man about town just before the war. Would it pique your interest, Hastings, to descend and discover the nature of our visitor's distress?" "Convey my profound apologies." Roger Havering was a man in his 40s, well-built and impeccably dressed, but his face was drawn with anxiety. "Captain Hastings? You are Monsieur Poirot's associate? I understand. It is absolutely essential that he accompany me to Derbyshire at once." "I'm terribly sorry, but that's impossible," I replied. "Poirot is in bed with influenza." His expression collapsed. "That is a devastating blow. The matter you wish to consult him on is serious, then?" "My God, yes. My uncle, my dearest friend in the world, was brutally murdered last night." "Here in London?" "No, in Derbyshire. I was in the city and received a telegram from my wife this morning. The moment I read it, I resolved to come here and implore Monsieur Poirot to take the case." "If you'll pardon me for a moment," I said, an idea striking me. I hurried back upstairs and laid out the situation for Poirot in a few quick sentences. He anticipated my next thought. "I comprehend. You wish to go in my stead, is that not so? Very well, why not? By now you're familiar with my techniques. I require only that you provide me with a full report each day and follow any instructions I telegraph to you without question." I readily agreed. Within the hour, I found myself in a first-class compartment on the Midland Railway, seated across from Mr. Havering as the countryside sped past the windows. "First, Captain Hastings, you should know that Hunter's Lodge, our destination and the scene of this tragedy, is merely a modest shooting lodge in the remote Derbyshire moors. Our primary residence is near Newmarket, and we typically lease a flat in London for the season. The lodge is maintained by a housekeeper who manages everything for our occasional weekends. Naturally, during the shooting season, we bring additional staff from Newmarket. For the past 3 years, my uncle, Mr. Harrington Pace, my mother was a Pace of New York, as you may know, has made his home with us. He never saw eye to eye with my father or my elder brother, and I suspect my own reputation as something of a spendthrift only endeared me to him further. Of course, I'm a man of modest means, while my uncle was a wealthy one, which is to say, he was the one footing the bills. Demanding as he could be in certain matters, he was not difficult to live with, and the three of us managed quite peacefully under the same roof. Just 2 days back, my uncle, feeling somewhat worn out from our recent social engagements in the city, proposed a short retreat to Derbyshire. My wife sent a wire to the housekeeper, Mrs. Middleton, and we left that very afternoon. Business compelled me to return to London yesterday evening, but my wife and uncle stayed behind. This morning I received this." He passed me the telegram. "Come at once. Stop Uncle Harrington murdered last night. Stop bring good detective if possible, but do come stop Zoe." "So you have no particulars yet?" I asked. "None. I expect it will be in the evening editions. The police are undoubtedly in control." It was nearing 3 in the afternoon when we reached the little station at Elmer's Dale. A 5-mile carriage ride through bleak countryside brought us to a small grey stone house standing alone on the rugged moors. "A desolate spot," I remarked, unable to suppress a shiver. Havering agreed with a grim nod. "I intend to sell it. I could never make a home here again." We pushed open the gate and started up the narrow garden path toward the heavy oak door when a well-known figure stepped out to greet us. "Jap!" I exclaimed. The Scotland Yard inspector offered me a friendly grin before turning to my companion. Mr. Havering, I presume? I've been dispatched from London to oversee this investigation. I'd appreciate a brief word, sir, if I may. But my wife? I've already spoken with Mrs. Havering, sir, and with the housekeeper. This won't take but a moment. I'm keen to return to the village now that I've finished here. I still know nothing of what exactly, Japp said in a placating tone. All the same, there are a couple of minor points on which I'd value your view. Captain Hastings here can vouch for me. He can go on up to the house and let them know you'll be along directly. Speaking of which, Captain, where have you parked the little fellow? He's laid up in bed with influenza. Is that so? Pity to hear it. Bit like bringing the carriage without the horse, you being here without him, wouldn't you say? Leaving his poorly timed joke hanging in the damp air, I continued to the house. I rang the bell, Japp having shut the door on his way out. After a pause, it was opened by a middle-aged woman dressed in black. Mr. Havering will be here shortly, I explained. He's been delayed by the inspector. I've accompanied him from London to assist with the inquiry. Perhaps you could give me a brief account of what happened last night. Step inside, sir. She closed the door, and we stood in the dimly lit hall. It was after dinner, sir, when the caller arrived. He asked specifically for Mr. Pace. Hearing his accent, I took him for an American acquaintance of my employer's, so I showed him into the gun-room and went to inform Mr. Pace. He refused to give a name, which struck me as odd now that I think back on it. I told Mr. Pace, and he seemed puzzled, but he said to the mistress, "Excuse me, Zoe, while I see what this fellow is after." He went off to the gun-room, and I returned to the kitchen. A short while later, I heard raised voices, as if in argument. I came out into the hall, just as the mistress did the same from the parlour. Then came a single, sharp shot, followed by an awful silence. We both rushed to the gun-room door, but it was locked from the inside. We had to run around to the window. It stood open, and there was Mr. Pace inside, shot and bleeding. What happened to the visitor? He must have escaped through that very window, sir, before we could reach it. And then? Mrs. Havering sent me to fetch the police. It was a 5-mile walk each way. They returned with me, and a constable remained through the night. This morning, the gentleman from London arrived. Can you describe this man who called on Mr. Pace? The housekeeper paused, thinking. The man had a dark beard and appeared to be middle-aged, wearing a light coat. Aside from noticing he spoke with an American accent, I didn't observe much else about him. I understand. May I speak with Mrs. Havering now? She is upstairs. Should I inform her? Please do. Let her know Mr. Havering is here with Inspector Japp, and the gentleman he brought back from London wishes to speak with her urgently. Very well. I was burning with impatience to learn every detail. Japp had a head start of several hours, and his eagerness to depart made me determined to follow closely. Mrs. Havering did not keep me waiting. Soon I heard light footsteps on the stairs and looked up to see a strikingly attractive young woman approaching. She wore a bright crimson sweater that accentuated her slim, almost boyish figure, topped with a small hat of matching red leather. Even the shadow of the present tragedy couldn't dim her vibrant energy. After I introduced myself, she nodded in immediate understanding. Of course I know of you and your partner, Monsieur Poirot. You've tackled some remarkable cases together. It was very shrewd of my husband to secure your help so quickly. Would you like to ask me questions? That's the simplest way for you to learn everything about this awful business, isn't it? Thank you, Mrs. Havering. First, what time did this visitor arrive? It must have been just before 9. We had finished dinner and were having coffee and cigarettes. Your husband had already departed for London? Yes, he took the 6:15 train. Did he drive to the station or walk? Our car wasn't here. One was sent from the garage in Elmersdale to collect him for the train. Was Mr. Pace acting normally? Completely. He seemed perfectly ordinary in every way. Now, can you describe this visitor at all? I'm afraid I can't. I never saw him, Mrs. Middleton showed him directly into the gun-room and then came to inform my uncle. What was your uncle's reaction? He seemed rather irritated, but went at once. It was roughly 5 minutes later that I heard raised voices. I hurried into the hall and nearly ran into Mrs. Middleton. Then we heard the gunshot. The door was locked from the inside, so we had to go all the way around the house to the window. That naturally took time, and the killer had ample opportunity to escape. My poor uncle, her voice wavered, had been shot in the head. I saw immediately he was gone. I sent Mrs. Middleton for the police and was careful not to touch anything, leaving the room exactly as I found it. I nodded in approval. What about the weapon? I can make an educated guess, Captain Hastings. A pair of my husband's revolvers were displayed on the wall. One is missing. I pointed this out to the police, and they took the other one with them. Once they examine the bullet, I expect they'll know for certain. May I see the gunroom? Certainly. The police have concluded their work there, though the body has been removed. She led me to the scene. Just then, Havering entered the hall, and with a quick apology, his wife went to him. I was left to conduct my examination alone. I must admit, it proved somewhat disappointing. While detective stories are full of convenient clues, here I found nothing that seemed unusual except a significant blood stain on the carpet where I assumed the victim had fallen. I scrutinized everything meticulously and took several photographs with the small camera I had brought. I also checked the ground outside the window, but it had been so thoroughly trampled that I decided it wasn't worth further time. Hunter's Lodge had revealed all it would to me. I needed to return to Elmer's Dale and reconnect with Japai, said my goodbyes to the Haverings, and was driven away in the same car that had collected us from the station. I met Inspector Japp at the Matlock Arms, and he promptly escorted me to view the deceased. Harrington Pace was a lean, clean-shaven man of slight build, his appearance unmistakably American. He had been shot at close range in the back of the head. Victim turns his back for a second, Japp remarked, and the other man grabs a revolver and fires. The one Mrs. Havering surrendered was fully loaded, and I assume its mate was, too. It's astonishing the reckless things people do. Who keeps 2 loaded guns mounted on a wall? As we left that grim room, I asked for his thoughts on the case. My initial suspicion fell on Havering, he said, noting my surprised reaction. Oh, yes. Havering has a few questionable episodes in his past. Back at Oxford. There was some trouble involving a forged signature on one of his father's cheques. It was all kept quiet, of course. Now he's deep in debt, the kind he wouldn't want to explain to his uncle, while being fairly certain the uncle's will would benefit him. So yes, I was watching him closely. That's why I wanted to question him before he spoke with his wife. But their stories align perfectly. I've checked at the station, and he definitely took the 6:15 train. That arrives in London around 10:30. He claims he went straight to his club. If that's verified, then he simply couldn't have been here at 9 o'clock shooting his uncle while wearing a false black beard. Speaking of which, I said, what's your theory on that beard? Japp gave a knowing look. I'd say it sprouted remarkably fast, somewhere along the 5 miles from Elmer's Dale to Hunter's Lodge. Most Americans I've met are clean-shaven. No, we'll likely find our murderer among Mr. Pace's American connections. I interviewed the housekeeper first, then her mistress. Their accounts match, but it's a pity Mrs. Havering didn't get a better look at the intruder. She's a sharp woman. She might have noticed a detail that could point us in the right direction. I sat down and composed a detailed letter to Poirot. Before posting it, I was able to include several updates. The bullet had been recovered and was confirmed to have been fired from a revolver identical to the one in police possession. Moreover, Mr. Havering's whereabouts on the night in question had been thoroughly corroborated. It was established beyond doubt that he had indeed arrived in London on that specific train. Then came a dramatic turn. A businessman from Ealing, while crossing Haven Green to reach the district railway station that morning, noticed a brown paper parcel wedged between some railings. Upon opening it, he found a revolver. He turned it over to the local police, and by evening it was identified as the weapon we sought, the twin to the one given to us by Mrs. Havering. 1 bullet had been fired from it. I added all this to my report. A telegram from Poirot arrived as I was breakfasting the next morning. Obviously, the black-bearded man was not Havering. Only you or Japp would entertain such a notion wire me, description of housekeeper, and her attire this morning, same for Mrs. Havering. Do not bother photographing interiors, they are poorly lit and devoid of artistic merit. I found Poirot's tone unnecessarily flippant. I also suspected a hint of envy that I was on the scene with full access to the investigation. His request for descriptions of the women's clothing seemed absurd, but I obliged as best I could, given my limited eye for such details. At 11 o'clock, a reply wire came from Poirot. Urge Japp to arrest housekeeper immediately before it is too late, completely bewildered. I took the telegram to Japp. He muttered a low curse. He's the real deal, Monsieur Poirot. If he believes it, there's truth to it, and I barely paid attention to that woman. I can't quite arrest her yet, but I'll have her followed. Let's head up immediately and get another look at her. But they were already too late. Mrs. Middleton, that seemingly ordinary and respectable middle-aged woman, had disappeared without a trace. Her suitcase remained behind, filled with nothing but common clothing. It held no hint of who she really was, or where she might have gone from Mrs. Havering. We gathered every detail possible. I hired her roughly 3 weeks ago after our previous housekeeper, Mrs. Emery, departed. She came to me through the Selborne Agency on Mount Street, a very reputable establishment. I find all my staff there. They sent over several candidates, but this Mrs. Middleton seemed the most suitable and had excellent references. I employed her immediately and informed the agency. It's hard to believe anything was amiss. She was such a pleasant, quiet person. The situation was undoubtedly puzzling. While it was evident the woman couldn't have fired the shot herself, as Mrs. Havering was with her in the hall at that precise moment, she must have been connected to the murder. Otherwise, why vanish so abruptly? I wired the latest news to Poirot and proposed returning to London to question the Selborne Agency. His reply was swift. Useless to inquire at agency. They will never have heard of her. Discover what vehicle brought her to Hunter's Lodge when she first arrived. Though confused, I complied. Transportation options in Elmersdale were scarce. The local garage had 2 dilapidated Fords, and there were 2 carriages for hire. None had been used on the relevant date. When asked, Mrs. Havering explained she had provided the woman with funds for the train fare to Derbyshire and extra to hire a car or carriage up to the lodge. Typically, one of the Fords waited at the station on the off chance of a fare. Considering also that no one at the station recalled seeing a stranger, bearded or otherwise, on the night of the crime, everything indicated the murderer had arrived by car, which then stood ready for a quick escape, and that this same car had delivered the mysterious housekeeper to her new position. I should note that inquiries at the London agency confirmed Poirot's prediction. No Mrs. Middleton had ever been registered with them. They had received Mrs. Havering's request for a housekeeper and forwarded several applicants. When she sent the engagement fee, she neglected to specify which woman she had chosen. Somewhat discouraged, I went back to London. I found Poirot lounging in an armchair by the fire, wrapped in a rather loud silk dressing gown. He welcomed me warmly. "My friend Hastings, how delighted I am to see you. Truly, I hold for you a great affection. And have you amused yourself? Have you rushed about with the excellent Jap? Have you questioned and probed to your heart's content?" "Poirot," I exclaimed, "this whole affair is an impenetrable mystery. It will never be solved. It is true we are not likely to distinguish ourselves with brilliance in this case." "Absolutely not. It's a tough puzzle to unravel." "Ah, but as for that, I am exceptionally skilled at solving puzzles. A veritable squirrel. That is not what troubles me. I know perfectly well who killed Mr. Harrington Pace." "You know? How did you figure it out?" "Your enlightening replies to my telegrams provided the truth. Now see here, Hastings. Let us review the facts methodically and in order. Mr. Harrington Pace possessed a considerable fortune, which upon his death would likely pass to his nephew. That is point 1. His nephew is known to be in desperate financial straits. That is point 2. His nephew, Roger Havering, is widely regarded as a man of questionable character, wouldn't you agree? That is our third point. However, Roger Havering is confirmed to have travelled directly to London. Precisely, and since Mr. Havering departed Elmersdale at 6:15, and because Mr. Pace could not have been killed before that time without the doctor noting the inconsistency upon examining the body, we correctly deduce that Roger Havering did not shoot his uncle. But there remains a Mrs. Havering, Hastings. Impossible. The housekeeper was with her when the shot rang out. Ah, yes, the housekeeper. Yet she has vanished. She will be located. I think not. There is something remarkably elusive about that housekeeper. Do you not sense it? It occurred to me immediately. She performed her role, I assume, and then slipped away at the crucial moment. And what was her role? To admit her accomplice, the man with the black beard, presumably. Oh no, that was not her purpose. Her purpose was exactly what you stated, to furnish an alibi for Mrs. Havering at the precise moment the gun was fired. And no one shall ever find her, my friend, because she does not exist. There is no such person, as your great Shakespeare remarks. That was Dickens, I corrected quietly, unable to suppress a smile. But what are you implying, Poirot? I mean that Zoe Havering was an actress before her marriage, that you and Inspector Japp only glimpsed the housekeeper in a shadowy hallway, a dim, middle-aged figure dressed in black with a soft, muted voice. Most importantly, neither you nor Japp, nor the local officers the housekeeper summoned ever observed Mrs. Middleton and her mistress simultaneously. It was child's play for that clever and daring woman. Under the pretence of fetching her mistress, she dashes upstairs, throws on a vibrant jumper and a hat adorned with black curls, which she tugs down over a grey wig. A few swift adjustments remove the stage makeup, a touch of rouge, and the dazzling Zoe Havering descends with her clear, ringing voice. No one pays particular attention to the housekeeper. Why would they? Nothing connects her to the crime. She, too, possesses an alibi. But the revolver discovered in Ealing. Mrs. Havering could not have placed it there. No, that was Roger Havering's task, and it was their error. It guided me onto the correct path. A man who commits murder with a revolver found at the scene would discard it immediately. He would not carry it all the way to London. Their motive was transparent. The criminals wished to divert police attention to a location far from Derbyshire, eager to draw the investigation away from the vicinity of Hunter's Lodge as swiftly as possible. Naturally, the revolver found in Ealing was not the weapon used to shoot Mr. Pace. Roger Havering fired a single shot from it, brought it to London, went straight to his club to solidify his alibi, then hurried out to Ealing via the district line, a journey of roughly 20 minutes, placed the parcel where it was discovered, and returned to the city. Meanwhile, that charming creature, his wife, calmly shoots Mr. Pace after dinner. You recall he was shot from behind? Another telling detail. Reloads the revolver, returns it to its place, and then commences her desperate little charade. "It's unbelievable," I murmured, utterly captivated, and yet it is the truth. "Of course, my friend, it is true. But bringing that precious pair to justice, that is an entirely different matter. Well, Japp must do what he can. I have written to him fully. Yet I greatly fear, Hastings, that we shall be compelled to leave them to fate, or to the good Lord, whichever you prefer." "The wicked flourish like a green bay tree," I reminded him. "But at a cost, Hastings, always at a cost. Believe me." Poirot's grim predictions proved accurate. Japp, though entirely convinced by the theory, could not assemble the necessary evidence to secure a conviction. Mr. Pace's vast fortune passed into the hands of his murderers, a bitter conclusion to a meticulously plotted crime. Yet their fate was sealed. When I saw the news that the Honourable Roger and Mrs. Havering had perished in the airmail crash to Paris, I understood that justice had been served. The affair of the stolen $1 million bonds came to mind soon after. "It seems bond robberies are the fashion these days," I remarked one morning, putting down the paper. "Poirot, perhaps we should abandon detection and turn to crime ourselves. You are on what they call the get-rich-quick scheme, my friend," he replied. "Consider this latest marvel," I said. $1 million in Liberty bonds sent by the London and Scottish Bank to New York, vanishing into thin air aboard the Olympia. It's remarkable. If not for the dreadful seasickness and the difficulty of employing the excellent Lavoisier method beyond a brief channel crossing, I would adore a voyage on one of those great liners." Poirot murmured, his eyes distant. "They are floating palaces, are they not? The swimming pools, the grand lounges, the restaurants with palm courts. One might forget they are at sea entirely." "I, however, am always acutely aware I am upon the sea," Poirot said with a sigh. "Those luxuries mean little. But consider, Hastings, the true attraction, the geniuses travelling incognito. Upon such vessels one encounters the aristocracy, the very elite of the criminal world." I laughed. "So that is what excites you. You would have enjoyed matching wits with the thief who spirited away those bonds?" We were interrupted by our landlady. "A young lady to see you, Mr. Poirot." She handed him a card. It read, "Miss Esme Farquhar." After retrieving a stray crumb from beneath the table and depositing it with care into the wastebasket, Poirot nodded for her to be shown in. Moments later, one of the most charming young women I had ever seen entered the room. She was about 25, with large, expressive brown eyes and an elegant demeanour, perfectly composed. "Please sit down, mademoiselle. This is my associate, Captain Hastings. I fear I bring you a very large problem today, Monsieur Poirot," the girl said, offering me a polite nod as she sat. "You may have read of it, the theft of the Liberty bonds from the Olympia." Noting his look of surprise, she continued swiftly, "You must wonder what my connection is to a solemn institution like the London and Scottish Bank. In one sense, none. In another, everything. You see, I am engaged to Mr. Philip Ridgway." "Ah, and Mr. Ridgway was the custodian of the bonds when they were stolen. Officially, no blame attaches to him. It was in no way his fault. But he is utterly distraught, and his uncle, I know, implies he must have been careless, perhaps mentioning the bonds in conversation. It is a devastating blow to his career." "Who is this uncle?" Mr. Vavasour, one of the joint general managers of the bank. Perhaps, Miss Farquhar, you would recount the entire story for me. Of course. As you know, the bank wished to expand its American credits and decided to send over $1 million in Liberty bonds. Mr. Vavasour selected his nephew for the task, a trusted employee of many years familiar with the bank's New York dealings. The Olympia sailed from Liverpool on the 23rd. That very morning, the bonds were handed to Philip by Mr. Vavasour and Mr. Shaw, the two managers. The bonds were carefully tallied, wrapped securely, and sealed right before his eyes. He immediately placed the package into his suitcase and locked it. Was it a standard lock on that suitcase? No, mister. Shaw had insisted on a custom lock from Hubbs's. As I mentioned, Philip put the package at the very bottom of the trunk. The theft occurred mere hours before we were due in New York. The entire ship was turned upside down in a search, yet nothing was found. It was as if those bonds had simply dissolved into the air. Poirot's expression turned sour. Yet they did not vanish entirely, given that they were sold off in bits and pieces within half an hour of the Olympia docking. Clearly, my next step is to speak with Mr. Ridgway himself. I was just about to propose lunch at the Cheshire Cheese. Philip will be joining us. He's expecting me, though he isn't aware I've sought your assistance on his behalf. We accepted the invitation and took a taxi. Philip Ridgway was already waiting, and he appeared genuinely puzzled to see his fiancée arrive with two strangers. He was a well-groomed, tall young man, with touches of grey at his temples that made him look distinguished, though he couldn't have been much past 30. Miss Farquhar approached and touched his arm. You'll have to forgive me for acting without your input, Philip. Allow me to introduce Monsieur Hercule Poirot, I'm sure you've heard of him, and his associate, Captain Hastings. Ridgway looked thoroughly taken aback. Naturally, I know of you, Monsieur Poirot, he said, shaking hands, but I had no idea Esme was planning to bring you into this predicament of mine. I was afraid you might object, Philip, Miss Farquhar admitted softly. So you decided to play it safe, he remarked, with a faint smile. I only hope Monsieur Poirot can shed some light on this baffling situation. Frankly, the worry and strain have nearly driven me out of my mind. His face indeed showed the toll, drawn, weary, marked by the pressure he was under. Well then, said Poirot, let us eat over lunch. We shall put our minds together and see what can be unravelled. I wish to hear your account directly, Mr. Ridgway. As we enjoyed an excellent steak and kidney pudding, Philip Ridgway recounted the events leading to the bond's disappearance. His story matched Miss Farquhar's in every detail. When he finished, Poirot picked up the thread. What specifically made you realize the bonds had been taken, Mr. Ridgway? He gave a bitter laugh. It was blatantly obvious, Monsieur Poirot. I couldn't have missed it. My trunk was half pulled from under the bunk, all scratched and gouged where someone had tried to break the lock. But I understood it was opened with a key. That's correct. They attempted to force it first and failed. In the end, they must have managed to unlock it somehow. How peculiar, said Poirot, his eyes beginning to gleam with that familiar green light. Most peculiar. They waste considerable effort trying to pry it open, and then, sapristi, they discover they had the key all along. After all, each Hubbs's lock is unique. That's precisely why they couldn't have had the key. It never left my person, day or night. You are certain. I would swear to it. Besides, if they'd possessed the key or a duplicate, why waste time trying to force a lock that was clearly unforceable? Ah, therein lies the very question we are asking. I dare predict that the solution, should we ever find it, will hinge on that odd detail. Now, forgive me for one more inquiry, and please do not take offense, but are you absolutely sure you did not leave the trunk unlocked? Philip Ridgway simply stared at him. Poirot waved a hand apologetically. These things do happen, I assure you. Even the most careful among us can have a momentary lapse. The bonds were clearly taken from the trunk. The real question is what the thief did with them afterward. How could anyone possibly get them off the ship?
Exactly, Ridgway exclaimed. That's the whole puzzle. How?
We alerted customs immediately. Every single person leaving the Olympia was searched down to the last detail. And the bonds themselves were not a small package, were they?
Hardly.
They'd be almost impossible to hide on the ship itself, and we know they weren't because they were being sold within half an hour of docking, long before I could get the cable warnings out with the serial numbers. One broker insists he purchased some of them before the ship even reached the pier. But you can't transmit physical bonds by radio.
Not by radio, certainly,
Poirot mused. But what about a tugboat? Did any come alongside? only the authorized ones, and that was after the alarm was raised when everyone was watching like hawks. I was watching for that very possibility myself, someone tossing the package over the rail. I tell you, Monsieur Poirot, this affair is making me lose my mind. People are starting to whisper that I took them myself. But you too were searched upon disembarking, were you not? Poirot inquired softly. Yes, of course. The young man looked at him, confused. Poirot offered a faint, enigmatic smile. I see my meaning escapes you, no matter. I should now like to ask a few questions at the bank. Ridgway provided a card and wrote a brief note on it. Present this, my uncle will see you immediately after thanking him, and bidding goodbye to Miss Farquhar, we made our way to Threadneedle Street and the headquarters of the London and Scottish Bank. With Ridgway's card, we were escorted through a maze of counters and clerks, past tellers handling deposits and withdrawals, and up to a modest first-floor office where the two joint general managers received us. They were solemn, grey-haired men who had devoted their careers to the institution. Mr. Vavasour sported a short white beard. Mr. Shaw was clean-shaven. My understanding is that you are a private investigator, strictly speaking. Mr. Vavasour began. Naturally, we have placed the matter in the hands of Scotland Yard. Inspector McNeill is in charge, a very capable officer, I'm told. I do not doubt it, Poirot replied courteously. You will permit a few questions on your nephew's behalf, concerning the lock on the trunk who ordered it from Hubbs's. I handled that personally, said Mr. Shaw. I did not entrust such a matter to any clerk. As for the keys, Mr. Ridgway held one. The other two remained in the possession of my colleague and myself, and no clerk has had access to those spare keys. Mr. Shaw glanced at Mr. Vavasour. I believe I can confirm they have stayed in the safe where we placed them on the 23rd. Mr. Vavasour stated, my colleague was unfortunately taken ill a fortnight ago, in fact, on the very day Philip departed. He has only just returned. Severe bronchitis is no minor matter for a man of my years, Mr. Shaw added with a sigh. But I fear Mr. Vavasour has shouldered a heavy burden in my absence, especially with this distressing business on top of the usual workload. Poirot posed a few more questions. I sensed he was trying to gauge the true nature of the relationship between uncle and nephew. Mr. Vavasour's replies were brief and precise. His nephew was a trusted bank official with no known debts or financial troubles. He had undertaken similar confidential missions before. Shortly thereafter, we were politely shown out. I am disappointed, Poirot confessed as we stepped onto the street. You hope to learn more? They are rather dry old gentlemen. It is not their dryness that disappoints me, my friend. I do not expect a bank manager to be some sharp financier with a piercing gaze, as your popular novels describe. No, I am disappointed in the case itself. It is too straightforward? Straightforward, indeed. Do you not find it almost childishly simple? You know who stole the bonds? I do. But then we must. Why don't we? Do not agitate yourself, Hastings. We are not going to take any action at present. But why not? What's holding you back? I asked. I'm waiting for the Olympia, Poirot replied. She returns from New York on Tuesday. But if you already know the thief, why wait? He could slip away to some remote island with no extradition. No, my friend, he would find such a life quite disagreeable. As for my waiting, well, the brilliant mind of Hercule Poirot sees the solution clearly. Yet for the benefit of others less generously endowed by Providence, Inspector McNeill, for example, it is prudent to gather a few facts. One must show consideration for those of lesser gifts. Good heavens, Poirot, I'd pay a handsome sum to watch you make a complete fool of yourself for once. You're insufferably smug. Do not upset yourself, Hastings. Truly, I notice there are moments when you nearly despise me. Alas, I endure the burdens of genius. The little man puffed out his chest and sighed so theatrically I couldn't help but laugh. Come Tuesday, we were racing toward Liverpool in a first-class compartment. Poirot had stubbornly refused to clarify his suspicions or certainties. He merely expressed surprise that I was not equally informed. I refused to plead, shielding my curiosity behind a wall of feigned indifference. Once we reached the quay where the great liner was docked, Poirot became all energy and focus. We spoke with 4 stewards in turn, asking after a friend of Poirot's who had sailed to New York on the 23rd. An elderly gentleman wearing spectacles, quite frail. He scarcely left his cabin. The description matched a Mr. Ventnor, who had occupied cabin C-24 next to Philip Ridgway's, though I couldn't fathom how Poirot had deduced Mr. Ventnor's existence and appearance. I felt a thrill of excitement. Tell me, I burst out, was this gentleman among the first to disembark in New York? The steward shook his head. No, sir. He was actually one of the very last off. I retreated, deflated, and caught Poirot grinning at me. He thanked the steward, a banknote changed hands, and we departed. It's all very well, I remarked hotly, but that last answer must wreck your precious theory, grin all you like. As usual, you observe nothing, Hastings. That final answer is, in fact, the crowning piece of my theory. I threw up my hands. I give up. On the train back to London, Poirot wrote busily for several minutes, sealing the result in an envelope. This is for the good Inspector McNeil. We shall drop it at Scotland Yard on our way, and then proceed to the Rendezvous restaurant where I have asked Miss Esme Farquhar to dine with us. What about Ridgway? What about him? Poirot's eyes twinkled. You can't possibly think. Incoherence becomes a habit with you, Hastings. In fact, I did consider it. Had Ridgway been the thief, a perfectly plausible scenario, the case would have been elegant, a neat and methodical piece of work. But not so elegant for Miss Farquhar. You may be right. Therefore, all is for the best now, Hastings. Let us examine the facts. I can see you are eager to do so. The sealed package is taken from the trunk and vanishes, as Miss Farquhar said, into thin air. We will dismiss the thin air theory, which is not scientifically feasible at present, and consider its likely fate. Everyone insists it could not have been smuggled ashore. Yes, but we know. You may know, Hastings. I do not. I take the view that if it seemed impossible, it was impossible. That leaves two possibilities. It was hidden on board, also rather difficult, or it was thrown overboard. With some sort of float attached. Without one? I simply stared. But if the bonds were tossed into the sea, they couldn't have been sold in New York, I pointed out. I admire your logical mind, Hastings. The bonds were sold in New York, therefore they were not tossed into the sea. You see where that leads us? Right back to where we began. Not at all. If the package was thrown overboard and the bonds were sold in New York, then the package could not have contained the bonds. Is there any proof that it did? Recall that Mr. Ridgway never opened it from the moment it was placed in his hands in London. Yes, but then... Poirot waved an impatient hand. Allow me to proceed. The last confirmed sighting of the bonds was in the office of the London and Scottish Bank on the morning of the 23rd. They reappear in New York half an hour after the Olympia docks, and according to one dismissed witness, even before she arrives. What if they were never on the Olympia at all? Could they have reached New York another way? Certainly. The Gigantic departs Southampton on the same day and holds the Atlantic speed record. Mailed via the Gigantic, the bonds would be in New York a full day before the Olympia. Everything becomes clear. The sealed packet was a decoy, and the substitution must have occurred in the bank office. Any of the three men present could have prepared a duplicate package to swap for the genuine one. Very good. The bonds are mailed to an accomplice in New York with instructions to sell them as soon as the Olympia is in port. But someone still had to travel on the Olympia to stage the apparent robbery. But why go to that trouble? Because if Ridgway simply opened the packet and found a dummy, suspicion would immediately fly back to London. No, the man in the adjoining cabin performs his role. He pretends to force the lock in a clumsy, obvious way to draw immediate attention to the theft, but in reality unlocks the trunk with a duplicate key, disposes of the package over the side, and waits until the last possible moment to disembark. Naturally, he wears glasses to disguise his eyes and feigns illness to avoid encountering Ridgway. He steps ashore in New York and returns by the first available vessel. But who was he? The man who possessed a duplicate key, the man who ordered the lock, the man who was not, in fact, severely ill with bronchitis at his country home. In short, the stodgy old man, Mr. Shaw. Criminals can sometimes occupy high positions, my friend. Ah, here we are. Mademoiselle, I have succeeded, you permit? And beaming, Poirot lightly kissed the astonished girl on both cheeks. The Adventure of the Egyptian Tomb. I have always regarded the investigation into the strange series of deaths following the discovery and opening of the tomb of King Men-Her-Ra as one of the most thrilling and dramatic adventures I shared with Poirot. Not long after Lord Carnarvon's discovery of the tomb of Tutankhamun, Sir John Willard and Mr. Bleibner of New York, excavating near the pyramids of Giza outside Cairo, unexpectedly uncovered a series of burial chambers. Their discovery aroused intense interest. The tomb appeared to belong to King Men-Her-Ra, one of the obscure monarchs of the 8th dynasty, a period of decay in the Old Kingdom. With little known about this era, the finds were reported extensively in the press. Soon, an event occurred that seized the public imagination. Sir John Willard died suddenly of heart failure. The more sensational newspapers wasted no time reviving all the old superstitious tales about cursed Egyptian treasures. The so-called unlucky mummy at the British Museum, that hoary old legend, was dragged out with renewed relish. The museum quietly issued denials, but the story enjoyed all its usual popularity. 2 weeks later, Mr. Bleibner succumbed to a severe case of blood poisoning. Shortly after, his nephew took his own life in New York. The so-called Curse of Men-Hura became the sensation of the hour, with the ancient magic of Egypt elevated to an almost religious terror. It was amidst this fervour that Poirot received a concise letter from Lady Willard, the archaeologist's widow, requesting his presence at her home in Kensington Square. I went with him. Lady Willard was a slender, tall woman draped in black mourning attire. Her gaunt, weary face spoke volumes of her recent sorrow. "Thank you for coming so quickly, Monsieur Poirot." "I am entirely at your disposal," he replied. "You wish to see me? You are known as a detective, but I seek your counsel not solely in that capacity. You are a man of unique perspective, of imagination and worldly experience. Tell me, what is your opinion of the supernatural?" Poirot paused, his expression thoughtful, as if weighing his words with great care. After a moment he responded, "We must be clear, Lady Willard. You do not pose a philosophical question. This has a specific personal application, does it not? You speak indirectly of your late husband's passing?" "I do," she confessed. "Do you wish for me to look into the details surrounding his death? I wish for you to determine for me what portion is mere newspaper gossip and what may be considered grounded in fact. 3 deaths, Monsieur Poirot, each one explainable in isolation, but together they form a coincidence that strains belief, all within a single month of that tomb being unsealed. It may be superstition. It may be some dreadful curse from antiquity, operating in ways beyond our modern understanding. The reality remains. 3 lives are gone, and I am afraid, Monsieur Poirot, desperately afraid. This may not be the end. For whom do you fear? For my son. When the news of my husband's death arrived, I was unwell. My son, recently down from Oxford, travelled to Egypt. He brought his father's remains home, but now, despite all my pleas, he has returned there. He is utterly captivated by the work and intends to assume his father's role, continuing the excavations. You may think me a foolish and gullible woman, but I am terrified. What if the spirit of that dead pharaoh remains unappeased? Perhaps this all sounds like nonsense to you." "Not at all, Lady Willard," Poirot interjected swiftly. "I, too, acknowledge the power of superstition. It is one of the most potent forces this world has ever known." I stared at him in astonishment. I would never have pegged Poirot for a superstitious man, yet he was unmistakably sincere. "What you truly require is for me to protect your son. I shall do everything in my power to shield him from danger. Yes, from ordinary peril. But what protection is there against an occult influence? In the texts of the Middle Ages, Lady Willard, one finds numerous methods to counteract dark magic. Perhaps they understood more than we moderns, with all our proud science." His tone shifted here, taking on a dry, almost sarcastic edge. "We label their beliefs primitive, yet we tremble before the same shadows. Now, let us turn to practicalities, that I may have direction. Your husband was a lifelong Egyptologist, was he not?" "From his youth, yes. He was considered one of the foremost authorities. Whereas Mr. Bleibner, I gather, was more of a dilettante." "Quite so. He was a man of considerable wealth who indulged in any subject that caught his fleeting interest. My husband engaged his fascination with Egyptology, and it was Bleibner's money that proved so vital in funding the expedition. He was always more enthusiastic about the potential for treasure than for scholarly discovery, I'm afraid. And the nephew? What of his interests? Was he part of the excavation party?" "I do not believe so. In truth, I was unaware of his existence until I read of his death in the papers. He and Mr. Bleibner cannot have been close. There was a notable coldness between them, stemming from some old family dispute over finances." Lady Willard shook her head. "He never mentioned having any family at all." "Who else was part of the expedition?" Poirot inquired. She listed them off. "There is Dr. Toswell, a junior official from the British Museum, a Mr. Schneider from the Metropolitan Museum in New York, a young American who acted as a secretary, Dr. Ames, the expedition's physician, and my husband's faithful Egyptian servant, Hassan. Can you recall the secretary's name?" "I believe it was Harper, though I am not entirely certain. He hadn't been in Mr. Bleibner's employ for very long. He seemed a pleasant enough young man." "Thank you, Lady Willard. If there is anything more I can tell you." Not at present. Leave the matter with me now, and rest assured I shall exert every possible effort to safeguard your son." His words were hardly a comfort, and I saw Lady Willard flinch slightly as he spoke them. Yet paradoxically, the fact that he did not dismiss her fears outright appeared to bring her a measure of relief. As for me, I was taken aback. I had never before detected such a pronounced streak of superstition in Poirot's character. I confronted him about it as we made our way back. His demeanour was solemn and sincere. "But yes, Hastings, I do give credence to such forces. One must never underestimate the power of a deeply held belief." "So what is our course of action?" I asked. "Always the practical one, my good Hastings." "Very well, to begin, we shall cable New York for more complete details regarding young Mr. Bleibner's demise." He dispatched the cable promptly. The reply was thorough. Rupert Bleibner had been in dire financial straits for years, living as a beachcomber and a remittance man across various South Pacific islands before returning to New York 2 years prior, where his decline accelerated. What struck me most was his recent success in securing funds for a trip to Egypt. "I have a generous friend there who will lend to me," he had claimed, yet his plans there went awry. He returned to New York bitterly complaining of his miserly uncle, who valued ancient relics over his own kin. It was during this Egyptian trip that Sir John Willard died. Rupert plunged back into dissolution in New York and then abruptly took his own life. He left a letter filled with strange, remorseful phrases, calling himself a moral leper and an outcast, and concluding that people like him were better off dead. A modern theory sprang into my mind, casting aside notions of a pharaoh's curse. What if the nephew had plotted to poison his uncle? In a tragic error, Sir John received the lethal dose. Haunted after returning to New York, the young man is then shattered by news of his uncle's death, realizing his crime was pointless. Overwhelmed by guilt, he ends his own life. I laid out this theory for Poirot. He found it intriguing. It is an ingenious construction, Hastings, decidedly ingenious. It may even be correct, yet you entirely omit the fatal influence of the tomb itself. I dismissed the idea with a shrug. You still insist that has a role to play. So much so, my friend, that we depart for Egypt tomorrow. "Tomorrow?" I cried, astonished. "I have said it." An expression of dramatic resolve settled on Poirot's face, followed immediately by a groan. "But oh, the sea, that detestable sea!" A week later, we stood upon the golden desert sand. The relentless sun beat down. Beside me, Poirot was a portrait of suffering, thoroughly wilted by the journey. The poor man was a wretched traveller. Our 4-day voyage from Marseille had been pure torment for him. He disembarked at Alexandria, a mere shadow of his usual fastidious self. We proceeded directly to Cairo and the Mena House Hotel, nestled in the very shadow of the pyramids. The allure of Egypt had captivated me completely. Poirot, however, remained utterly unmoved. Clad in the same immaculate suit he had worn in London, he kept a small clothes brush in his pocket, conducting a relentless campaign against the desert dust settling on his dark attire. "And my boots, Hastings?" he lamented. "Observe them, my fine patent leather boots, always so sleek and polished, now sand grates inside them, which is agony, and coats the outside, which is an offence to the eye. This dreadful heat, it makes even my moustaches droop, positively wilt." "Try to appreciate the Sphinx," I suggested. "I can feel the mystery and atmosphere it radiates." Poirot regarded it with dissatisfaction. "It does not have a happy air," he declared. "How could it, buried so sloppily in all this sand?" "Ah, this accursed sand." "Well, there's plenty of sand in Belgium," I reminded him, thinking of a holiday once spent at Knocky-sur-Mer amid what the guidebook had poetically called the impeccable dunes. "Not in Brussels," Poirot stated firmly. He contemplated the pyramids. "It is true they possess a solid geometrical shape, but their surfaces are distressingly irregular, and the palm trees, I do not care for them. They are not even planted in orderly rows." I interrupted his complaints by proposing we depart for the camp. We were to ride there on camels, which knelt patiently nearby under the watch of several local boys and a chattering guide. I shall draw a merciful veil over the spectacle of Poirot attempting to ride a camel. It began with moans and protests and escalated into shrieks, wild gestures, and appeals to various saints. Ultimately, he dismounted in disgrace and completed the journey on a small donkey. I confess a trotting camel is no easy experience for a novice. I felt the stiffness for days afterward. As we finally approached the excavation site, a bearded man in a helmet and white clothes, His skin bronzed by the sun came to greet us. Monsieur Poirot and Captain Hastings?
We got your cable.
I apologize no one met you in Cairo. An unforeseen event threw all our arrangements into chaos. Poirot went pale. His hand, which had been moving toward his clothes brush, froze. Not another death, he whispered. Yes, Sir Guy Willard, I exclaimed. No, Captain Hastings, our American colleague, Mr. Schneider. And the cause, Poirot demanded. Tetanus. A chill went through me. The very air seemed to thicken with a subtle, menacing evil. A terrifying thought crossed my mind. What if I were next? Mon Dieu, Poirot murmured, his voice very low. This I do not understand. It is abominable. Tell me, monsieur. There is no doubt it was tetanus. I believe not, but Dr. Ames can give you more details. Ah, you are not the doctor then. My name is Toswell. This, then, was the British Museum expert Lady Willard had mentioned. He had a grave, steadfast demeanour that I liked immediately. If you will follow me, Doctor, Toswell continued, I will take you to Sir Guy Willard. He was most anxious to be notified the moment you arrived. He led us across the camp to a large tent, lifted the flap, and we entered. 3 men were inside. Monsieur Poirot and Captain Hastings have arrived, Sir Guy, Toswell announced. The youngest of the 3 men sprang up to welcome us. There was an impulsive quality to his manner that reminded me of his mother. Less sunburnt than the others, with a certain haggardness around his eyes, he looked older than his 22 years, clearly struggling under a heavy mental strain. He introduced his companions, Dr. Ames, a competent-looking man in his 30s, with touches of grey at his temples, and Mr. Harper, the pleasant, lean secretary who wore the national insignia of horn-rimmed spectacles. After a few minutes of scattered conversation, Mr. Harper excused himself, and Dr. Toswell followed him out. We were alone with Sir Guy and Dr. Ames. Feel free to ask anything, Monsieur Poirot, Willard said. This string of tragedies has left us completely bewildered, but it can only be a terrible coincidence. His tone was tense, contradicting his own words. I noticed Poirot observing him closely. Your commitment to this excavation remains firm, Sir Guy. Absolutely. No matter what occurs, the work continues. You can count on that. Poirot turned to the other man. And you, Doctor? What is your view? Well, the doctor replied slowly, I am not one to walk away. Poirot gave one of his eloquent shrugs. Then clearly we must assess the situation. When did Mr. Schneider pass away? 3 days ago. You are certain it was tetanus, without a doubt? Could it have been, for example, strychnine poisoning? No, Monsieur Poirot. I understand your implication, but it was unmistakably tetanus. Did you administer an antitoxin? Naturally, the doctor said flatly. We tried every possible measure. Did you have the serum on hand? No, we obtained it from Cairo. Have there been other tetanus cases in the camp? Not a single one. And you are sure Mr. Bleibner's death was not tetanus? Completely certain. He had a scratch on his thumb that became infected, leading to blood poisoning. To a layperson it might sound similar, but the conditions are entirely distinct. So we have 4 deaths, each entirely different. 1 from heart failure, 1 from sepsis, 1 suicide, and 1 tetanus. Precisely, Monsieur Poirot. Are you certain nothing connects these 4 events? I'm not sure I follow. Let me be direct. Did those 4 men engage in any act that might be seen as disrespectful to the spirit associated with his tomb? The doctor stared at Poirot in disbelief. You're speaking nonsense, Monsieur Poirot. Surely you haven't been taken in by that superstitious chatter. Absolute rubbish, Willard muttered angrily. Poirot remained calm, his green eyes glinting. So you do not give it any credence, Doctor? No, sir, I do not, Ames stated firmly. I'm a man of science. I believe only what can be demonstrated. Was there no science in ancient Egypt? Poirot asked softly. He didn't wait for an answer. The doctor seemed momentarily at a loss. Never mind. Instead, tell me this. What do the local workers believe? I suppose, said Dr. Ames, that where educated men start to falter, the labourers won't be far behind. I'll admit they're growing uneasy, though they have no real reason to be. Perhaps, Poirot said neutrally. Sir Guy leaned forward. You can't possibly believe in such. Oh, it's ridiculous. If you think that, you understand nothing of ancient Egypt. In response, Poirot drew a small worn book from his pocket. I caught the title, The Magic of the Egyptians and Chaldeans. Then, turning abruptly, he left the tent. The doctor looked at me. What's his angle? The phrase, so often on Poirot's own lips, made me smile coming from another. I'm not entirely sure, I admitted. I believe he intends to confront whatever malevolent forces might be at play. I went to find Poirot and discovered him speaking with the thin-faced young man who had served as Mr. Bleibner's secretary. No, Mr. Harper was saying, I've only been with the expedition 6 months. But yes, I was familiar with Mr. Bleibner's affairs. Can you tell me anything about his nephew? He showed up here one day, a decent enough fellow. I'd never met him before, though some of the others had, like Ames and Schneider. The old man was far from pleased to see him. They were at it in no time, hammer and tongs. Not a cent, the old man shouted. Not 1 cent now, or when I'm gone. I plan to leave everything to support my life's work. I've already discussed it with Mr. Schneider. He went on in that vein for a while. Young Bleibner packed up and left for Cairo immediately. Was he in good health then, the old man? No, the younger one. He did mention feeling unwell, I think, but it couldn't have been anything major, or I'm sure I would remember. One more thing, did Mr. Bleibner leave a will? Not that we know of. Will you be staying with the expedition, Mr. Harper? No, sir. I'm headed back to New York as soon as I can wrap things up here. You can laugh if you want, but I have no intention of becoming this cursed Menherar's next target. He'll finish me if I stay. The young man wiped sweat from his forehead. Poirot turned away, then glanced back with a peculiar smile. Do not forget one of his victims was taken in New York. Oh, for heaven's sake, Mr. Harper exclaimed. That young man is very nervous, Poirot remarked thoughtfully. He is on the edge, truly on the edge. I looked at Poirot, curious, but his enigmatic expression gave nothing away. Accompanied by Sir Guy Willard and Dr. Toswell, we were shown around the excavation site. Most of the significant artifacts had been sent to Cairo, but some of the tomb furnishings were quite remarkable. The young baronet's enthusiasm was clear, yet I sensed a thread of unease in his manner, as if he couldn't shake the feeling of a threat hanging over the camp. As we entered our assigned tent to freshen up before the evening meal, a tall, dark figure in white robes stepped aside to let us pass, offering a graceful gesture and a murmured Arabic greeting. Poirot paused. You're Hassan, the late Sir John Willard's servant. I served Lord Sir John, now I serve his son. He moved closer and lowered his voice. They say you are a wise man, learned in dealing with evil spirits. Make the young master leave this place. There is evil in the air around us. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and strode away. Evil in the air, Poirot muttered. Yes, I feel it. Dinner was a quiet affair. Dr. Toswell dominated the conversation, lecturing at length on Egyptian antiquities. Just as we were preparing to retire, Sir Guy grabbed Poirot's arm and pointed. A shadowy figure moved among the tents. It was no human shape. I clearly recognized the dog-headed form I had seen carved on the tomb walls. My blood ran cold at the sight. Mon Dieu, Poirot murmured, crossing himself vigorously. Anubis, the jackal-headed god, guide of departing souls. This is someone's idea of a joke, declared Dr. Toswell, rising to his feet indignantly. It went into your tent, Harper, whispered Sir Guy, his face dreadfully pale. No, Poirot corrected, shaking his head. Into Dr. Ames's. The doctor stared at him in disbelief, then echoed Dr. Toswell's words. Someone is playing a trick. Come on, we'll catch the culprit. He dashed off energetically in pursuit of the shadowy apparition. I followed, but though we searched thoroughly, we found no trace that anyone had passed that way. We returned, somewhat unsettled, to find Poirot taking his own energetic measures to ensure his safety. He was busily encircling our tent with various diagrams and inscriptions drawn in the sand. I recognized the 5-pointed star, or pentagram, repeated many times. True to form, Poirot was also delivering an impromptu lecture on witchcraft and magic in general, white magic versus black, with assorted references to the Ka and the Book of the Dead thrown in. This provoked the liveliest contempt from Dr. Toswell, who drew me aside, practically snorting with rage. Rubbish, he exclaimed angrily. Sheer nonsense. The man is a complete fraud. He can't even tell the difference between medieval superstitions and the actual beliefs of ancient Egypt. I've never encountered such a jumbled mess of sheer ignorance and blind faith. I managed to soothe the outraged specialist and went to find Poirot in our tent. My diminutive companion was in remarkably high spirits. Now we may rest easy, he announced with satisfaction. And I am in great need of rest. My head, it pounds terribly. What I would give for a proper herbal infusion. Almost as if summoned, the tent flap was drawn aside and Hassan entered. carrying a steaming cup which he presented to Poirot. It was, as it happened, chamomile tea, a drink for which my friend holds a particular affection. After thanking Hassan and declining a second cup for myself, we were alone again. Having changed for the night, I lingered by the tent opening, gazing across the moonlit sands. "It is a remarkable place," I said, almost to myself, engaged in a remarkable endeavor. I can sense its pull, this life in the wilderness uncovering the secrets of a lost world. Surely, Poirot, even you must feel something of its appeal. Receiving no reply, I turned, slightly irritated. My irritation instantly transformed into alarm. Poirot was sprawled back on the makeshift cot, his features twisted in a dreadful grimace. The empty cup lay beside him. I sprinted to his side, then bolted from the tent and across the camp to Dr. Ames's quarters. "Dr. Ames!" I shouted. "Come quickly." "What is it?" asked the doctor, emerging in his nightclothes. "It's my friend. He's terribly ill. He's dying. It was the chamomile tea. Do not let Hassan leave the camp." The doctor sprinted to our tent. Poirot lay exactly as I had left him. "Most unusual," Ames exclaimed. "It appears to be a sudden attack, or what was that you said about something he drank?" He snatched up the empty cup. "Except that I did not drink it," stated a calm voice. We whirled around in astonishment. Poirot was sitting upright on the bed, a faint smile on his lips. "No," he continued softly, "I did not drink it. While my dear Hastings was so poetically admiring the evening, I seized the opportunity to pour it not down my throat, but into a small vial. That vial will be delivered to a chemist for analysis. And no," he added sharply, as the doctor made a sudden gesture, "as a rational man, you will see that any violence now is pointless. In the brief time it took Hastings to fetch you, I have had ample opportunity to secure the bottle elsewhere. Quickly, Hastings, restrain him." I misunderstood Poirot's urgency, thinking only to protect my friend. I threw myself in front of him. But the doctor's rapid movement had a different purpose. His hand flew to his mouth, the sharp scent of bitter almonds filled the space, and he staggered before collapsing to the ground. "Another casualty," Poirot said somberly, "but the final one. Perhaps it is for the best. He carries the responsibility for 3 deaths. "Dr. Ames?" I cried, utterly bewildered. "But I was convinced you believed in some kind of occult force at work." "You misunderstood me, Hastings. What I intended to convey was my belief in the immense power of superstition. Once the idea is firmly planted that a sequence of deaths is supernatural, you could practically stab a man in the public square in daylight, and it would still be attributed to the curse. So deeply is that superstitious instinct rooted in humanity. I suspected from the outset that someone was exploiting that very instinct. The notion likely came to him, I imagine, following Sir John Willard's death. An immediate frenzy of superstition took hold. As far as I could determine, no one stood to gain directly from Sir John's demise. Mr. Bleibner, however, was another matter entirely. He was an exceedingly wealthy man. The information I received from New York presented several intriguing details. To start, young Bleibner was quoted as saying he had a good friend in Egypt from whom he could borrow. It was generally assumed he meant his uncle, but it struck me that if that were true, he would have stated it plainly. The phrasing suggests a close companion of his own generation. Furthermore, he somehow gathered sufficient funds to travel to Egypt. His uncle had flatly refused him any financial assistance, yet he was able to pay for his return voyage to New York. Someone undoubtedly lent him that money. "That all seems rather circumstantial," I protested, "but there was more to it, Hastings. Often words spoken metaphorically are taken literally. The reverse can also be true. In this instance, words meant literally were interpreted as a figure of speech. Young Bleibner wrote quite clearly, 'I am a leper,' yet no one grasped that he took his own life because he was convinced he had contracted that terrible illness." "You don't say?" I exclaimed. "It was the cunning scheme of a monstrous intellect. The young man suffered from a minor skin condition, having lived in the South Seas where leprosy is prevalent. Dr. Ames, a former friend and a respected physician, was someone whose word Bleibner would never question. Upon my arrival, my suspicions were divided between Harper and the doctor, but I quickly understood only a medical man could have committed and concealed these acts. I learned from Harper of the doctor's prior friendship with Bleibner. Undoubtedly, the young man had at some point made a will or a life insurance policy benefiting the doctor. Ames saw his opportunity for riches. It was simple for him to infect Mr. Bleibner with the lethal bacteria. Then the nephew, in despair over the dreadful news his friend delivered, shot himself. The elder Bleibner, whatever his intentions, died without a will. His fortune would pass to his nephew, and from him, directly to the doctor. And Mr. Schneider? We cannot be certain. He also knew young Bleibner, remember, and may have grown suspicious. Alternatively, the doctor may have believed another seemingly senseless death would tighten the grip of superstition. I will also share an interesting psychological point, Hastings. A murderer often feels a powerful compulsion to repeat his successful crime. The act becomes an addiction. This is why I feared for young Willard. The figure of Anubis you saw was Hassan, costumed under my direction. I wished to test whether I could frighten the doctor, but it would require more than the supernatural to shake him. I could see he was not entirely convinced by my pretended belief in the occult. My little performance did not deceive him. I suspected he would try to make me his next target. But despite the cursed sea, the abominable heat, and the infernal sand, the little grey cells were still functioning. Poirot's deductions proved entirely correct. Years prior, in a bout of drunken revelry, young Bleibner had made a facetious will, leaving my cigarette case you admire so much and everything else I possess, which will be mostly debts, to my good friend Robert Ames, who once saved me from drowning. The affair was hushed up as much as possible. To this day, many speak of the remarkable series of deaths connected to the tomb of Men-Her-Ra as triumphant proof of a pharaoh's vengeance upon those who desecrated his resting place, a belief which, as Poirot noted to me, is utterly contrary to genuine Egyptian thought. The jewel robbery at the Grand Metropolitan. Poirot, I said, a change of scenery would do you a world of good. You think so, my friend? I'm certain of it. Is that so? Said my friend, smiling. It is all arranged, then. You will come. Where do you propose to take me? Brighton. A business associate of mine tipped me off to a very promising opportunity. And, well, I find myself with money to spare, as the saying goes. I believe a weekend at the Grand Metropolitan would be just the tonic for both of us. Thank you. I accept most gratefully. It is kind of you to think of an old man, and a kind heart, in the final reckoning, is worth all the little grey cells.
Yes, I, who speak to you, am sometimes in danger of forgetting that. I did not entirely appreciate the implication. I sometimes fancy Poirot is a little too inclined to underestimate my mental capacities, but his delight was so evident that I brushed my slight annoyance aside.
Very well, then, I said briskly. It's settled. That Saturday evening we found ourselves at the Grand Metropolitan, surrounded by a lively crowd. Brighton appeared to be the destination for everyone and their spouse. The gowns were spectacular, and the jewellery, though occasionally worn with more enthusiasm for show than for elegance, was truly dazzling. Mon ami, what a spectacle, Poirot murmured. This is the kingdom of the profiteer, is it not, Hastings? I suppose so, I answered, though let's hope not every soul here is defined by that brush. Poirot surveyed the room with calm eyes. The abundance of gems almost makes me regret dedicating my mind to solving crime rather than committing it. What a remarkable chance for a thief of true distinction. Observe, Hastings, that substantial lady near the column. She is, as you might say, adorned with a fortune in stones. I followed his gaze. Good heavens, I said, that's Mrs. Opalson. You're acquainted. Casually. Her husband is a wealthy stockbroker who made a killing during the recent oil speculation. After our meal, we encountered the Opalsons in the lounge, and I made the introductions. We exchanged pleasantries for a few minutes, and eventually shared a pot of coffee. Poirot offered a polite compliment regarding several of the more expensive pieces glittering upon the lady's considerable décolletage, and her demeanour brightened immediately. It's quite my passion, Mr. Poirot. I simply adore jewels. Edgar knows my weakness, and whenever his ventures succeed, he brings me a new trinket. Are you interested in precious stones? I have had some dealings with them in my time, madame. My profession has introduced me to several of the world's most celebrated gems. He proceeded to recount, with suitably discreet alterations, the tale of a historic royal necklace, and Mrs. Opalson listened, utterly captivated. Well, I never, she exclaimed when he finished. It's just like something from the cinema, you know? I have a pearl necklace of my own with a story behind it. They say it's one of the finest sets in existence. The pearls are so perfectly matched in size and colour. You really must let me fetch it for you. Oh, madame, Poirot protested gently. You are too kind. Please, do not trouble yourself. But I insist on showing you. The ample lady bustled off toward the elevator with surprising energy. Her husband, who had been discussing market trends with me, glanced at Poirot questioningly. Madame, your wife is kind enough to wish to show me her pearl necklace, Poirot explained. Ah, the pearls, Opalson smiled with evident satisfaction. Yes, they are worth a look. Cost a fortune too. But it's solid value. I could get my investment back tomorrow, maybe even turn a profit. Might need to the way things are going. Money is frightfully tight in the city. All this dreadful excess profits duty. He continued, delving into financial specifics that sailed over my head, until a young page approached and whispered to him. What's that? I'll come immediately. She's not taken ill, is she? You must excuse me, gentlemen. He departed in haste. Poirot settled back and lit one of his miniature cigarettes. With fastidious care, he then aligned our empty coffee cups into a neat row on the table, smiling contentedly at his handiwork. The minutes ticked by. The Opalsons did not reappear. Odd, I remarked after a while. I wonder what's keeping them. Poirot watched the delicate smoke rings rise toward the ceiling before replying thoughtfully. They will not return. Why ever not? Because, my friend, an incident has occurred. What sort of incident? How can you tell? I asked, intrigued. Poirot offered a faint smile. A short while ago, the manager emerged from his office in a great hurry and dashed upstairs. He was visibly agitated. The lift operator is engrossed in a hushed conversation with a bellboy. The lift bell has sounded 3 times, yet he pays it no mind. And thirdly, even the waiters are distracted, and to distract a waiter. Poirot shook his head, as if this final point settled the matter. The affair must indeed be of the first importance. Ah, you see? It is as I suspected. Here comes the police. 2 men had just entered the hotel, one in uniform, the other in plain clothes. They sent word with a page and were promptly escorted to the upper floor. Shortly after, the young attendant returned and approached our seats. Mr. Opalson sends his regards and asks if you would come upstairs. Poirot rose with a sprightly energy, as if he had been anticipating the invitation. I followed with equal haste. The Opalsons' suite was on the first floor. After a knock, the page withdrew, and we entered at the call of "Come in." A chaotic sight greeted us. It was Mrs. Opalson's bedroom, and there in an armchair sat the lady herself, sobbing uncontrollably. She was a remarkable picture, her tears carving tracks through the heavy powder on her face. Mr. Opalson paced the room in agitation. 2 police officers stood near the centre, one holding a notepad. A terrified hotel chambermaid hovered by the fireplace, while across the room a Frenchwoman, clearly Mrs. Opalson's personal maid, was weeping and twisting her hands with a dramatic sorrow that matched her employers. Into this uproar stepped Poirot, tidy and smiling. Immediately, with surprising vigour for her size, Mrs. Opalson leaped from her chair toward him. Listen, Ed can say whatever he wants, but I believe in fate. I truly do. Meeting you tonight was meant to be, and I just know if you can't recover my pearls, then nobody can.
Please calm yourself, madame,
Poirot said soothingly, patting her hand. Be assured, all will be arranged. Hercule Poirot is at your service. Mr. Opalson turned to the police inspector. I assume there's no objection to my, consulting this gentleman? None at all, sir, the officer replied politely, though with clear detachment. Perhaps now that your wife is more composed, she could provide us with the details. Mrs. Opalson looked uncertainly toward Poirot. He guided her back to the chair. Sit, madame, and tell us the entire story without distressing yourself. Thus encouraged, Mrs. Opalson carefully dried her eyes and began. I came up after dinner to bring my pearls down for Mr. Poirot to examine. The chambermaid and Celestine were both in the room, as they always are. Pardon, madame, but what do you mean by as they always are? Mr. Opalson clarified. I have a strict rule that no one enters this room unless Celestine, the maid, is also present. The chambermaid cleans in the morning while Celestine is here, and returns after dinner to turn down the beds under the same conditions. Otherwise, she does not come in. Well, as I was saying, Mrs. Opalson continued, I came upstairs. I went to this drawer here, she pointed to the lower right drawer of the dressing table, took out my jewel case and unlocked it. Everything seemed normal, but the pearls were gone. The inspector had been writing in his notebook. When did you last see them? He inquired. They were there when I went down to dinner. You're certain? Absolutely. I debated wearing them, but chose the emeralds instead and returned the pearls to the case. Who locked the jewel case? I did. I keep the key on a chain around my neck. She held it up. The inspector inspected it and shrugged. The thief must have had a copy. Not difficult. The lock is very basic. What did you do after locking the case? I placed it back in the bottom drawer, where I always keep it. You didn't lock the drawer? No, I never do. My maid stays in the room until I return, so it never seemed necessary. The inspector's expression grew more serious. Am I to understand that the jewels were there when you went down to dinner, and that since then the maid has not left the room? Suddenly, as if the full weight of her predicament crashed down upon her, Celestine let out a sharp cry. She threw herself toward Poirot, unleashing a torrent of frantic French. The very idea was outrageous, to be accused of stealing from Madame. Everyone knew the police were unbelievably foolish, but Monsieur being a Frenchman, a Belgian, Poirot corrected, though Celestine swept right past the remark. Surely Monsieur would not stand by while she was falsely accused, while that brazen chambermaid went completely unchecked. She had never liked the girl, a loud, ruddy-faced creature, a thief by nature. Celestine had said from the start she was dishonest and had kept a close eye on her whenever she attended to Madame's room. Let those bumbling policemen search her. It would be a great surprise if Madame's pearls were not found on her person. Though delivered in rapid, heated French, Celestine's outburst was punctuated with such dramatic gestures that the chambermaid grasped enough of the meaning. Her face flushed with anger. If that foreigner is saying I took the pearls, she's lying, she shot back hotly. I never even laid eyes on them. Search her, Celestine shrieked. You will see I am right. You're the liar, you hear me? Retorted the chambermaid, stepping forward. You probably stole them yourself and now want to pin it on me. Why? I was only in the room for about 3 minutes before the lady returned, and you were planted right there the whole time, watching like a hawk, just like you always do. The inspector looked questioningly at Celestine. Is that accurate? You didn't leave the room at all. I did not leave her entirely alone, Celestine admitted reluctantly. But I stepped into my own room through that door twice, once to fetch a spool of thread and once for my scissors. She must have done it then. You weren't gone half a minute? The chambermaid fired back angrily. Just darted out and back. I'd be happy for the police to search me. I've got nothing to hide. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. The inspector answered it, and his expression lightened at the sight of the visitor. Ah, he said, this is rather fortunate. I sent for one of our female searchers, and she has just arrived. Perhaps if you wouldn't mind stepping into the adjoining room. He glanced at the chambermaid, who marched through the doorway with a defiant toss of her head, the searcher close behind. The French maid had collapsed into a chair, sobbing. Poirot, meanwhile, was studying the room. Where does that door lead? He asked, nodding toward the one near the window. Into the next suite, I believe, replied the inspector. It's bolted on this side, in any case. Poirot walked over, tested the handle, then drew back the bolt and tried again. Bolted on the other side as well, he noted. Well, that appears to rule that out. He moved to the windows, examining each in turn. And again, nothing, not even a balcony outside. Even if there were, the inspector said impatiently, I don't see how that helps us if the maid never left the room. Evidently, said Poirot, unruffled, since mademoiselle is quite certain she did not leave. He was cut off by the return of the chambermaid and the police searcher. Nothing, the searcher stated flatly. I should hope not, declared the chambermaid with an air of wounded virtue, and that French busybody ought to be ashamed, trying to ruin an honest girl's reputation. All right, my girl, that's enough, said the inspector, opening the door. No one suspects you. Go on and get back to your duties. The chambermaid left, though not without a final, lingering glare. Aren't you going to search her? She demanded, pointing a finger at Celestine. Yes, the inspector replied, shutting the door firmly and turning the key. Celestine followed the officer into the adjoining room. After a brief examination, she emerged, her face pale. Nothing had been found in her possession. The inspector's expression hardened. I'm afraid I must insist you accompany me, miss, he said, turning to Mrs. Opelson. My apologies, ma'am, but the evidence points squarely in her direction. If the jewels aren't on her person, they are concealed somewhere in these rooms. A sharp cry escaped Celestine as she clutched at Poirot's sleeve. He leaned close, whispering a few calm words. She looked at him, uncertainty in her eyes. Yes, my child, it is far better not to struggle, he assured her softly. Then, addressing the inspector, Poirot offered a slight bow. You will permit a small experiment, sir? Merely for my own curiosity. That depends on what you have in mind, the officer replied cautiously. Poirot turned back to the maid. You stated you entered your room to fetch a spool of thread? Where was it located? On top of the dresser, sir. And the scissors? There as well. Would you be so kind, mademoiselle, as to repeat those actions exactly? You were seated here with your sewing, I believe? Celestine sat down, then, at Poirot's nod, rose and walked into the next room. She retrieved an item from the dresser and returned. All the while, Poirot watched her intently, his gaze flicking between her movements and an old bulbous pocket watch he held. Once more, if you please. After the second repetition, he made a note in a small book and slipped the watch away. Thank you, mademoiselle, and you, sir, he said with another polite nod to the inspector, for your indulgence. The inspector seemed mildly amused by such formality. Celestine was led away in tears, escorted by the policewoman and the plainclothes detective. With a quick apology to Mrs. Opelson, the inspector began a thorough search of the room, pulling out drawers, opening cabinets, stripping the bed, and tapping the floorboards. Mr. Opelson watched with clear doubt. Do you truly believe you'll find them here? Absolutely, sir. It's the only logical conclusion. She hadn't time to remove them from the premises. The theft being discovered so quickly ruined any plan she might have had. No, they're here. One of the two women hid them, and it's highly improbable the chambermaid was involved. More than improbable, it is impossible, Poirot stated quietly. The inspector stared. How do you figure? Poirot offered a modest smile. Allow me to demonstrate. Hastings, my friend, take my watch carefully, please. It is a family treasure. I have just timed Mademoiselle's actions. Her first absence lasted 12 seconds, her second 15. Now observe. Madame, would you be so good as to give me the key to the jewel case? Thank you. Hastings, have the kindness to say go? Go, I said. With astonishing speed, Poirot yanked open the dressing-table drawer, removed the case, inserted the key, opened it, selected a piece, closed and relocked the case, returned it to the drawer and shut it. His motions were a blur. Well, my friend? He asked, slightly breathless. 46 seconds, I replied. You see, he looked around triumphantly. There would not have been time for the chambermaid even to extract the necklace, let alone conceal it. Well, that settles it against the maid, the inspector said with satisfaction and moved on to search her bedroom. Poirot, however, remained frowning in thought. Abruptly, he turned to Mr. Opelson. This necklace, it was insured without doubt. Mr. Opelson seemed taken aback by the question. Yes, he said hesitantly. It was. But what does that matter? Mrs. Opelson interjected tearfully. I want my necklace back. It was one of a kind. No amount of money could replace it. I understand perfectly, madame, Poirot soothed. To a woman's sentiment is everything, is it not so? His tone, which had been earnest, now carried a faint, almost sarcastic edge, as if he were commenting on a far broader and more predictable human drama. But, sir, a person without such refined sensibilities will likely find a small measure of comfort in that fact.
Certainly, certainly, replied Mr. Opelson, his voice lacking conviction. Even so, he was cut off by a triumphant shout from the inspector, who strode back into the room holding something aloft between his fingers. With a cry, Mrs. Opelson pushed herself up from her chair, transformed. My necklace! She clutched it to her chest with both hands as we all gathered around. Where was it? Opelson demanded.
Under the maid's bed, tangled in the springs of the wire mattress, the inspector announced. She must have snatched it and hidden it there before the other staff arrived. If you would allow me, madam, Poirot asked gently. He took the necklace, examined it with great care, and returned it with a slight bow. The inspector then spoke up. I'm afraid you'll have to let us keep that for now, ma'am. We'll need it as evidence. You'll get it back soon enough. Mr. Opelson frowned. Is that really necessary? Just a formality, sir. Oh, let him take it, Edward, his wife exclaimed. Frankly, I'd sleep better knowing it was in police custody. The idea of someone else trying to snatch it would keep me awake all night. That ungrateful girl, I would never have suspected her. There, my dear, don't upset yourself, her husband soothed. I felt a light touch on my arm. It was Poirot. Shall we make our exit, my friend? Our presence here seems superfluous now. Once in the corridor, however, he paused, and then, to my surprise, remarked, I should rather like to see the adjoining room. The door was unlocked. We entered a large, unoccupied double room where a fine layer of dust was noticeable. My fastidious friend grimaced as he ran a finger along a clean rectangular mark on a table near the window. The housekeeping leaves something to be desired, he observed dryly. He fell into a thoughtful silence, staring out the window as if lost in a brown study. Well? I pressed, growing impatient. What are we doing in here? He started. 1,000 pardons, my friend. I wish to confirm that the connecting door was indeed bolted on this side as well. I glanced at the door leading to the Opalsons' room. It is bolted. Poirot nodded, still deep in thought. Anyway, I continued, what does it matter now? The case is closed. I only wish it had offered you more of a chance to shine. It was the sort of straightforward affair even that rigid fool of an inspector couldn't bungle. Poirot shook his head. The case is not over, my friend. It will not be over until we discover who truly stole the pearls. But the maid did. Why do you say that? Why? I spluttered. They were found in her mattress. Tat, tat, tat! Poirot retorted impatiently. Those were not the pearls. What? Imitation, my friend? The statement left me breathless. Poirot merely smiled placidly. The good inspector is evidently no connoisseur of jewels, but presently there will be a fine commotion. Come on, I cried, grabbing his arm. Where to? We must inform the Opalsons immediately. I think not. But that poor woman, well then, that poor woman as you call her, will enjoy a far more restful night believing her jewels are secure. But the real thief could escape with them. As usual, you speak without reflection, Poirot chided. How do you know the pearls Mrs. Opalson so carefully locked away tonight were not the false ones? The actual robbery may have occurred much earlier. Oh, I said, utterly bewildered. Precisely, said Poirot, his eyes beaming. We start again. He led the way out, hesitated as if weighing a decision, and then walked to the end of the corridor. He stopped outside the small service room where the floor's chambermaids and valets gathered. Our particular chambermaid appeared to be holding court, regaling an appreciative audience with the tale of her recent ordeal. She stopped mid-sentence as we approached. Poirot bowed with his customary politeness. Forgive me for disturbing you, I said, but I would be grateful if you could unlock Mr. Opalson's door for us. The maid agreed readily, and we followed her back down the hallway. Mr. Opalson's room was directly across from his wife's. She used her master key, and we stepped inside. As she turned to leave, Poirot stopped her. A moment, please. Have you ever seen a card like this among Mr. Opalson's things? He produced a distinctive white card with a high-gloss finish. The maid studied it carefully before shaking her head. No, sir, I haven't, but the valet would know more about the gentleman's belongings. Quite so, thank you. Poirot retrieved the card, and the maid left. He stood in thought for a moment, then gave a decisive nod. Ring the bell, Hastings. 3 times for the valet. My curiosity was piqued as I complied. Meanwhile, Poirot had upended the wastepaper basket onto the floor and was sifting through its contents with practiced speed. The valet arrived promptly, and Poirot repeated his question, showing him the card. The answer, however, was the same. The valet had never seen such a card. After thanking him, Poirot dismissed the man, who cast a lingering, curious glance at the scattered papers. He likely overheard Poirot's musing remark as he gathered the torn bits, and the necklace, of course, was heavily insured. Poirot, I exclaimed, I think I understand. You understand nothing, my friend, he cut in swiftly. As always, absolutely nothing. It is baffling, yet there it is. Let us return to our rooms. We walked back in silence. Once there, to my astonishment, Poirot began changing his clothes with hurried efficiency. I must go to London tonight, he announced. It is essential, really. Absolutely. The true work, the labour of the little grey cells, is complete. I go now to seek confirmation, and I shall find it. One cannot deceive Hercule Poirot. Your overconfidence will be your downfall one day, I remarked, somewhat irritated by his boasting. Do not be cross, I beg you, my friend. I rely on you for a small service in the name of our friendship. Of course, I said, my annoyance fading into eagerness. What is it? The coat I just removed, would you brush the sleeve? You see, a trace of white powder has clung to it. You undoubtedly noticed me running my finger along the dressing-table drawer earlier. No, I'm afraid I missed that. You should pay closer attention to my methods. In my haste, I transferred the powder from my finger to my sleeve, a careless, unprincipled action I deeply regret. But what was the powder? I asked, less concerned with his principles. Not the fabled poison of the Borgias, Poirot replied with a twinkle in his eye, amused by my rising speculation. I suspect it was simply French chalk. French chalk? Indeed. Cabinet makers often use it to help drawers glide smoothly. I laughed. You old fraud. I thought you were onto something dramatic. Au revoir, my friend. I must make haste. I fly. The door closed behind him. With a mixture of amusement and fondness, I picked up the coat and reached for the clothes brush. The following morning brought no word from Poirot, so I went for a walk, bumped into some acquaintances, and joined them for lunch at their hotel. We decided on an afternoon drive, but a flat tire delayed us, and it was well past 8 in the evening when I finally returned to the Grand Metropolitan. The first thing I saw was Poirot, looking even smaller than usual, wedged happily between the Opalsons and radiating serene accomplishment. "My friend Hastings," he cried, springing up to greet me. "Embrace the moment. Everything has unfolded perfectly." Fortunately, the embrace was purely metaphorical. One could never be entirely sure with Poirot. "Do you mean—" I started to ask. "Absolutely marvelous, I say." Mrs. Opalson beamed, her round face glowing with satisfaction. "Didn't I tell you, Ed, that if he couldn't recover my pearls, then no one could?" "You certainly did, my dear, and you were absolutely correct." I turned a bewildered look toward Poirot, who met my gaze with a knowing smile. "My friend Hastings is, as you English say, completely lost at sea. Please sit down, and I will explain the entire matter which has reached such a satisfactory conclusion." "Conclusion? Indeed, the culprits are in custody." "Who's been arrested?" "The chambermaid and the valet, naturally. Did you not suspect?" "Not even after my final clue regarding the French chalk. You mentioned cabinet makers use it." "Precisely, to ensure drawers move smoothly and quietly. Someone required that drawer to open and close without a sound. Who could that be? Clearly, only the chambermaid. The scheme was so cunning it did not immediately reveal itself. Not even to the mind of Hercule Poirot. Listen closely. This is how it was accomplished. The valet waited in the vacant adjoining room. The French maid departs. In an instant, the chambermaid slides open the drawer, removes the jewel case, quietly draws back the bolt, and passes it through the connecting door. The valet, equipped with a duplicate key he had procured, opens the case at his leisure, removes the necklace, and bides his time. When Celestine steps out again, pissed, the case is swiftly returned and replaced in the drawer. Madame returns. The theft is uncovered. The chambermaid insists on being searched, full of righteous outrage, and leaves the room with her reputation untouched. The fake necklace they had ready was hidden in the French girl's bed that very morning by the chambermaid. A masterstroke, that. But why did you go to London? Do you recall the card? Of course. It confused me, and still does, I thought. I hesitated, glancing toward Mr. Opalson. Poirot chuckled warmly. A ruse for the valet's benefit. That card had a specially treated surface for fingerprints. I went directly to Scotland Yard, consulted our old acquaintance Inspector Japp, and presented the facts. As I suspected, the prints matched 2 notorious jewel thieves who have been wanted for some time. Japp accompanied me back. The thieves were apprehended, and the necklace was found in the valet's possession. A clever pair, but their method failed them. Have I not told you, Hastings, at least 36 times that without method? More like 36,000, I cut in. But where did their method fall apart? My friend, it is a sound plan to take employment as a chambermaid or valet, but one must not neglect the duties of the role. They left an empty room undusted. Thus, when the man set the jewel case down on the small table near the connecting door, it left a distinct square impression. "I remember now," I exclaimed. "Earlier I was uncertain then. I understood." A brief silence followed. "And I have my pearls back, Mrs." Opalson chimed in like a satisfied chorus. "Well," I said, "I believe I'll go and have some dinner." Poirot walked with me. "This should bring you considerable recognition," I remarked.
Not at all.
Poirot replied calmly. "Japp and the local inspector will share the credit." However, he tapped his breast pocket.
I have a check here from Mr. Opalson, and what do you say, my friend?
This weekend did not proceed as planned. Shall we return here next weekend as my guest this time? The kidnapped Prime Minister. Now that the war and its urgent crises belong to the past, I believe I may safely disclose to the public the role my friend Poirot performed during a moment of grave national peril. The secret has been closely guarded. Not a hint of it reached the newspapers. But now that necessity for secrecy has passed, I feel it is only right that England should learn of the debt it owes to my peculiar little friend, whose brilliant mind so skillfully prevented a terrible disaster. One evening after dinner, I won't specify the exact date, but it was during that period when cries for peace through negotiation echoed from England's adversaries, my friend and I were settled in his apartment. Having been discharged from the army on medical grounds, I'd taken up recruiting duties, and it had become my habit to visit Poirot most nights after the evening meal. We would discuss whatever intriguing cases he happened to be handling. That night, I was trying to draw his attention to the day's shocking news, an attempt on the life of Prime Minister David McAdam. The newspaper reports were clearly sanitized. They mentioned only a miraculous escape, the bullet merely grazing his cheek. It struck me as a disgrace that our security could have been so lax as to allow such a brazen attack. I could easily imagine enemy agents operating on our soil would risk everything for such a prize. Fighting Mac, as his own party called him, had been a forceful and unambiguous voice against the growing pacifist sentiment. He was more than the Prime Minister. In many ways he embodied the spirit of England itself. Removing him would have dealt a staggering blow to the nation's morale. Poirot, meanwhile, was preoccupied with dabbing at a grey suit with a small sponge. No one was more fastidious about appearance than Hercule Poirot. Order and neatness were his obsession, with the sharp scent of benzene hanging in the air. He could hardly grant me his full focus. One moment, my friend. I'm nearly finished. This grease spot, it is stubborn, but I defeat him. So, he gave the sponge a triumphant wave. I smiled, lighting another cigarette. After a brief pause, I asked if anything interesting had come his way lately. I am helping a cleaning lady, as you would say, to locate her missing husband, a delicate matter requiring tact. I suspect that when he is found, he may not be overjoyed. What can one do? Personally, I sympathize with the man. He showed taste in disappearing. I chuckled. At last, the spot is vanquished. I am entirely at your service. I was asking what you made of this attempt to assassinate McAdam.
Child's play, Poirot replied without hesitation. One can scarcely treat it seriously. Assassination by rifle, it is an antiquated method, rarely effective. It came dangerously close this time, I pointed out. Poirot shook his head dismissively and was about to respond when his landlady appeared at the door to announce two gentlemen below who insisted on seeing him. They wouldn't give names, sir, but they say it's most urgent.
Show them up, said Poirot, meticulously folding his grey trousers. Moments later, the visitors entered, and my pulse quickened as I recognized the first man as none other than Lord Esther, the leader of the House of Commons. His companion, Mr. Bernard Dodge, was also a member of the War Cabinet, and, as I knew, a close personal friend of the Prime Minister. Monsieur Poirot? Lord Esther inquired. My friend bowed. The statesman glanced at me uncertainly. My business is confidential. You may speak freely before Captain Hastings, Poirot assured him, motioning for me to stay. He lacks certain talents, it is true, but I vouch for his discretion. Lord Esther still hesitated, but Mr. Dodge cut in impatiently. For heaven's sake, let's not dance around it. At this rate, all England will soon know the mess we're in. Time is critical. Please sit, gentlemen, Poirot said courteously. Would you take the larger chair, my lord? Lord Esther gave a slight start. You know who I am? Poirot offered a faint smile. Naturally, I perused the illustrated papers. How could I not recognize you? Monsieur Poirot, I have come to seek your counsel on a matter of extreme urgency. I must have your absolute discretion. You have the word of Hercule Poirot, my friend declared with solemn grandeur. What more can I say? The situation involves the Prime Minister. We are facing a crisis of the utmost severity. We're in a real bind. Mr. Dodge cut in sharply. Is the injury life-threatening? I inquired. What injury? The gunshot wound. Oh, that, Mr. Dodge said with a dismissive wave. That's ancient news. A complete failure, thankfully. Lord Esther nodded in agreement. As my associate indicates, that incident is concluded. I only wish I could say the same about the subsequent event. So there has been another attempt. Indeed, though of a different character entirely. Monsieur Poirot, the Prime Minister has vanished. Vanished? He has been taken. Preposterous, I exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Poirot shot me a look of profound irritation, a silent command to hold my tongue. As fantastical as it sounds, Lord Esther continued gravely. It is, regrettably, the truth. Poirot turned his gaze to Mr. Dodge. You mentioned earlier, sir, that time was of the essence. What precisely did you mean by that? The two men exchanged a weighted look before Lord Esther spoke. You are aware, Monsieur Poirot, of the imminent Allied conference? My friend gave a slight nod. For security reasons, the precise time and location have not been publicized. Yet, while kept from the press, the date is naturally known within diplomatic channels. The conference is scheduled for tomorrow, Thursday, evening at Versailles. Now you understand the catastrophic gravity of our position. I will be frank. The Prime Minister's attendance is absolutely imperative. Pacifist rhetoric, fueled by German operatives among us, has been relentless. The prevailing view is that the conference's pivotal moment rests upon the Prime Minister's formidable presence. His absence could lead to the most severe consequences, potentially a rushed and calamitous peace agreement. We have no suitable substitute. He alone can represent Britain. Poirot's expression had turned deeply solemn. You therefore interpret the Prime Minister's abduction as a deliberate maneuver to bar his attendance? Without a doubt, he was en route to France at the very moment. And the conference commences. At 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. Poirot produced a large watch from his waistcoat pocket. It is now 9:15. 24 hours, Mr. Dodge mused, and a quarter, Poirot corrected precisely. Do not overlook the quarter of an hour, monsieur. It may prove invaluable. Now, the particulars, where did the abduction occur, in England or France? In France, Mr. McAdam crossed the Channel this morning. His itinerary included staying tonight as a guest of the Commander-in-Chief before proceeding to Paris tomorrow. A destroyer conveyed him across. At Boulogne, a car from General Headquarters was to meet him, along with one of the Commander-in-Chief's aides-de-camp. And then? They departed from Boulogne, but they never reached their destination. What? Monsieur Poirot, it was a counterfeit vehicle and a fraudulent aide. The authentic car was discovered on a secluded lane, its chauffeur and the genuine aide efficiently bound and silenced, and the imposter car remains at large. Poirot made a gesture of frustration. Incroyable. Surely such a vehicle cannot evade detection indefinitely. That was our assumption as well. It seemed merely a matter of a thorough search. The region is under strict military control. We were certain the car would be spotted. The French police, our own Scotland Yard agents, and the military are exerting every effort. It is, as you say, unbelievable, yet nothing has been found. At that instant, a knock sounded at the door. A young officer entered, presenting a heavily sealed envelope to Lord Esther. Just arrived from France, sir. I brought it directly as instructed. The minister tore it open with urgency and let out a sharp breath. The officer withdrew. News at last. This decoded cable reports they have located the second car. The Secretary Daniels was also found at an abandoned farm near C, unconscious from chloroform, bound and gagged. He could recall nothing, only the sensation of something being forced over his mouth and nose from behind, and his own frantic struggle to break free. The authorities accepted his account as truthful, and they discovered nothing further? Nothing at all. Not the Prime Minister's body. Then there is still hope. Yet it is puzzling. If they attempted to shoot him this morning, why go to such lengths to keep him alive now? Dodge gave a weary shake of his head. One fact is clear. They are utterly determined to stop him from reaching the conference. If it lies within human power, the Prime Minister will be there. May it not be too late. Now, gentlemen, recount everything for me from the start. I must understand this morning's attack in full detail. Last evening, the Prime Minister, with one of his secretaries, Captain Daniels, the same man who accompanied him to France. The very same. They drove to Windsor, where the Prime Minister had a private audience. He was returning to the city early this morning when the assassination attempt occurred. A moment, please. Who is this Captain Daniels? Do you have his file? Lord Esther permitted a faint smile. I anticipated you would ask. We know relatively little. He comes from no notable family, served in the army, and is a remarkably capable secretary, chiefly due to his gift for languages. I believe he is fluent in 7. That is precisely why the Prime Minister selected him for the French trip. Does he have family here in England? 2 aunts, a Mrs. Everard in Hampstead, and a Miss Daniels who resides near Ascot. Ascot? That is not far from Windsor, correct? The proximity has been considered, but it led nowhere. So you consider Captain Daniels to be above suspicion? A trace of bitterness entered Lord Esther's voice as he answered, No, Monsieur Poirot. In these times I would hesitate to declare anyone above suspicion. Very well. Now, my lord, I understand the Prime Minister would, as a standard procedure, be under close police protection which should make any assault impossible. Lord Esther nodded. Correct? The Prime Minister's car was tailed by another containing detectives in plain clothes. Mr. McAdam himself was unaware of these measures. He is a personally fearless man, and might have dismissed them. But the police make their own arrangements. In fact, his chauffeur, O'Murphy, is a CID officer. O'Murphy, an Irish name, is it not? Yes, he is Irish. From which part? County Clare, I believe. Indeed, but please continue. The Premier set out for London. It was a closed car, with him and Captain Daniels inside. The second car followed as planned. However, for reasons still unknown, the Prime Minister's vehicle turned off the main road. At a bend in the roadway, Poirot interjected. Yes, but how could you know? It is logical. Proceed. For an unexplained purpose, Lord Esther continued, the car left the highway. The police car, missing the turn, stayed on the main road. A short way down the secluded lane, the Prime Minister's car was abruptly blocked by a group of masked men. The chauffeur, that valiant O'Murphy, Poirot murmured, lost in thought. The chauffeur, momentarily stunned, slammed on the brakes. The Prime Minister leaned out the window. Immediately, a shot cracked through the air, then another. The first merely grazed his cheek. The second, thankfully, missed entirely. Realizing the peril, O'Murphy then accelerated straight through, scattering the assailants. A very close call, I exclaimed with a shudder. Mr. McAdam had dismissed the minor injury as a mere scratch. He stopped at a small cottage hospital to have it cleaned and bandaged naturally, without revealing who he was. As scheduled, he proceeded directly to Charing Cross, where a special train bound for Dover was ready. After Captain Daniels provided a hurried report to the concerned police officers, the man departed for France. In Dover, he boarded a waiting destroyer. At Boulogne, as you are aware, the counterfeit automobile was parked, flying the Union Jack and flawless in every particular. Is that the entirety of your report? It is. Have you overlooked any detail, my lord? There is one odd occurrence. Please continue. The Prime Minister's vehicle did not return to its garage after dropping him at Charing Cross. The police wished to question O'Murphy, so an immediate search began. The car was found parked outside a disreputable little restaurant in Soho, a location notorious as a gathering spot for German agents. And the driver? The driver had vanished. He too was gone. Poirot considered this. So we have two disappearances, the Prime Minister in France and O'Murphy here in London. He studied Lord Esther, who responded with a hopeless gesture. Monsieur Poirot, if someone had told me yesterday that O'Murphy was a traitor, I would have laughed outright. And today? Today, I haven't the faintest idea what to believe. Poirot gave a solemn nod. He checked his large, old-fashioned watch again. I assume I have full authority, gentlemen, in every conceivable manner? I must be free to travel where and how I choose. Absolutely. A special train departs for Dover within the hour, carrying additional officers from Scotland Yard. You will be accompanied by a military attaché and a CID agent, both entirely at your service. Does that meet your requirements? Perfectly. One final question before you depart. What brought you to me? I am unknown, obscure in this vast city of yours. We were directed to you by the express recommendation and personal desire of a very eminent person from your own country. Indeed? My old friend, the préfet? Lord Esther shook his head. Someone of higher rank, one whose word was once law in Belgium and will be again. England has sworn to see it so. Poirot's hand moved swiftly in a dramatic salute. Amen to that. Ah, but my king does not forget. Gentlemen, I, Hercule Poirot, shall serve you faithfully. I can only pray it will be in time. Yet this is a dark puzzle, very dark. I cannot yet see clearly. Well, Poirot, I exclaimed impatiently once the ministers had left. What is your opinion? My friend was swiftly and skillfully packing a small suitcase. He shook his head. My thoughts are scattered, my wits abandon me. I pondered aloud. Why go to the trouble of a kidnapping when a simple attack would achieve the same end? Pardon, my friend, but that is not precisely what I said. Kidnapping is undoubtedly more to their advantage. Uncertainty breeds public panic. That is their first objective. If the Prime Minister were dead, it would be a catastrophe, but the nation would rally. This lingering doubt creates paralysis. Is he alive? Will he return? Until there is an answer, decisive action is stalled. Secondly, if they hold him secretly, they can negotiate with all sides. The German government may be frugal, but in a matter like this they could be persuaded to part with substantial funds. Thirdly, they avoid the risk of the gallows. Oh, decidedly, kidnapping is their preferred method. Then why, I pressed, would they attempt to shoot him first? Poirot made a sharp gesture of frustration. Ah, That is what I cannot comprehend. It is illogical, utterly foolish. It is as if two conflicting plans were clumsily overlapping, a thought which troubles me deeply. Their plans were meticulously laid. Excellent arrangements, in fact, for the abduction. Yet they jeopardized the entire operation with a theatrical assault, something straight out of a motion picture and just as unconvincing. It's difficult to take seriously. This business of masked men operating less than 20 miles from London. Could they have been two independent attempts that simply occurred around the same time? I proposed. No, that would stretch coincidence too far. And then there's the matter of the traitor. There had to be one, at least in the first incident. But who? Daniels or O'Murphy? It must have been one of them. Otherwise, why did the car leave the main road? We can hardly assume the Prime Minister plotted his own murder. Did O'Murphy take that turn on his own? Or did Daniels instruct him to? It almost certainly was O'Murphy's decision. Perhaps because if Daniels had given the order, the Prime Minister would have overheard and questioned it. Still, there are too many contradictions here. If O'Murphy is innocent, why divert from the route? But if he's guilty, why restart the car after only 2 shots were fired, an action that likely saved the Prime Minister's life? And if he is honest, why drive directly from Charing Cross to a known meeting spot for German agents? It doesn't look promising, I admitted. Let's approach this systematically. What evidence do we have for and against each man? Start with O'Murphy. Against him. His detour was suspicious. He's an Irishman from County Clare, and he's vanished under highly questionable circumstances. In his favour, his quick action in restarting the car preserved the Premier's life. He's a Scotland Yard detective, clearly trusted, given his assignment. Now consider Daniels. Little stands against him except that his background is unclear and he speaks an improbable number of languages for a proper Englishman. Forgive me, my friend, but your nation's talent for linguistics is somewhat lacking. In his defence, he was discovered bound, gagged and chloroformed, which hardly suggests complicity. He could have done that to himself to misdirect suspicion. My companion shook his head. The French police wouldn't be fooled so easily. Besides, once his objective was achieved and the Prime Minister was taken, what purpose would remain for him to stay behind? His allies could have drugged and restrained him, of course, but what would that accomplish? He's of limited use to them now, until this situation is resolved. He'll be under constant watch. Maybe he intended to send the police down the wrong path. Then why didn't he offer a false story? He only states that something was pressed over his face, and he remembers nothing more. That sounds like the plain truth, not a fabricated clue. I checked the clock. We should leave for the station. You might uncover more in France. Possibly, but I have doubts. It still seems unbelievable that the Prime Minister hasn't been found in such a confined area where hiding him would be extraordinarily difficult. If the combined military and police of 2 nations haven't located him, what hope do I have at Charing Cross? We were greeted by Mr. Dodge. This is Detective Barnes from Scotland Yard and Major Norman. They are fully at your service. Good luck. It's a grim situation, but I haven't lost hope. I must go now. The Minister hurried away. We exchanged casual remarks with Major Norman. Among the small cluster of men on the platform, I noticed a sharp-featured fellow deep in conversation with a tall, fair-haired man, Detective Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard, an old colleague of Poirot's, and considered one of their sharpest minds, approached us with a confident air. "Heard you were on the case," he said cheerfully. "It's been a slick operation so far, but they can't hide him forever. We're scouring France with a fine-tooth comb, and so are the local authorities. I'd wager it's only a matter of hours." The tall detective beside him, however, wore a grim expression. "That's assuming he's still alive," he muttered. Japp's smile faded briefly. "True, but my gut tells me he is." Poirot gave a slow nod. "I agree, he lives. Yet the question remains, can he be located in time?" I confess, even I did not believe he could be concealed for so long. The whistle blew, and we boarded the Pullman car as the train began its reluctant departure from the station. The journey was a peculiar one. The Scotland Yard men huddled together, their maps of northern France spread across the seats as eager fingers traced roads and hamlets, each officer championing his own theory. Poirot, uncharacteristically quiet, sat staring ahead with the bewildered look of a lost child. I passed the time chatting with Major Norman, who proved to be quite a witty companion. Upon reaching Dover, Poirot's behaviour became a source of great amusement for me. As we boarded the Channel steamer, the little man clutched my arm in desperation while a stiff wind whipped around us.
Mon Dieu!
He whispered. This is dreadful. Take heart, Poirot, I encouraged him. You will succeed. I have every faith you'll find him. Ah, my friend, you misunderstand my distress. It is this wretched sea that torments me, the seasickness. It is a most horrible affliction. Oh, I replied, somewhat taken aback. The engines throbbed to life, and Poirot groaned, shutting his eyes tightly. Major Norman has a map of northern France, if you'd care to review it. Poirot waved a dismissive hand. No, leave me, I implore you. You see, for proper thought, the stomach and the mind must be in accord. Levergier recommends an excellent method to avert mal de mer. You breathe in and out. Slowly, just so, turning the head from left to right and counting to 6 between each breath. I left him to his respiratory exercises and went up on deck. When we finally glided into Boulogne harbour, Poirot emerged, impeccably neat and smiling, to whisper triumphantly that Levergier's system had worked to perfection. Back on the quay, Japp was still poring over his map, his finger tracing imaginary routes. It's nonsense to think otherwise. The car began in Boulogne, somewhere here they diverged. My theory is they transferred him to a different vehicle, see? Well, countered the tall detective, I'm heading for the coastal ports. 10-1. They've smuggled him onto a ship. Japp shook his head. Too obvious. The order to seal every port went out immediately. Dawn was breaking as we disembarked. Major Norman approached Poirot. There's an army vehicle waiting for you, sir. Thank you, but for the present I do not intend to leave Boulogne. What? No, we shall adjourn to this hotel here by the waterfront. He led the way inside, secured a private room, and the three of us followed, utterly perplexed. He fixed us with a piercing look. This is not how the brilliant detective should behave, eh? I perceive your thoughts. He must be a whirlwind of activity. He must dash here and there. He should kneel in the dust of the road, peering at tire marks through a magnifying glass. He must collect the discarded cigarette butt, the dropped matchstick. That is your conception, is it not? His eyes challenged each of us. But I, Hercule Poirot, tell you it is not so. The essential clues reside within here. He tapped his forehead. Understand, I need not have left London at all. It would have sufficed to sit quietly in my rooms. All that matters are the little grey cells inside. They work in secret and in silence until suddenly I call for a map, place my finger upon a spot, just so, and declare the Prime Minister is there. And it is so. With careful planning and logical thinking, anything can be achieved. This mad dash to France was an error. It's like playing a juvenile game of hide and seek. But now, even if it is belated, I will begin correctly, working from the inside. Quiet, please, my friends. For 5 tedious hours, the small man remained perfectly still, his eyelids fluttering like a cat's, his sharp green eyes gleaming and seeming to grow more vivid by the minute. The Scotland Yard detective wore a look of open scorn. Major Norman was visibly restless and annoyed, and I felt the time crawl by with agonizing slowness. Eventually, I rose and moved as quietly as possible toward the window. The whole situation was turning into a joke. Privately, I was worried for my companion. If he was going to fail, I wished he would do so in a way that was less absurd. Gazing out the window, I absently watched the daily passenger ferry, puffing out thick plumes of smoke where it rested beside the dock. All at once, Poirot's voice, right near my shoulder, startled me. "My friends, it is time to go!" I turned. An astonishing change had come over my friend. His eyes sparkled with energy, and he stood with his chest puffed out proudly. "I have been a fool, my friends, but now the path is clear." Major Norman hurried toward the door. "I'll call for the car." "That will not be necessary. I do not require it. Thankfully, the wind has calmed." "Do you intend to walk, sir?" "No, my young friend. I am no St. Peter. I prefer to travel across the water by boat." "Cross the water?" "Precisely. To work methodically, one must start at the origin. And the origin of this affair lies in England. Therefore, we go back to England." Shortly after 3 o'clock, we found ourselves once more on the platform at Charing Cross Station. To all our protests, Poirot remained unmoved, repeating steadily that beginning at the start was not a waste of time, but the only proper course. During the crossing, he had conversed quietly with Norman, who had sent off a stack of telegrams from Dover. Thanks to the special permits Norman carried, we passed through every checkpoint with remarkable speed. In London, a sizable police vehicle was waiting, along with several plainclothes officers. One of them handed a typed sheet to my friend. He noticed my questioning look. A list of the cottage hospitals within a specific area west of the city. I requested it by wire from Dover. We were driven swiftly through the streets of London, heading onto the Bath Road. We passed through Hammersmith, Chiswick and Brentford, and I began to understand our aim. Continuing through Windsor and on toward Ascot, my heart gave a sudden jump. Ascot was where Daniels had an aunt residing, so we were after him, not O'Murphy. We pulled up promptly at the gate of a neat villa. Poirot hopped out and rang the bell. I saw a puzzled frown clouding his usually bright expression. Clearly, he was not satisfied. The door was answered, and he was shown inside. After only a few moments he reappeared, climbing back into the car with a quick, decisive shake of his head. My hopes began to fade. It was now past 4 o'clock. Even if he uncovered evidence against Daniels, what good would it do unless he could force someone to reveal the exact location in France where the Prime Minister was being held? Our journey back toward London was not direct. We left the main road several times, pausing occasionally at small buildings I easily recognized as cottage hospitals. Poirot spent only a few minutes at each, but with every stop his confident, radiant manner returned more fully. He murmured something to Norman, who responded, "Yes, if you turn left here, you'll find them waiting by the bridge." We turned onto a side road, and in the fading light I could make out a second car parked beside the road. It held 2 men in plain clothes. Poirot got out and spoke with them briefly, and then we set off in a northerly direction, the other car following closely behind. We drove for some time, our destination obviously one of the northern suburbs of London. Finally, we pulled up to the front gate of a large house, set back from the street with its own yard. Norman and I were told to stay with the car. Poirot and one of the plainclothes officers walked to the door and rang the bell. A tidy maid answered. The detective announced, "I am a police officer with a warrant to search these premises." The young woman let out a short cry, and an elegant, middle-aged lady appeared behind her in the hallway. "Close the door, Edith. They're likely robbers." But Poirot swiftly wedged his foot in the doorway and blew a sharp whistle. Immediately, the other detectives rushed forward and streamed into the house, shutting the door after them. Norman and I spent a frustrating 5 minutes grumbling about being stuck outside. At last, the door opened again, and the men came out with 3 individuals in custody, a woman and 2 men. The woman and 1 man were led to the second vehicle. The other man was escorted to our car by Poirot himself. "I must travel with the others, my friend, but guard this gentleman carefully." "You do not recognize him?" "Ah, allow me to introduce Monsieur O'Murphy." "O'Murphy!" I stared at him, speechless, as we set off once more. He wasn't handcuffed, but I doubted he would attempt an escape. He simply sat there, gazing ahead as if in a stupor. In any case, Norman and I could easily handle him. To my surprise, we continued heading north. We weren't going back to London, then. I was thoroughly confused. When the car began to slow, I suddenly realized we were near Hendon Aerodrome. I understood Poirot's plan at once. He meant to reach France by airplane. It was a bold notion, but seemingly impractical. A telegram would be far faster. Time was critical. Shouldn't he leave the actual rescue of the Prime Minister to others on the ground? As we stopped, Major Norman got out, and another detective took his seat. He and Poirot spoke briefly before Norman hurried away. I also stepped out and grabbed Poirot's arm. "Congratulations. They've told you where he's hidden, but listen, you must wire France immediately. Going yourself will take too long." Poirot studied me for a moment, a curious look in his eyes. "Unfortunately, my friend, some things cannot be sent by telegram." Just then, Major Norman returned with a young officer in Flying Corps uniform. "This is Captain Lyle. He can fly you to France at once." "Bundle up warmly, sir," the pilot said. "I can lend you a coat if needed." Poirot checked his large watch and murmured, "Yes, there is time, just enough." Then he looked up and gave a polite bow to the officer. "I thank you, monsieur, but I am not your passenger. It is this gentleman here." He stepped aside as he spoke, and a figure emerged from the shadows. It was the second male prisoner from the other car. When the light fell on his face, I gasped in astonishment. It was the Prime Minister. "For heaven's sake, explain everything," I demanded impatiently as Poirot, Norman, and I drove back to London. How on earth did they manage to smuggle him back into England? There was no need to smuggle him back. Poirot replied dryly. The Prime Minister never left the country. He was taken on the road from Windsor to London. What? I will clarify. The Prime Minister was in his car, his secretary beside him. Suddenly, a chloroform-soaked pad was pressed over his face. But by whom? By the clever, multilingual Captain Daniels. Once the Prime Minister was unconscious, Daniels used the speaking tube to instruct O'Murphy to turn onto a side road, which the unsuspecting chauffeur did. A short way down that quiet lane, a large car was parked, seemingly broken down. Its driver waved for O'Murphy to stop. O'Murphy slowed. The stranger approached. Daniels leaned out the car window, and with what was likely a fast-acting anesthetic, like ethyl chloride, the chloroform maneuver was performed once more. Within moments, the two unconscious men were pulled from the vehicle and loaded into a waiting automobile, while two replacements slipped into their seats. That can't be. But of course it can. Haven't you seen stage performers mimic famous people with uncanny precision? Impersonating a public figure is far simpler than pretending to be an ordinary fellow like John Smith from Brooklyn. As for O'Murphy's stand-in, nobody was paying him much mind until after the Prime Minister supposedly left the country, and by then he'd have vanished. He drives directly from the train station to a pre-arranged spot with his associates. He enters looking like O'Murphy and leaves as a completely different person. O'Murphy disappears, leaving behind a trail that looks wonderfully suspicious. But everyone saw the man pretending to be the Prime Minister. They saw a man no one knew personally. Daniels made sure he was kept away from close acquaintances. Besides, his face was heavily bandaged, and any odd behavior was chalked up to the shock of the earlier attack. Mr. McAdam has a sensitive throat and always rests his voice before a major address. Keeping up the charade was straightforward until they reached France. There it would become too risky, so the Prime Minister vanishes. The police rush across the Atlantic, and nobody scrutinizes the details of the initial incident too closely. To sell the idea that the kidnapping happened overseas, Daniels is convincingly gagged and drugged. And the actor playing the Prime Minister, he removes his disguise. He and the fake driver might get picked up for looking suspicious, but no one would ever guess their true role. They'd be let go for lack of evidence. What about the real Prime Minister? He and O'Murphy were taken straight to the Hampstead home of Mrs. Everard, supposedly Daniels's aunt. In truth, she is Bertha Ebenthal, a woman the authorities have been seeking for some time. It's a nice little gift I've handed them, not to mention Daniels himself. Oh, it was a clever scheme, but he didn't account for the brilliance of Hercule Poirot. I felt my friend was entitled to a bit of pride. When did you first start to piece it together? When I started thinking from the inside out, the shooting incident never made sense until I realized its main effect was to send the Prime Minister to France with his face wrapped up. Then it clicked. I visited every small clinic between Windsor and London and found nobody matching that description had been treated for facial injuries that morning. After that, it was child's play for a mind like mine. The next morning, Poirot showed me a telegram he had just received. It had no return address and was unsigned. It read simply, "In time, later." The evening edition carried a report on the Allied conference. Special emphasis was placed on the tremendous ovation given to Mr. David McAdam, whose powerful speech left a profound and lasting impact. The disappearance of Mr. Davenheim, Poirot and I were waiting for our old friend Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard to join us for tea. We sat around the table anticipating his arrival. Poirot had just finished meticulously aligning the cups and saucers, which our landlady had a habit of tossing onto the table rather than placing gently. He had also breathed on the silver teapot and polished it briskly with a silk handkerchief, a small ritual of order before the pleasant chaos of a visitor. The kettle whistled, steam curling from its spout. Beside it, a small enamel saucepan held a rich, sweet chocolate mixture, far more to Poirot's taste than what he often dismissed as the English preference for bitter, oversteeped tea. A sharp knock echoed from the floor below, and moments later Inspector Japp strode into the room with his usual brisk energy. "Hope I haven't kept you waiting," he said by way of greeting. Truth is, I got caught up talking with Miller. He's the fellow heading the Davenheim investigation. My interest was immediately piqued. For days, the newspapers had been dominated by the peculiar vanishing of Mr. Davenheim, the senior partner of the prominent banking firm Davenheim and Salmon. The man had simply strolled out of his home the previous Saturday and had not been seen since. I was eager to pry some fresh details from Japp. "It seems to me," I remarked, "that it should be nearly impossible for anyone to just vanish in this modern age." Poirot meticulously adjusted a plate of bread and butter by a fraction of an inch, his eyes sharp. You must be precise, my friend. What do you mean by vanish? To which category of disappearance do you refer? Are disappearances sorted into categories now? I laughed. Japp chuckled along, but Poirot frowned at us both. But naturally they fall into three distinct classes. First, and most frequent, is the voluntary disappearance. Second, the often fabricated yet occasionally genuine loss of memory scenario. Third, murder, followed by a more or less competent disposal of the remains. Do you declare all three to be practically impossible today? I should think so, yes. A man might lose his memory, but someone would surely recognize him, especially a figure as well known as Davenheim, and bodies don't simply dissolve into the air. Sooner or later they're discovered in some lonely wood or locked in a steamer trunk. Murder will out. Similarly, the fleeing embezzler or the dishonest servant is inevitably tracked down in this era of wireless telegraphy and widespread communication. Ports and stations are watched. His description circulates in every daily paper. He is, in essence, battling against the entire machinery of civilization. Ah, my friend, Poirot countered, you commit a fundamental error. You fail to account for the man who, having resolved to eliminate another, or metaphorically himself, might possess that rare quality, a methodical mind. He could apply intelligence, talent, and meticulous planning to the endeavor. With such assets, I do not see why he could not succeed in thoroughly confounding the police. But not you, I suppose, Japp said good-naturedly, giving me a wink. He couldn't hope to baffle you, could he, Monsieur Poirot? Poirot attempted, with a conspicuous lack of success, to adopt a modest air. Me as well. Why not? It is true that I apply to such puzzles an exact science, a mathematical precision, which appears, alas, to be increasingly rare among the newer generation of investigators. Japp's grin widened. I wouldn't be so sure. This man Miller on the case is a sharp one. You can bet he won't miss a single footprint, a speck of cigar ash, or even a stray breadcrumb. He's got the kind of eyes that see everything. So, my friend, Poirot replied, has the common London sparrow. And yet, I would not think to ask the little brown bird to unravel the mystery of Mr. Davenheim. Now, come on. You're not saying actual clues and details are worthless. By no means. Such things have their place. The peril is that they may assume an exaggerated importance. Most details are trivial. One or two are critical. It is the brain, the little grey cells he tapped his temple, upon which one must depend. The senses can deceive. The truth must be sought within, not merely gathered from without. You don't mean to tell me, Monsieur Poirot, that you could solve a case without ever leaving this chair, do you? That is precisely what I mean to say, provided the facts are laid before me. I consider myself a consulting specialist. Japp slapped his knee with a hearty laugh. Well, I'll be hanged if I don't take you up on that. I'll wager $5 you can't put your hand on Mr. Davenheim, or rather tell me where to place mine, whether he's dead or alive, within the next week. Poirot thought for a moment. Very well, my friend. I accept. Sport. It is the passion of you Americans, now the facts. This past Saturday, following his usual routine, Mr. Davenheim took the 12:40 train from Grand Central Station to Greenfield, where his luxurious country estate, the Cedars, is located. After lunch, he took a walk around the grounds, issuing various instructions to the gardeners. Everyone agrees his manner was completely ordinary and typical. Later, he popped his head into his wife's sitting room to say he was going to walk to the village to mail some letters. He mentioned he was expecting a Mr. Lowen on business. If Mr. Lowen arrived before he returned, the visitor was to be shown to the study and asked to wait. Mr. Davenheim then left through the front door, walked casually down the driveway, exited through the gate, and was never seen again. From that moment, he disappeared entirely. Intriguing, quite intriguing, a delightful little puzzle. Poirot murmured. Continue, my good fellow. Roughly 15 minutes later, a tall, dark man with a heavy black mustache rang the front doorbell and stated he had an appointment with Mr. Davenheim. He gave the name Lowen and, per the banker's instructions, was escorted to the study. Nearly an hour passed. Mr. Davenheim did not return. Eventually, Mr. Lowen rang the bell, explaining he could wait no longer as he needed to catch his train back to the city. Mrs. Davenheim apologized for her husband's unexplained absence, knowing he had been expecting the visitor. Mr. Lowen repeated his regrets and departed. As is now widely known, Mr. Davenheim never came back. The police were notified early Sunday morning but could make no sense of the situation. Mr. Davenheim seemed to have literally vanished into thin air. He had not visited the post office, nor was he seen passing through the village. The station attendants were certain he had not left on any train. His own car remained in the garage. If he had arranged for a hired car to meet him in some secluded location, it seems almost certain that, given the substantial reward offered for information, the driver would have come forward by now. There was a small county fair at Brookfield, about 5 miles away, and if he had walked to that station, he might have blended into the crowd. However, since then, his photograph and a full description have been circulated in every newspaper, with no one able to provide any news of him. We have, of course, received numerous letters from all over the country, but each lead so far has resulted in disappointment. On Monday morning, a further shocking discovery came to light. Behind a curtain in Mr. Davenheim's study stands a safe, and that safe had been broken into and emptied. The windows were securely fastened from the inside, which seems to rule out an ordinary burglary, unless, of course, an accomplice within the house refastened them afterward. Alternatively, with Sunday having intervened and the household in disarray, it is likely the burglary was committed on Saturday and went unnoticed until Monday. "Precisely," said Poirot dryly. "Well, is he arrested, this unfortunate Mr. Lowen?" Japp grinned. "Not yet, but he's under very close observation." Poirot nodded. "What was taken from the safe? Do you have any idea?" "We've been reviewing that with the firm's junior partner and Mrs. Davenheim. Apparently there was a significant amount in bearer bonds and a very large sum in cash, due to a major transaction having just been completed. There was also a small fortune in jewellery. All of Mrs. Davenheim's jewels were kept in that safe. Lately, her husband had developed a true passion for acquiring them, and scarcely a month went by without him presenting her with another exquisite and valuable jewel. A rather impressive collection overall, Poirot mused. Now, regarding Lowen, do we know the nature of his business with Davenheim that evening? It appears the two men were not on the best of terms. Lowen is a small-time speculator. Yet he's managed to outmaneuver Davenheim in the market on a couple of occasions, despite them rarely, if ever, meeting in person. The appointment was made to discuss some South American shares. So Davenheim had interests in South America? I believe so. Mrs. Davenheim mentioned he spent the entire last autumn in Buenos Aires. What of his home life? Were relations with his wife amicable? I would describe his domestic situation as quiet and uneventful. Mrs. Davenheim is a pleasant, somewhat simple woman, rather unremarkable in my opinion. Then we shall not find our solution there. Did he have enemies? He had numerous financial rivals, and undoubtedly many people he bested in deals who bore him ill will. But no one likely to murder him, and if they had, where is the body? Precisely. As Hastings often remarks, bodies have a most inconvenient and persistent habit of turning up. Incidentally, one of the gardeners reports seeing a figure heading around the side of the house toward the rose garden. The study's long French doors open onto it, and Mr. Davenheim commonly used that entrance. However, the man was quite a distance away attending to some cucumber frames, and cannot confirm if it was his master. He is also vague on the time, though it must have been before 6 when the gardening staff finishes. And Mr. Davenheim departed the house. Around 5:30 or thereabouts. What is situated beyond the rose garden? A lake, with a boathouse. Yes, a couple of punts are kept there. I suppose you're considering suicide, Monsieur Poirot? Well, I might as well tell you Inspector Miller is going down there tomorrow specifically to have that section of water dragged. That's the sort of man he is. Poirot offered a faint smile and turned to me. Hastings, be so kind as to pass me that copy of the Daily Megaphone. If I recall correctly, it contains a particularly clear photograph of the missing gentleman. I rose and located the required page. Poirot studied the features with great attention. He murmured. Hair worn rather long and wavy, a full moustache and pointed beard, bushy eyebrows, dark eyes. Yes, hair and beard showing grey, the detective nodded. Well, Monsieur Poirot, what do you make of it all? Clear as day, is it not? On the contrary, profoundly obscure. The Scotland Yard man looked pleased. Poirot finished placidly. Which gives me substantial hope of solving it, eh? I find it an encouraging sign when a case is murky. If a matter appears clear as daylight, well then, be suspicious. Someone has arranged for it to seem so. Japp shook his head with something akin to pity. Well, to each his own, but it's not a bad thing to see your path clearly ahead. I do not see, Poirot murmured. I close my eyes and think. Japp sighed. You have a clear week to think in, at any rate. and you will bring me any fresh developments, the results of the diligent and sharp-eyed Inspector Miller's labours, for instance. Naturally. That's our agreement. Seems almost unfair, doesn't it? Jap said to me as I walked him to the door. Like taking candy from a baby. I couldn't help but smile in agreement. I was still smiling as I returned to the room. Well then, said Poirot at once. To make sport of Papa Poirot, is that it? He wagged a finger at me. You do not trust his little grey cells? Ah, do not be embarrassed. Let's consider this intriguing puzzle, admittedly still incomplete, but already presenting a few fascinating details. The lake, I remarked with emphasis, and even more than the lake, the boathouse itself. I glanced sideways at Poirot. He wore that familiar, inscrutable smile of his. I knew it would be pointless to press him for answers just then. We heard nothing further from Inspector Japp until the following evening. When he arrived around 9, his expression immediately told me he was bursting with some significant update. Well, my friend, Poirot observed, all proceed smoothly? But do not tell me you have fished Mr. Davenheim's body from your lake, for I shall not believe it. We haven't located the body, but we did recover his clothes, the exact outfit he was wearing that day. What do you make of that? Are any other garments missing from the house? None. His valet is absolutely certain on that point. The remainder of his wardrobe is untouched. But there's more. We've taken Lowen into custody. One of the maids, whose duty it is to secure the bedroom windows, states she saw Lowen walking through the rose garden toward the study around 6:15. That would be roughly 10 minutes before he claims to have left the premises. And what does Lowen say to that? At first, he flatly denied ever leaving the study. But the maid was quite positive, so he later changed his story, saying he had merely stepped out to examine an unusual variety of rose. A rather feeble explanation, don't you think? And fresh evidence has emerged against him. Mr. Davenheim always wore a heavy gold ring set with a solitaire diamond on the little finger of his right hand. Well, that very ring was pawned in London on Saturday night by a man named Billy Kellett. He's already known to the police, served 3 months last autumn for stealing an elderly gentleman's pocket watch. It appears he tried to pawn the ring at no fewer than 5 different shops, succeeded at the last, got thoroughly drunk on the money, assaulted an officer, and was promptly arrested. I went to the station with Miller and spoke to him. Sober now, and I don't mind saying we put the fear into him, hinting he could be charged with murder. His account is a strange one indeed. He was at the Enfield races on Saturday, though I'd wager picking pockets was more his trade than placing bets. In any case, he'd had a wretched day and was down on his luck. He was trudging along the road toward Chingside and sat down in a ditch to rest just before reaching the village. A few moments later, he noticed a man approaching along the road, a dark-complexioned gentleman with a thick moustache. One of those city types is how he described him. Kellett was partly hidden from the road by a pile of stones. Just before the man drew even with him, he glanced quickly up and down the roadway. Seeing no one about, he took a small object from his pocket and tossed it over the hedge. Then he continued on toward the train station. Now, the item he threw made a faint chink as it landed, which stirred the curiosity of our down-and-out observer in the ditch. He went to investigate, and after a brief search found the ring. That is Kellett's story. To be fair, Lowen denies it completely. And of course, the word of a man like Kellett isn't worth much. It's possible he encountered Davenheim in that lane, robbed him, and killed him. Poirot shook his head. Highly improbable, my friend. He would have had no method for disposing of the body. It would have been discovered by now. Secondly, the brazen manner in which he pawned the ring makes it unlikely he committed murder to obtain it. Thirdly, your common thief is seldom a killer. Fourthly, given that he has been in custody since Saturday, it would be too great a coincidence for him to furnish such an accurate description of Lowen. Japp nodded. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you must admit, no jury is going to put much stock in the testimony of a known criminal. What strikes me as strange is that Lowen didn't devise a more intelligent method for getting rid of the ring. Poirot gave a slight shrug. Consider if it were discovered nearby, one could always suggest that Davenheim himself had lost it. But why take it off the body in the first place? I exclaimed. Japp offered a possibility. Are you aware that just past the lake, a small gate opens onto the hillside? A mere 3-minute walk leads you to, what would you guess? A lime kiln. Good heavens, I cried. You're implying the lime that consumed the body would leave the metal of the ring untouched. Precisely. To me, I declared, that clarifies the entire matter. What a monstrous act. Almost in unison, we both turned our attention to Poirot. He appeared lost in profound thought, his brow deeply furrowed as if wrestling with some immense intellectual puzzle. I was convinced his brilliant mind was finally engaging with the case. What groundbreaking insight would he share? We did not have to wait long. With a sigh, he relaxed his intense posture and, turning to Japp, inquired, "My friend, do you happen to know if Mr. and Mrs. Davenheim shared the same bedroom?" The question was so absurdly out of place that we both simply stared for a moment. Then Japp let out a short laugh. "Good Lord, Monsieur Poirot, I thought you were about to unveil something astounding. As for your question, I haven't the foggiest idea. But you could ascertain the fact?" Poirot pressed with peculiar insistence. "Oh, certainly, if you truly consider it important. Mercy, my friend. I would be grateful if you made it a point to do so." Japp studied him for a few more seconds, but Poirot seemed to have forgotten us both. The detective shook his head sorrowfully at me and muttered, "Poor old chap, the war has been too much for him," before quietly leaving the room. As Poirot remained in his apparent daydream, I took a notepad and began scribbling down my thoughts on the case, finding a grim amusement in the exercise. My friend's voice suddenly roused me. He had emerged from his reverie, looking sharp and entirely alert. "What are you doing there, my friend?" I was noting down what I considered the key points of interest in this affair. "You're becoming methodical at last," Poirot said with approval. I hid my satisfaction. "Shall I read them to you?" "By all means." I cleared my throat. Point 1. All evidence indicates Lowen was the individual who forced the safe open. Point 2. He held a grudge against Davenheim. Point 3. He lied in his initial statement about never leaving the study. Point 4. If we accept Billy Kellett's account as truthful, Lowen is clearly implicated. I paused. "Well," I asked, confident I had identified every crucial fact. Poirot looked at me with pity, shaking his head gently. "My poor friend, it is the gift you lack. You never appreciate the significant detail. Furthermore, your logic is flawed." "How so?" "Allow me to address your points. First, Mr. Lowen could not possibly have known in advance he would have an opportunity to open the safe. He arrived for a business meeting. He could not have foreseen that Mr. Davenheim would step out to post a letter, leaving him alone in the study. He might have seized a sudden chance, I proposed. And the necessary tools? Gentlemen in the city do not carry burglary tools on the off chance they might need them. One certainly cannot cut into such a safe with a penknife. That is understood. Very well. What of my second point? You claim Lowen bore a grudge against Mr. Davenheim. You mean he had bested him in a couple of deals. Presumably those transactions were undertaken for his own gain. Generally, one does not hold a grudge against a man you have outmaneuvered. It is far more likely to be the other way around. Any lingering resentment would probably have been on Mr. Davenheim's side. You cannot deny he lied about never leaving the study. No, but he may have been frightened. Recall the missing man's clothes had just been pulled from the lake. As usual, speaking the truth would have served him far better. And the fourth point? I concede that. If Kellett's account is accurate, Lowen is unquestionably involved. That is precisely what lends this affair its particular intrigue. So I did grasp one essential fact. Perhaps yet you have completely missed the two most critical points, the ones that undoubtedly contain the key to the entire mystery. And what, pray tell, are they? First, the obsession that has consumed Mr. Davenheim in recent years for acquiring jewelry. Second, his voyage to Buenos Aires last autumn.
Poirot, you must be joking. I am utterly serious. Ah, sacred thunder, I do hope Japp has remembered my small request. The detective, entering into the spirit of the jest, had remembered it so well that a telegram arrived for Poirot around 11 o'clock the following morning. At his urging, I opened and read it aloud. Husband and wife have occupied separate rooms since last winter. Aha! Cried Poirot. And here we are in mid-June. All is solved.
I stared at him, bewildered. You have no funds deposited with the Bank of Davenheim and Salmon, my friend. No, I said, puzzled. Why do you ask? Because I would strongly advise you to withdraw them before it is too late. Why? What are you anticipating? I anticipate a tremendous collapse within days, perhaps sooner. Which reminds me, we shall return the favour with a telegram to Japp. A pencil, please, and a form. There, advise you to withdraw any money deposited with firm in question. That will intrigue him, the good Japp. His eyes will open wide, very wide. He will not comprehend in the slightest until tomorrow or the day after. I remained sceptical, but the next morning forced me to acknowledge my friend's remarkable insight. Every paper bore huge headlines announcing the sensational failure of the Davenheim Bank. The famous financier's disappearance now took on a completely different aspect in light of the bank's revealed financial affairs. We were scarcely halfway through breakfast when the door flew open and Japp rushed in. In his left hand was a newspaper. In his right was Poirot's telegram, which he slammed down on the table. "How did you know, Monsieur Poirot? How on earth could you possibly know?" Poirot smiled placidly at him. "Ah, my friend, after your wire, it was a certainty. From the beginning, you see, the safe burglary struck me as rather remarkable. Jewels, ready money, bearer bonds, all so conveniently arranged for whom? Well, the good Monsieur Davenheim was one of those who look after number one, as your saying goes. It seemed almost certain the arrangement was for himself. Then his recent passion for buying jewellery. How simple. The funds he embezzled he converted into jewels, likely replacing them in turn with clever paste duplicates. In this way he secured a considerable fortune under another name, to be enjoyed in good time once everyone was thrown off the track. His preparations complete, he makes an appointment with Mr. Lowen, who had been imprudent enough in the past to cross the great man once or twice, drills a hole in the safe, leaves orders for the guest to be shown into the study, and walks out of the house. To where? Poirot paused and reached for another boiled egg. He frowned. "It is truly insupportable," he murmured, "that every hen lays an egg of a different size. What symmetry can there possibly be on the breakfast table? They ought to at least sort them by size at the market." "Never mind the eggs," said Japp impatiently. "Let 'em lay 'em square if they like. Tell us where our customer went after he left the Cedars. That is, if you actually know." "Eh bien," he went to his hiding place. "Ah, this Monsieur Davenheim. There may be some malformation in his grey cells, but they are undoubtedly of the first quality. Do you know where he is hiding?" "Certainly. It's a truly clever scheme. For heaven's sake, tell us what it is." Poirot carefully gathered every piece of eggshell from his plate, placed them into the egg cup, and then balanced the empty shell on top. After finishing this tidy little ritual, he admired his handiwork with a smile before turning a warm, affectionate gaze toward us both. "Come now, my friends, you are both intelligent men. Ask yourselves the very question I posed. If I were this fellow, where would I go to ground? Hastings, what is your thought?" "Well," I replied, "I'm rather of the mind that I wouldn't run at all. I'd stay right here in London, right in the thick of it all, moving about on the tube and buses. The odds are 10 to 1 I'd never be spotted. There's a certain safety in a crowd." Poirot turned his inquiring look to Japp. "I don't see it that way," Japp countered. "Get clean away immediately. That's the only real chance. I'd have had everything arranged well in advance. A yacht would be waiting, engines ready, and I'd be off to one of the most remote corners of the globe before anyone even thought to raise an alarm." Both of us then looked to Poirot. "And what is your opinion, monsieur?" He remained silent for a moment. Then a most peculiar smile touched his lips. "My friends, if I were the one hiding from the police, do you know where I would choose in a prison?" "What? You're hunting for Monsieur Davenheim in order to put him behind bars, so it never occurs to you to check if he might already be there?" "What on earth are you saying?" "You inform me that Madame Davenheim is not a particularly clever woman. Still, I believe if you took her to Bow Street and placed her before the man known as Billy Kellett, she would know him, despite him having shaved off his beard and moustache, and those thick eyebrows and cutting his hair short. A wife nearly always recognizes her own husband, even when the rest of the world is completely fooled. Billy Kellett, but he's already known to the police. Did I not tell you Davenheim was a clever man? He prepared his alibi long before. He was not in Buenos Aires last autumn. He was busy inventing the character of Billy Kellett, serving a 3-month stretch, so the police would have no suspicions when the time was right. He was playing, remember, for a vast fortune as well as his freedom. It was worth doing the job thoroughly. Only. Yes. Well, afterwards he had to put on a false beard and wig, had to make himself up to look like himself again. And sleeping in a false beard is no simple matter. It practically invites discovery. He could not risk continuing to share a bedroom with his wife. You discovered for me that for the past 6 months, ever since his supposed return from Buenos Aires, he and Mrs. Davenheim have had separate rooms. Then I was certain. Everything fell into place. The gardener who thought he saw his master going around to the side of the house was correct. He went to the boathouse, put on his tramp outfit, which had undoubtedly been safely hidden from his valet, dropped his other clothes in the lake, and then carried out his plan by pawning the ring in a deliberately obvious way, and afterwards assaulting a constable, thereby securing himself in the safe harbour of Bow Street, where no one would ever think to look for him. "It's impossible," Jap murmured, utterly stunned. "Ask the lady," my friend said with a knowing smile. The following day, a registered letter rested beside Poirot's breakfast plate. He opened it, and a £5 note fluttered out. My friend's brow furrowed with distress. "Ah, sacred blue! But what am I to do with this? I feel considerable remorse, that poor Jap. Ah, I have an idea. We shall have a small dinner, the three of us. That consoles me. It was all really too simple. I'm almost ashamed. I, who would not cheat a child, by 1,000 thunders. My friend, what is it? Why are you laughing so heartily?" The adventure of the Italian nobleman. Poirot and I counted many friends and informal acquaintances among our circle. One of these was our amiable neighbour, Dr. Hawker, a member of the medical profession. It was the good doctor's habit to drop by occasionally in the evening for a chat with Poirot, whose genius he greatly admired. On one such visit, the conversation took an unexpected turn toward the peculiarities of human nature, lightening the previously serious mood with a dose of wry, almost sarcastic observation about the predictable dramas of the wealthy. The doctor, a man of open and trusting nature, admired talents so different from his own. One evening in early June, he arrived just after 8 and settled into a comfortable discussion on the cheerful subject of how common arsenic poisoning was in criminal cases. It was perhaps 15 minutes later when the door to our sitting room burst open and a distraught woman rushed in. "Oh, doctor, you're needed! Such a dreadful voice! It gave me a fright, it truly did!" I recognized Dr. Hawker's housekeeper, Miss Ryder. The doctor, a bachelor, lived in a sombre old house a few streets over. The normally calm Miss Ryder was now in a state nearing incoherence. "What dreadful voice? Who is it, and what's wrong?" "It was the telephone, doctor." I answered it, and a voice spoke. "Help," it said. "Doctor, help. They've killed me." Then it just faded away. "Who's speaking?" I said. "Who's speaking?" Then I got an answer. Just a whisper, it seemed. "Foscatine, something like that. Regent's Court." The doctor exclaimed, "Count Foscatini. He has an apartment in Regent's Court. I must go immediately. What could have happened?" "A patient of yours?" inquired Poirot. "I treated him for a minor illness a few weeks ago." "An Italian? But he speaks English perfectly." "Well, I must bid you good night, Monsieur Poirot, unless—" He paused. "I perceive the thought in your mind," said Poirot with a smile. "I would be delighted to accompany you. Hastings, hurry down and secure a taxi. Taxis always seem to vanish when one is in a particular hurry, but I finally hailed one, and we were soon speeding toward Regent's Park. Regent's Court was a new apartment building, located just off St. John's Wood Road. They had only recently been constructed and featured the latest modern conveniences. The lobby was empty. The doctor pressed the elevator button impatiently, and when it arrived, questioned the uniformed attendant sharply. "Apartment 11. Count Foscatini. There's been an accident there, I understand." The man stared at him. "First I've heard of it. Mr. Graves, that's Count Foscatini's valet, went out about half an hour ago, and he said nothing. Is the Count alone in the apartment?" "No, sir. He has 2 gentlemen dining with him." "What were they like?" I asked eagerly. We were in the elevator now, ascending quickly to the 2nd floor where apartment 11 was located. "I didn't see them myself, sir, but I understand they were foreign gentlemen." He pulled back the iron gate, and we stepped out onto the landing. Number 11 was directly across from us. The doctor rang the bell. There was no answer, and we could hear no sound from within. The doctor rang again and again. We could hear the bell ringing inside, but no sign of life rewarded us. "This is becoming serious," muttered the doctor. He turned to the elevator attendant. "Is there a master key for this door? There is one in the porter's office downstairs." "Fetch it then, and listen, I think you'd better send for the police." Poirot gave a nod of approval. The man returned shortly. With him came the building manager. "Will you gentlemen please explain what this is all about?" "Certainly. I received a telephone message from Count Foscatini stating he had been attacked and was dying. You can understand we must not waste any time if we are not already too late." The manager produced the key without further argument, and we all entered the apartment. We first stepped into a small, square entry hall. A door on the right was partly open. The manager indicated it with a nod. "The dining room. Dr. Hawker took the lead. We followed close behind him. As we entered the room, I caught my breath. The round table in the center held the remains of a meal. 3 chairs were pushed back as if their occupants had just gotten up. In the shadowed corner to the right of the fireplace stood a large writing desk, and slumped over it was a figure, a man or what had once been a man. His right hand still clutched the base of the telephone, but he had been felled by a savage blow from behind. The weapon lay nearby, a marble statue hastily discarded, its base smeared with a dark, drying stain. The doctor's examination was swift. He's gone. Death would have been immediate. It's a wonder he managed to call at all. Best leave everything for the police. At the manager's urging, we combed the apartment, though the outcome was predictable. The killers were hardly likely to linger when escape was so simple. Returning to the dining room, I found Poirot had not joined our search. He was intently studying the polished mahogany table at the room's center. A bowl of roses sat there, surrounded by delicate lace mats. 3 dessert plates sat untouched. 3 coffee cups remained, 2 black, 1 lightened with milk. All 3 men had taken port, the decanter still half full. 1 cigar had been smoked, 2 cigarettes. An open tortoiseshell and silver case held cigars and cigarettes. I noted each detail, yet none seemed to illuminate the grim scene. "I had to ask what held his focus, my friend," he replied. "You overlooked the essential. I'm searching for what is not here. And what is that? An error, even a slight misstep on the part of the killer." He moved quickly to the small adjoining kitchen, glanced inside, and shook his head. Turning to the manager, Poirot inquired about the meal service. The manager indicated a narrow hatch. "That is the service lift. It runs to the main kitchens upstairs. Residents telephone their orders, and courses are sent down separately. Dirty dishes return the same way. No household staff, no need to dine publicly each night." Poirot gave a nod. "Then the dishes from this evening are still above. You permit me to go up?" The manager agreed, though he warned that the plates would likely be washed and stacked by now. Unfazed, Poirot insisted. Up in the bustling kitchen, we spoke to the attendant who had taken the order from flat 11. 3 dinners from the à la carte menu, he recalled. Julienne soup, sole in Normandy sauce, beef tornadoes, and a rice soufflé. Ordered around 8 o'clock. He regretted that everything had already been cleaned. "I suppose you were hoping for fingerprints?" "Not precisely," Poirot answered, with a faint, cryptic smile. "I am more curious about Count Foscatini's appetite. Did he eat from every course?" "He did, though I can't say how much." The plates were soiled, the dishes empty except the soufflé. A fair portion of that remained. "Ah," Poirot murmured, as if this detail satisfied him. On our way back down, he remarked quietly, "We are clearly dealing with a methodical individual. The murderer or the Count?" The Count was certainly orderly. After calling for help and announcing his imminent death, he carefully returned the telephone receiver to its cradle. I could only stare at him, the ordinary gesture suddenly feeling loaded with meaning. His words, along with his recent questions, sparked a faint suspicion in my mind. "You think it was poison?" I whispered. The head injury was just a cover. Poirot only offered a cryptic smile. We returned to the apartment to find the local inspector had arrived with 2 officers. He was initially displeased by our presence, but Poirot soothed him by mentioning our connection to Inspector Japp of Scotland Yard, and we were reluctantly allowed to stay. This proved fortunate, for we had barely been back 5 minutes when a distraught, middle-aged man rushed into the room, his face a mask of genuine shock and sorrow. This was Graves, the valet and butler to the late Count Foscatini. The tale he told was nothing short of sensational. The previous morning, 2 gentlemen had called upon his employer. They were Italians. The elder, a man around 40, introduced himself as Signor Ascanio. The younger was a well-dressed fellow of about 24. The Count had clearly been expecting them and promptly sent Graves away on a minor errand. Here, the servant paused, his expression uneasy. Eventually, he confessed that, burning with curiosity about the meeting's purpose, he had not left immediately. Instead, he had lingered nearby, trying to catch some of the conversation. The discussion was conducted in such hushed tones that he overheard little, but he gathered enough to understand that a financial proposition was being negotiated, and it was founded on a threat. The atmosphere was far from friendly. Finally, Count Foscatini raised his voice, just enough for the eavesdropper to hear clearly. "I have no more time to debate this now. If you will dine with me tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, we can resume our discussion." Afraid of being caught, Graves then hurried off to complete his task. That very evening, the 2 men arrived promptly at 8. Over dinner, they conversed about trivial matters, politics, the unseasonably cold weather, and the latest plays in the West End. After Graves had served the port and brought in the coffee, his master informed him he could have the night off. Was that his usual custom when entertaining guests? The inspector inquired. No, sir, it was not, Graves replied. That's precisely why I believe the business he meant to discuss with these gentlemen must have been of a most unusual and likely unsavoury nature. That concluded Graves's account. He had departed around 8:30 and, meeting a friend, had gone to a music hall on Edgware Road. No one witnessed the two visitors leaving, but the time of the murder was established quite clearly at 8:47. A small clock on the writing desk had been knocked over by Foscatini's arm in the struggle and had stopped at that exact hour which aligned with Miss Ryder's telephone call. The police surgeon had completed his examination, and the body now lay on the sofa. I saw the face for the first time, the sallow complexion, the prominent nose, the thick black moustache, and the full red lips pulled back from unnervingly white teeth. It was not a face that inspired trust. Well, said the inspector, snapping his notebook shut, the case seems straightforward enough. The only challenge will be tracking down this Signor Ascanio. I don't suppose his address is in the deceased's pocketbook by any chance. As Poirot had noted, the late Foscatini was a methodical man. Written in a neat, precise hand was the entry. Signor Paolo Ascanio, the Grosvenor Hotel. The inspector made a quick telephone call, then turned to us with a satisfied look. Just in time. Our fine gentleman was about to catch the boat train to the continent. Well, that's about all we can do here. A nasty business, but simple enough. Probably one of those Italian vendetta affairs. Thus casually dismissed, we made our way downstairs. Dr. Hawker was buzzing with excitement. It's like something from a penny dreadful, isn't it? Real thrilling stuff. You wouldn't believe it if you read it in a novel. Poirot remained silent, his expression inscrutable, as if the simplicity of the inspector's conclusion was almost amusing in its inadequacy. The whole tidy narrative felt a little too convenient, a little too perfectly packaged for his liking. He had been unusually quiet all evening, hardly saying a word. So, what's the great detective thinking? Hawker asked, giving him a friendly slap on the back. Nothing for those famous grey cells to chew on this time, eh? You believe so? What could there possibly be? Well, there is the matter of the window, for instance. The window? It was locked. No one could have gotten in or out that way. I made a point of checking it. And what allowed you to notice it so clearly? The doctor looked confused. Poirot quickly clarified. I refer to the curtains. They were left open. A curious detail, don't you think? And then there was the coffee. It was exceptionally dark. What about it? Exceptionally dark, Poirot repeated. Consider that alongside the fact that almost none of the rice soufflé was eaten, and what conclusion do we reach? You're having me on? Laughed the doctor. This is pure fantasy. I never have people on, as you say. Hastings here can confirm I am entirely serious. I still don't follow your reasoning, I admitted. You don't suspect the valet, do you? He could have been working with the gang and drugged the coffee. I assume they'll verify his alibi. Undoubtedly, my friend, but it is Signor Ascanio's alibi that captures my interest. You think he has one prepared? That is precisely what troubles me. I have little doubt we will be informed on that point very soon. The Daily Newsmonger kept us abreast of the unfolding developments. Signor Ascanio was taken into custody and formally accused of murdering Count Foscatini. Upon his arrest, he denied any acquaintance with the Count and insisted he had never been to Regent's Court, neither on the evening of the crime nor the morning before. His younger companion had vanished completely. Records showed Ascanio had arrived alone at the Grosvenor Hotel from the continent 2 days prior to the murder. Despite extensive efforts, the second man was never located. Ascanio, however, never stood trial. A figure of considerable prominence, the Italian ambassador himself, came forward during the police court proceedings to testify that Ascanio had been with him at the embassy from 8 until 9 o'clock on that very evening. The prisoner was subsequently released. Unsurprisingly, many speculated the crime was political and was being quietly suppressed. Poirot had followed every detail with intense interest. I was therefore somewhat taken aback when he announced one morning that he was expecting a visitor at 11, and that the visitor was none other than Ascanio himself. He wishes to consult you. Not at all, Hastings. I wish to consult him. Regarding what? The Regent's Court murder? Are you going to prove he committed it? A man cannot be tried twice for the same murder, Hastings. Please endeavour to apply common sense. Ah, That will be our friend now. Minutes later, Signor Ascanio was shown in a slight, thin man with a shifty, guarded look in his eyes. He remained standing, casting suspicious glances between the two of us. Monsieur Poirot! My diminutive friend tapped his chest lightly. Please sit, Signor. You received my note. I'm resolved to uncover the truth of this affair. You can assist me in some small measure. Let us begin. You, accompanied by an associate, visited the late Count Foscatini on the morning of Tuesday the 9th. The Italian made a sharp, angry gesture. I did no such thing. I testified under oath. Precisely, and I have a small notion that you testified falsely. You threaten me? Pah! I have nothing to fear from you. I have been acquitted. Exactly so. And as I am not an idiot, it is not the gallows with which I threaten you, but with publicity. Publicity, I see. You do not care for the word. I suspected you would not, my little ideas. You understand, they are quite valuable to me. Now, Signor, your only prudent course is to be frank with me. I do not inquire about the indiscretions that brought you to England. I know this much. You came for the express purpose of seeing Count Foscatini. He was no count, the Italian muttered sullenly. I have already noted the fact that his name is absent from the Almanach de Gotha. Never mind, the title of count can be quite useful in the profession of extortion. I may as well be direct. You appear to know a great deal. I have applied my little grey cells to some effect. Now, Signor Ascanio, you call upon the deceased that Tuesday morning. That is correct, is it not? Yes, but I did not return that evening. There was no reason to. I will tell you everything. This rogue had come into possession of certain documents concerning a highly placed gentleman in Italy. He demanded a substantial payment for their return. I travelled to England to settle the affair. I met with him by appointment that morning, accompanied by one of the junior secretaries from our embassy. The Count proved more reasonable than I had feared, though the sum I handed over was still considerable. How precisely was the payment made? In Italian banknotes of relatively small denominations. I paid him on the spot. He, in turn, gave me the compromising papers. I never laid eyes on him again. Why did you not explain this when you were taken into custody? Given my sensitive position, I was compelled to deny any connection with the man. Then, how do you explain the events of that night? I can only assume someone deliberately assumed my identity. I understand no money was discovered in the apartment. Poirot studied him and sighed. Curious, he murmured. We all possess the little grey cells, yet so few of us understand how to employ them. Good day, Signor Ascanio. I accept your account. It aligns closely with what I had surmised. But verification was necessary. After seeing his guest out, Poirot settled back into his armchair and regarded me with amusement. And now, let us hear the theory of Captain Hastings. I suppose Ascanio is telling the truth. Someone must have impersonated him. You persistently refuse to employ the intellect the good Lord granted you. Recall my remarks upon leaving the flat that night. I noted the window curtains had not been drawn. It was June. At 8 o'clock it was still perfectly light. By past, the light was fading. Does that suggest nothing to you? I perceive a faint glimmer of understanding may yet dawn. Now to continue. The coffee, as I observed, was very black. Count Foscatini's teeth were exceptionally white. Coffee stains teeth. We deduce, therefore, that Count Foscatini did not drink his coffee. Yet coffee was present in all 3 cups. Why would anyone pretend the Count had taken coffee when he had not? I shook my head, completely lost. Come, I shall assist you. What proof do we possess that Ascanio and his companion, or 2 men posing as them, ever visited the flat that evening? No one witnessed their arrival. No one witnessed their departure. We have the testimony of a single individual and a collection of inanimate objects, you mean? I mean the knives, the forks, the plates, the empty dishes. Ah, but it was a clever scheme. Graves is a thief and a scoundrel, but what a man of method. He overheard a fragment of the morning's conversation, enough to grasp that Ascanio would be in a precarious situation if questioned. The next evening around 8 o'clock he informs his master he is wanted on the telephone. Foscatini sits, reaches for the receiver, and from behind Graves strikes him down with the marble statuette. Then swiftly to the service telephone, dinner for 3. It arrives. He sets the table, soils the plates and cutlery, but he must also dispose of the food. The man is not only cunning, he possesses a determined and capacious stomach. Yet, after consuming 3 tornadoes, the rice soufflé proves too much for him. A detail, I confess, I added to illustrate the sheer audacity of the act. He even smokes a cigar and 2 cigarettes to perfect the illusion. Ah, it was magnificently thorough. Then, having advanced the hands of the clock to 8:47, he shatters it to stop the mechanism. The one thing he neglects is to draw the curtains. Had there been a genuine dinner party, the curtains would have been closed as soon as the daylight began to wane. Finally, he departs in haste, casually mentioning the departing guests to the lift attendant as he goes. He rushed to a phone booth and, just before 8:47, placed a call to the doctor, mimicking his employer's final gasp. The ruse worked perfectly. No one ever thought to check whether a call had actually been made from apartment 11 at that exact moment. "Except Hercule Poirot, I imagine," I remarked with a touch of sarcasm. "Not even Hercule Poirot," my friend replied, smiling. "I'm only now making the inquiry. I needed to prove the point to you first, but you'll see I will be correct. Inspector Japp, to whom I've already given a hint, will then be able to arrest the upstanding Mr. Graves. I do wonder how much of that money he has already spent." And Poirot was right, as usual. Confound him. The case of the missing will. The matter brought to us by Miss Violet Marsh offered a refreshing shift from our usual routine. Poirot had received a concise, professional note from the lady requesting a meeting, and he invited her to come to our flat at 11 the following morning. She arrived exactly on time, a tall, striking young woman dressed plainly but neatly, carrying herself with a confident, no-nonsense air, clearly someone determined to make her own way. I've never been much of an admirer of the modern, independent woman, and despite her attractive appearance, I wasn't immediately taken with her. "My situation is somewhat unusual, Monsieur Poirot," she began once she had taken a seat. "It's best if I start from the beginning and explain everything." "Please do, mademoiselle. I am an orphan. My father was the younger of two brothers, sons of a small farmer in Devonshire. The land was poor, so the elder brother, Andrew, left for Australia, where he prospered greatly through shrewd land investments and became quite wealthy. My father, Roger, had no interest in farming. He managed to educate himself somewhat and found work as a clerk for a modest firm. He married slightly above his station. My mother was the daughter of a struggling painter. My father died when I was 6, and my mother passed away 8 years later. My only remaining family was my Uncle Andrew, who had recently returned from Australia and purchased a modest property called Crabtree Manor back in his home county. He was exceedingly generous to his brother's orphan child, taking me into his home and treating me in every respect as though I were his own daughter. Now, Crabtree Manor, despite its grand-sounding name, is really just an old farmhouse. Farming was in my uncle's blood, and he was deeply absorbed in various modern agricultural experiments. Though very kind to me personally, he held strong, fixed ideas about how women should be raised. A man of little formal education but considerable natural shrewdness, he placed little value on what he called book learning. He was particularly opposed to higher education for women. In his view, girls ought to learn practical housekeeping and dairy work, make themselves useful around the home, and steer clear of too much academic study. He intended to raise me along these lines, much to my frustration and disappointment. I openly rebelled. I knew I had a capable mind and absolutely no talent for domestic chores. My uncle and I had many heated disagreements on the subject. Though we cared for each other, we were both stubborn. I was fortunate enough to win a scholarship, and for a time I succeeded in having my way. The real clash came when I decided to attend Girton College. I had a small amount of money left to me by my mother, and I was absolutely resolved to use the abilities I'd been given. After one final lengthy argument, my uncle laid out the facts plainly. He had no other relatives and had planned to make me his sole heir. He was, as I've said, a very rich man, but if I persisted in these newfangled notions of mine, I could expect nothing from him. I remained courteous, but I stood my ground. I told him I would always care for him deeply, but I needed to live my own life. That was how we left things. "You think you're so clever, my girl," he said as a final remark. "I never had much schooling, but I'd match my wits against yours any time. We'll just have to wait and see." That conversation took place 9 years ago. I visited him for a few weekends after that, and we got along well enough, though he never changed his mind about my choices. He never mentioned my passing the entrance exams or earning my bachelor's degree. Over the last 3 years his health declined, and he passed away a month ago. Now I must explain why I've come to see you. My uncle left a truly unusual will. According to its terms, I have control of Crabtree Manor and everything in it for 1 year following his death. The document specifically says, during which time my clever niece may prove her wits. After that period, my wits having proved better than hers, The house and his entire considerable fortune will go to several charities. That seems rather unfair to you, mademoiselle, given that you were Mr. Marsh's only living relative. I don't see it that way. Uncle Andrew gave me fair warning, and I chose my own path. Since I didn't comply with his wishes, he was completely free to leave his money to whomever he liked. Was the will prepared by an attorney? No, it was written on a standard will form and witnessed by the couple who live in the house and took care of my uncle. Might there be a chance to contest such a will? I wouldn't even consider trying something like that. So you view it as a sort of sporting challenge from your uncle? That is precisely how I take it. It certainly allows for that interpretation, Poirot remarked thoughtfully. Somewhere in that sprawling old house, your uncle has hidden either a sum of cash or possibly another will, and he has given you a year to use your cleverness to find it. Exactly, Monsieur Poirot, and I am paying you the compliment of assuming your cleverness will surpass mine. Ah, but that is most gracious of you. My little grey cells are at your service. Have you done any searching yourself? Only a quick look around. But I have too much respect for my uncle's undeniable abilities to imagine the task will be simple. Do you have the will or a copy with you? Miss Marsh passed a document across the table. Poirot skimmed through it, nodding to himself. Dated 3 years ago, March 25, and even noting the time, 11 a.m., that is very telling. It narrows our search. Clearly, we must look for another will. One made even half an hour later would invalidate this. Well then, mademoiselle, you have presented me with a charming and ingenious problem. It will be my great pleasure to solve it for you. Granted, your uncle was a capable man, but his grey cells could not possibly equal those of Hercule Poirot. Really, the man's conceit is astonishing. Fortunately, I have no pressing matters at the moment. Hastings and I will travel to Crabtree Manor tonight. The couple who attended your uncle are still there, I assume? Yes. Their name is Baker. The next morning, we began our search in earnest. We had arrived quite late the previous night. Mr. and Mrs. Baker, having received a telegram from Miss Marsh, were expecting us. They were a pleasant pair, the man weathered and rosy-cheeked like a wrinkled apple, and his wife a woman of substantial build and unshakable calm. Tired from our trip and the 8-mile ride from the station, we went straight to bed after a supper of roast chicken, apple pie, and thick cream. After a hearty breakfast, we settled in a small wood-panelled room that had served as the late Mr. Marsh's study and sitting area. Against one wall stood a roll-top desk crammed with neatly organized papers, and a large leather armchair clearly showed it had been its owner's favorite spot. A large chintz-covered sofa stretched along the far wall, and the deep window seats were upholstered in the same faded, old-fashioned fabric. Well, my friend, Poirot said, lighting one of his small cigarettes, we must outline our strategy. I have already conducted a preliminary examination of the house, yet I believe any significant clue will be discovered here. We will need to examine the contents of that desk with extreme thoroughness. I do not, of course, expect to find the will itself among the papers. However, a seemingly ordinary document may very well hide the secret to its location. But first, we require some information. Please ring the bell. I complied. As we waited for a response, Poirot paced the room, observing his surroundings with approval. Mr. Marsh was a man of system. Observe how neatly the bundles of papers are labelled. Each drawer key bears an ivory tag, as does the key for the wall cabinet. And note the precise arrangement of the china inside. It is a delight to behold. Nothing here is offensive to the senses. He stopped abruptly, his attention caught by the key to the desk itself, which had a soiled envelope attached. Poirot frowned, removing it from the lock. Scrawled across it in an awkward, cramped hand, quite unlike the neat inscriptions on the other keys, were the words, "Key of rolled top desk." A discordant element, Poirot murmured, his brow furrowed. I would wager this does not reflect the personality of Mr. Marsh, but who else has had access? Only Miss Marsh, and she, unless I'm mistaken, is also a person of order and method. Baker arrived in answer to the bell. Would you fetch your wife and return? I have a few questions. Baker left and soon returned with Mrs. Baker, who was wiping her hands on her apron and smiling broadly. Poirot clearly explained the purpose of our visit. The Bakers were instantly sympathetic. We wouldn't want to see Miss Violet cheated of what's rightfully hers, the woman declared. It'd be a cruel shame for hospitals to get the lot. Poirot continued his questioning. Yes, both Bakers remembered clearly witnessing the will. Baker had been sent to the nearby town earlier to obtain 2 printed will forms. 2? Poirot asked sharply. Yes, sir. For safety, I suppose, in case he spoiled one, and sure enough he did. We'd signed the first one. What time was that? Baker scratched his head, but his wife was quicker. Why? I'd just put the milk on for our 11 o'clock cocoa, don't you remember? The whole pot had boiled over on the stove by the time we got back to the kitchen. And the second time? That was about an hour later. We had to go back in. I've made an error, the master said. Had to tear the whole thing up. I'll trouble you to sign again. And we did. Afterwards, the master gave each of us a tidy sum. I've left you nothing in my will, he told us. But each year I live, you'll have this as a nest egg for when I'm gone. And he kept his word. Poirot considered this. After you signed the second time, what did Mr. Marsh do? Do you know? He walked into the village to settle some accounts with the tradesmen. That line of inquiry seemed unpromising. Poirot shifted tack. He held out the desk key. Is this your master's handwriting? I may have imagined it, but I fancied a slight hesitation before Baker replied. Yes, sir, it is. He's lying, I thought. But what possible reason could he have? Has your master let the house? Have any strangers been inside during the last 3 years? No, sir. No visitors at all. Only Miss Violet. No strangers of any kind been in this room. No, sir. You're forgetting the workman, Jim, his wife reminded him. Workman. Poirot turned swiftly toward her. What workman? The woman explained that roughly 2.5 years prior, some workman had been in the house to perform certain repairs. She was vague on the specifics, her view being that the whole undertaking was an unnecessary whim of her master's. She did recall, however, a peculiar incident where one of the men, a talkative fellow with a thick moustache, had spent an inordinate amount of time in this very room, supposedly measuring the window frames, but asking a great many questions about Mr. Marsh's daily habits. For a portion of the day, the workmen had been inside the study, though Mrs. Baker could not specify what they had done, as her employer had forbidden anyone from entering the room while the work was underway. Regrettably, neither she nor her husband could recall the name of the company hired, only that it was based in Plymouth. We are advancing Hastings, Poirot declared, briskly rubbing his hands together after the Bakers departed. It is evident he drafted a second will and then summoned craftsmen from Plymouth to construct a secure hiding place. Rather than pointlessly tearing up the floorboards or tapping on the walls, we shall go directly to Plymouth. With some effort, we obtained the necessary information. After a couple of attempts, we identified the firm Mr. Marsh had employed. Their workers had all been with the company for many years, making it simple to locate the 2 men who had carried out the specific job. They remembered it perfectly. Among several smaller tasks, they had lifted a single brick from the old fireplace, hollowed out a space beneath it, and expertly cut the brick so the seam was invisible. By pressing on the second brick from the end, the entire section would lift. It had been a rather intricate piece of work, and the old gentleman had been exceedingly particular about the details. Our primary informant was a man named Coggan, a tall, lean fellow with a grizzled moustache who struck me as quite sharp. We returned to Crabtree Manor in excellent spirits, and, after locking the study door, proceeded to apply our newfound knowledge. No visible mark betrayed the bricks, but when we pressed, as instructed, a deep cavity was immediately revealed. Poirot eagerly thrust his hand inside. In an instant, his face transformed from confident triumph to utter dismay. All he retrieved was a charred, brittle fragment of paper. Aside from this scrap, the cavity was completely empty. "Sacre!" Poirot exclaimed angrily. "Someone has beaten us to it!" We examined the paper fragment with great anxiety. It was clearly a piece of the document we sought. A portion of the signature, Baker's, remained, but it gave no hint of the will's actual provisions. Poirot sat back on his heels. His expression would have been laughable had we not been so thoroughly defeated. "I do not comprehend this," he muttered. "Who destroyed it? And for what possible reason? The Bakers, I proposed. Why? Neither version of the will provides for them, and they are far more likely to retain their positions with Miss Marsh than if the estate passed to some charitable institution. Who stands to gain from its destruction? The hospitals would benefit, certainly, but one can hardly suspect an organization. Perhaps the old man reconsidered and burned it himself, I offered. Poirot got to his feet, meticulously dusting off his trousers. "That is possible," he conceded. "One of your more astute observations, Hastings. Well, we can do no more here. We have done all that is humanly possible. We have matched wits with the late Andrew Marsh and solved his puzzle, yet, unfortunately, his niece is no better off for our cleverness. By hastening to the station, we just managed to catch a train to London. though it was a slower local service and not the main express. Poirot was quiet and visibly discontented. As for me, I was exhausted and soon dozed off in my corner. Suddenly, as the train began pulling out of the Taunton station, Poirot let out a sharp cry. "Quickly, Hastings! Wake up and jump! Jump, I tell you!" Before I fully grasped what was happening, we were standing on the platform, hatless and without our bags, watching our train vanish into the darkness. I was furious. Poirot, however, paid no heed to my irritation. "Imbecile that I am," he cried, striking his forehead. "A triple imbecile. Never again will I boast so proudly of my little grey cells." "That's one blessing at least," I grumbled. "But what is this all about?" As was typical when pursuing his own train of thought, Poirot ignored me completely. "The tradesmen's books, I have overlooked them entirely." "Yes, but where?" "No matter, I cannot be mistaken. We must return immediately." This was easier said than done. We eventually secured a slow train to Exeter, where Poirot promptly hired a motor car. The entire frantic return journey was conducted under a mood of intense, silent speculation, a stark contrast to our earlier confidence. We returned to Crabtree Manor well past midnight. I will skip the utter confusion of the Bakers when we finally managed to wake them. Without a word to anyone, Poirot marched straight into the study. "I have been not merely a triple fool, but a fool 36 times over, my friend," he declared. "Now, observe." He went directly to the desk, retrieved the key, and removed the envelope attached to it. I stared in disbelief. How could he expect to find a full-sized will inside such a small envelope? Carefully, he sliced it open and smoothed it flat on the desk. Then he lit the fireplace and held the blank inner surface of the envelope near the flames. Within minutes, faint writing began to emerge. "Look, my friend," Poirot exclaimed triumphantly. I leaned in. There were just a few faint lines stating simply that he left everything to his niece, Violet Marsh. It was dated March 25th at noon and witnessed by Albert Pike, the local confectioner, and his wife, Jessie Pike. "But is it even legal?" I stammered. "As far as I am aware," Poirot replied, "there is no law against drafting a will using a combination of disappearing and sympathetic ink. The testator's intention is perfectly clear, and the beneficiary is his sole living relative. But the brilliance of the man. He anticipated every move a searcher would make, every move that I in my misery made. He obtained 2 will forms, had the servants sign both, then went out with his actual will written on the inside of a soiled envelope, using a fountain pen filled with his special ink mixture. On some pretext, he got the confectioner and his wife to sign beneath his own signature. Then he attached it to his desk key and quietly congratulated himself. If his niece saw through his little scheme, she would have proven her choice of career and her expensive education worthwhile, and she would be thoroughly deserving of his fortune. "She didn't see through it, though, did she?" I said, after a moment. "It feels somewhat unjust. The old man essentially won." "Ah, but no, Hastings. Your reasoning falters. Miss Marsh demonstrated the sharpness of her intellect and the value of higher education for women by immediately placing the matter in my hands. Always engage the specialist. She has conclusively proven her right to the inheritance. I truly wonder what old Andrew Marsh would have thought about that."